Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Red Harry. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was declared the King of Magic by Gringotts at age 2 and betrothed to Daphne Greengrass. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The night everything changed. The vaults beneath Gringotts had been silent for 700 years. Not quiet, silence was different. Quiet meant the absence of sound. Silence, true silence, meant something was holding its breath. Ragnarok had worked in these depths for 63 years, first as a wardkeeper's apprentice, then as senior cursebreaker, and finally as director of the Goblin Nation's most sacred trust. He knew the difference between quiet and silence the way a sailor knew the difference between a calm sea and the stillness before a storm. Tonight, the vaults were silent. He stood in the monitoring chamber, a cavern carved from living granite 300 feet below Diagon Alley. Crystalline formations jutted from walls that predated human memory, each one attuned to a different section of the bank. The largest crystal, a pillar of smoky quartz twice his height, connected directly to the blood ward matrix that protected the oldest vaults. The ones even most goblins didn't know existed. The crystal was humming. Director. His assistant Griphook appeared at the chamber entrance, younger and more nervous than Ragnarok preferred insubordinates. The surface monitoring stations are reporting unusual activity in the mortal world. Something in the West Country, I know. Ragnarok hadn't taken his eyes off the quartz pillar. The hum was building, shifting from a single tone to something more complex. Harmonics. Overtones. The kind of sound that only magical resonance could produce. Should I alert the War Council? Not yet. Ragnarok finally turned, and something in his expression made Griphook step back. Tell me, young one, do you know what tonight is? October 31st, Director. The human festival of Samhain. Ragnarok's voice carried weight that had nothing to do with volume. The night when the boundaries between worlds grow thin. When old magic stirs and ancient pacts remember themselves. He gestured at the crystals surrounding them, dozens of formations now beginning to resonate in sympathy with the great quartz pillar. When was the last time you saw the monitoring array activate like this? Griphook swallowed. Never, Director. Nor have I. Nor has anyone living. Ragnarok moved toward the pillar, his clawed hand reaching out to touch its surface. The crystal was warm, impossible, since it had been cold as death for as long as any goblin could remember. The last recorded activation was in 1292, when the Peveril line ended. Before that, 1087, when the Norman Wizard King fell at the Battle of Hastings. What does it mean? Ragnarok's lips pulled back from his teeth in something that wasn't quite a smile. It means, young Griphook, that somewhere in Britain tonight, something is dying. Something that matters. The pillar's hum became a scream. 300 miles away, in a cottage in Godric's Hollow, a woman with red hair threw herself between a monster and her son. The curse hit her like a physical blow, green light searing through the nursery. Lily Potter crumpled, her last breath carrying words of power older than the wand that killed her, a mother's love given form through sacrifice, through blood, through magic so primal it had no name. Lord Voldemort barely noticed. His attention was on the crib, on the black-haired infant watching him with eyes that showed no fear. Just, observation. The Dark Lord found it unsettling, though he would never admit it. Harry Potter, he said, tasting the name. The prophecy child. You could have been great, you know. With proper guidance. But your parents chose poorly, and now, he raised his wand. The boy didn't cry. Didn't flinch. Simply watched, those green eyes, Lily's eyes, fixed on the pale face of the most feared wizard in a century. Avada Kedavra. Green light filled the room. Green light, and then, something else. Ragnarok felt it before the crystal showed it. A pulse of magic so vast, so fundamental, that for one heartbeat his own heart stopped beating in sympathy. The quartz pillar blazed with light that had no color human eyes could name, and the director of Gringotts, survivor of 3 goblin rebellions, veteran of the Blood Wars, witness to a century of magical history, fell to his knees. The vault doors were opening. Not 1 vault. Not 10. Across the entire depth of Gringotts, from the highest security levels to chambers that hadn't been accessed since the bank's founding, doors that had been sealed by blood and magic and time itself were grinding open. Director. Griphook's voice was thin with terror. The Potter Vault, the ancestral one, not the trust, it's active. And the Peveril Vault. And, he checked his monitoring crystal, blinked, checked again. This can't be right. Read it. Gryffindor Vault, transferring. Black Vault, senior line, transferring. Gaunt Vault, director, the Gaunt Vault was claimed by he who must not be named, it shouldn't be, Griphook's voice broke. 8 vaults. 8 ancient houses. All transferring their contents to. He looked up, face pale green with shock. Vault 713. The Potter Inheritance Vault. Ragnarok rose slowly, his joints aching in ways they hadn't in decades. Magic this powerful left marks on everything it touched, and he could feel it settling into his bones like frost. The killing curse, he said softly. Someone cast it tonight. Cast it, and had it rebounded. That's impossible. The curse can't be blocked, can't be reflected, yet it was. And in the rebounding, in the moment of rejection, something happened that hasn't happened since Merlin walked these halls. Ragnarok moved toward the exit, his stride gaining purpose with each step. Come, Griphook. We have work to do. What work? What's happening? Ragnarok paused at the threshold, his ancient eyes gleaming with something that might have been wonder, or hunger, or both. The right of conquest, he said. The oldest law. When a wizard claims the magic of another through defeat, their holdings transfer. Their vaults. Their titles. Their power. He showed his teeth again, and this time it was definitely a smile. Tonight, the Dark Lord Voldemort attempted to murder an infant. And that infant, somehow, impossibly, defeated him instead. But what does that mean? An infant can't. It means that as of this moment, by laws older than Gringotts itself, every vault that Voldemort claimed through conquest now belongs to that child. Every title he held or absorbed. Every magical inheritance he accumulated through 50 years of murder and dark ritual. Ragnarok's voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more weight than any shout. It means, young Griphook, that we have a new king. The Great Hall of Gringotts had been built during the Roman occupation, carved from bedrock that remembered when magic first came to Britain. Its vaulted ceiling rose high enough to lose itself in shadow, and its floor had witnessed treaties, wars, and the rise and fall of 100 magical dynasties. Tonight, it witnessed something new. Ragnarok stood before the succession stone, a rough-hewn block of granite that had sat in this hall since before the goblins claimed Gringotts as their own. The stone was covered in runes that shifted and swam in torchlight, never quite settling into readable patterns. It was old. Old in ways that made the bank itself seem young. Old in ways that made Merlin seem like a recent memory. The stone was glowing. Around Ragnarok, the Goblin War Council had gathered, 12 elders representing the major clans, their ceremonial armor gleaming with inherited enchantments. They watched the stone with expressions ranging from awe to fear to barely concealed greed. The signs are unmistakable. Ragnarok's voice echoed in the vast space. The succession stone has activated for the first time since 1087. The vault transfers are complete. And the magical resonance. He gestured, and a shimmer of light appeared above the stone, a projection of the ley line network that undergirded Britain's magical geography. Dozens of lines pulsed with unusual brightness, all converging on a single point in the West Country. Godric's Hollow. Where, according to my sources, the Dark Lord Voldemort attempted to kill the Potter heir tonight. Attempted? Elder Goldgrip leaned forward, his scarred face skeptical. "You're telling us that an infant defeated the Dark Lord?" "I'm telling you what the magic shows us. Whether we believe it is irrelevant, the vaults have spoken, the lines have shifted, and the succession stone." Ragnar placed his clawed hand on the granite surface. The runes flared, and a name burned itself into the stone in letters of golden fire. Harry James Potter, and below it, a title that hadn't been carved there in over 900 years, King of Magic. The silence that followed was absolute. Then Elder Silver Fang, the oldest of the council, whose father had personally negotiated the Gringotts charter, rose from his seat with a grinding of ancient joints. "This changes everything," he said. "If the boy truly holds these titles, if the right of conquest has truly activated. He holds 8 lordships by direct claim," Ragnar confirmed. "Potter, Peveril, Gryffindor, and Black through legitimate inheritance and the Voldemort transfer. Gaunt, Slytherin, and 2 others through conquest of the Dark Lord's claimed titles." He paused, letting the weight of his next word settle. The only wizard in history to hold more was Merlin himself. And Merlin refused the crown. "The boy won't refuse," Elder Bloodaxe said, his tone calculating. "He's an infant. He can't refuse. He can't accept either." Ragnar's eyes narrowed. "Which brings us to the question of guardianship." This was the moment he'd been building toward. The moment that would determine not just the fate of one human child, but potentially the future relationship between goblins and wizard kind. "By our most ancient laws," Ragnar continued, "an unclaimed heir to the goblin-recognized throne falls under our protection. The king's guardian is traditionally chosen from among those who first recognize the succession." He spread his arms, encompassing the council. "Tonight, we are those witnesses. Tonight, we have a choice. The ministry will never accept goblin guardianship of a human child." Goldgrip's voice was sharp. "Especially not this child, the boy who lived, they'll call him. The savior of their precious wizarding world. The ministry has no authority over succession law. It predates them by millennia. But they have political power. Military power. They could try." Ragnar's smile was thin as a blade. "And they would discover that Gringotts has defended its rights before, against enemies far more formidable than Cornelius Fudge." Another silence. Glances exchanged between elders, calculations made, alliances weighed. Then Elder Silver Fang spoke again, his voice carrying the weight of his centuries. "You have a proposal, Director. You wouldn't have summoned us otherwise." Ragnar inclined his head, acknowledging the point. "I propose that the Goblin Nation claim guardianship of Harry James Potter, King of Magic. That we raise him, train him, and prepare him for the throne that is his by right." He paused. "And in doing so, that we create an ally more powerful than any we have had since the Goblin Wars. A king who remembers that it was the goblins who protected him when his own kind abandoned him to fate." "And what of the human powers?" Bloodaxe demanded. "Dumbledore won't simply allow this. He's been manipulating magical Britain for decades, he'll have plans for the boy. Dumbledore's plans are his own concern. Our concern is the law, and the law is clear." Ragnar's voice hardened. "The child is ours to protect. Any who challenge Gringotts itself." The vote, when it came, was not unanimous. But it was enough. By the time the sun rose on November 1, 1981, the Goblin Nation had formally claimed guardianship of the infant king. Now they just had to find him before Dumbledore did. Cyrus Greengrass had not intended to be at Gringotts that night. He had come for the quarterly accounting of his family's investments, a routine matter that could have waited until Monday, but his wife Isolde had needed the house quiet for their newborn daughter's first full night home. The infant, Daphne, they had named her, after Isolde's grandmother, had proven to possess lungs of remarkable strength and a disposition toward exercising them at every opportunity. So Cyrus had fled to the bank, portfolio in hand, telling himself that reviewing investment statements was a perfectly reasonable use of a Samhain evening. He had not expected to walk into a revolution. The main hall of Gringotts was crowded when he emerged from his account manager's office, goblins rushing in directions he'd never seen them rush, their usual expressions of barely concealed contempt replaced by something closer to controlled panic. The great braziers that lined the hall were burning higher than normal, their flames tinted green and gold with residual magic. "What's happening?" he asked a passing goblin, who ignored him completely. He asked 3 more before one finally stopped, a young thing with ink-stained claws who looked barely old enough for surface duty. "Haven't you heard?" The goblin's voice was high with barely suppressed excitement. "The Dark Lord is dead. And the Potter boy, the infant, somehow he killed him. The whole bank's gone mad." Sirius felt his world narrow to a single point of focus. The Dark Lord. Dead. The Potter boy. Alive. And if the goblins were this agitated? He was moving before the thought fully formed, years of political instinct overriding conscious decision. The main hall was chaos, but Cyrus Greengrass hadn't survived 20 years of pure-blood politics without learning how to navigate chaos. He slipped through crowds, avoided rushing goblins, and made his way toward the one place in Gringotts where decisions actually got made. The director's anteroom was guarded by 2 goblin warriors in full ceremonial armor, a sight Cyrus had only seen twice before, both times during moments of historical significance. The guards crossed their spears as he approached. "I need to speak with Director Ragnarok." "The director is occupied. The director is deciding the fate of Wizarding Britain, and I have information that will affect his decision." Cyrus kept his voice level, his face calm. Inside, his mind was racing through implications, probabilities, potential angles of approach. "Tell him Lord Greengrass requests an audience. He'll want to hear what I have to say." The guards exchanged glances. One of them disappeared through a side door. 3 minutes later, Cyrus was escorted into the director's private office. Ragnarok sat behind a desk carved from a single piece of obsidian, its surface covered in documents and crystals that pulsed with recorded magic. He looked up as Cyrus entered, his ancient eyes showing neither surprise nor welcome. "Lord Greengrass. You are far from your usual haunts tonight. As are you, Director. I imagine the paperwork is unprecedented. You have no idea." Ragnarok gestured to a chair, goblin-sized, uncomfortably low for human use. "Sit, if you can manage it. And tell me why I shouldn't have you removed for interrupting the most significant night in goblin history since Gringotts himself founded this bank." Cyrus sat, accepting the implicit insult of the too small chair without comment. He had played worse hands with higher stakes. "I know what happened tonight," he said. "Not the details, those are still filtering through, but the broad strokes. The Dark Lord attacked the Potters. He tried to kill their son. Somehow, impossibly, the child survived and Voldemort didn't. This is common knowledge. It will be in the Prophet by morning. What won't be in the Prophet is what the goblins have discovered. The vault transfers. The succession activation. The Concordat of Conquest." Ragnarok's expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes. "You are well informed, Lord Greengrass. Perhaps too well. I've made it my business to understand goblin law. Partly because it's good business, your nation controls too much of the magical economy to ignore. Partly because I saw something like this coming. You predicted that an infant would defeat the Dark Lord. I predicted that the Dark Lord would fall. Every dark wizard does eventually. They make too many enemies, take too many risks, believe too strongly in their own invincibility." Cyrus leaned forward, his voice dropping. "What I didn't predict was the mechanism. The rite of conquest activating through reflected magic. The accumulation of titles passing to a child too young to understand what he's inherited." He paused, meeting Ragnarok's gaze directly. "The creation of a king." Silence stretched between them. Finally, Ragnarok's thin lips curved upward. "You're not here to ask questions, Lord Greengrass. You're here to make a proposal. So make it. I want an alliance. With the Goblin Nation? You'd hardly be the first wizard to seek, not with the nation. With the king. Sirius kept his voice steady despite the pounding of his heart. This was the moment, the pivot point on which his entire family's future would turn. You've claimed guardianship. The law supports you, but holding that claim will cost you. Dumbledore will fight you. The ministry will fight you. Half the old families will fight you because they fear what you might create, and the other half will fight you because they want it for themselves. We are aware of the challenges. Then you're aware that you need allies. Human allies. Families with political capital and social standing who can argue your case in venues you can't enter. Sirius spread his hands. I'm offering to be that ally. The Greengrass family has maintained neutrality throughout the Blood Wars. We have relationships with every faction, obligations to none. I can advocate for goblin guardianship in ways that won't be dismissed as goblin propaganda. And what do you want in return? This was it. The moment of truth. My daughter, Sirius said. She was born 6 days ago. I want a betrothal contract. Daphne Greengrass to Harry James Potter, King of Magic. Ragnarok went very still. His eyes, which had been calculating, became something else entirely, something ancient and considering and deeply, profoundly interested. A bold request. A practical one. The king will need a queen someday. Someone trained from birth to understand the responsibilities of the position, the politics of magical Britain, the nature of goblin-human relations. Sirius met the director's gaze without flinching. I can provide that. My daughter will be raised to be Harry Potter's perfect partner, not a simpering socialite, but a true equal. Someone who can stand beside him when he takes the throne. You speak of your daughter as a political asset. I speak of my daughter as the most precious thing in my life. And I want her future secured in a way that no amount of gold or political maneuvering can match. Sirius's voice softened, though it lost none of its intensity. I saw the boy's mother once, you know. Lily Evans, before she married Potter. There was a fire in her that most purebloods never develop, a certainty of purpose that came from choosing her path rather than inheriting it. I want that for Daphne. I want her to be more than a Greengrass daughter married off to the highest bidder. I want her to matter. And you believe being queen will accomplish this? I believe being the partner of Harry Potter will accomplish this. Whether he takes the crown or refuses it, whether he becomes the greatest wizard of his age or simply a good man trying to do right, that boy is going to change the world. I want my daughter to change it with him. Ragnarok studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he began to laugh, a rusty sound, as if the mechanism had gone too long without use. You know, Lord Greengrass, in 63 years of dealing with wizards, I've learned to recognize the various types. There are the fools who think they can cheat us. The cowards who fear us. The pragmatists who use us. He rose from his chair, moving around the desk to stand before Sirius. You are something rarer. Something I have not seen in a very long time. And what is that? A visionary. Ragnarok's smile showed every one of his sharpened teeth. You don't just see what is. You see what could be. And you're willing to bet everything on making it happen. Is that a yes? It is a consideration. Ragnarok moved to a cabinet set into the office wall, retrieving a scroll of parchment that glimmered with embedded magic. Betrothal contracts under Goblin law are not simple matters. They bind more than families, they bind magic itself. If your daughter proves unworthy, if she betrays the king in thought or deed, she won't. You cannot know that. She is 6 days old. I know myself, and I know my wife. We will raise her to be worthy. Sirius stood, ignoring the ache in his knees from the too small chair. And we will raise her to be happy. That matters too, Director. Not just to me, but for the contract itself. A queen who resents her king is a liability. A queen who loves him is an asset beyond measure. Ragnarok regarded him for another long moment. Then he nodded once, sharply, and unrolled the scroll. Very well. Let us discuss terms. 2 hours later, Cyrus Greengrass walked out of Gringotts into a pre-dawn mist that carried the first hints of November cold. In his inner pocket, pressed against his heart, rested a betrothal contract signed in blood and sealed with magics that predated the Ministry of Magic by 3,000 years. His daughter was betrothed to a king. Now he just had to make sure both children lived long enough to meet. The street was quiet at this hour, too late for the Samhain celebrants, too early for the morning merchants. Cyrus walked slowly, letting the cold air clear his head and settle his nerves. He had just made the most consequential decision of his life, and he would need to be sharp for what came next. Telling Isolde, for one. His wife was brilliant and fierce and would absolutely murder him for committing their daughter to marriage before she'd even had her first solid meal. But she would also understand. Isolde came from a family that had survived the Grindelwald era by seeing patterns others missed and acting before those patterns became inevitable. She would see what Cyrus saw, a future where the old power structures crumbled and something new rose in their place. And she would want their daughter at the center of that something new. At the corner of Diagon Alley and Nocturne, Cyrus paused. Something had caught his attention, a disturbance in the pre-dawn stillness that didn't fit the normal rhythms of the district. He reached for his wand, not drawing it but ready. A figure stepped out of the shadows. Tall, thin, dressed in robes of muted purple that marked him as a wizard of unusual standing. His beard was long and white, his eyes were twinkling with an expression of benevolent interest, and his presence radiated magic like heat from a forge. Albus Dumbledore. Cyrus kept his voice neutral despite the sudden racing of his heart. You're up early. As are you, Lord Greengrass. Dumbledore's smile was gentle, grandfatherly, absolutely meaningless. A productive night at the bank? Routine business. The quarterly accounts demanded attention. Cyrus matched the smile with one equally vacant. I imagine you've had a rather more eventful evening. Indeed. Indeed. Dumbledore moved closer, and despite himself, Cyrus felt the weight of the old man's power pressing against his mental shields. Not an attack, not quite, but a reminder. Such a tragedy about the Potters. James and Lily were fine people. Fine people. To die so young. And their son? Cyrus asked, because he had to know how much Dumbledore already knew. The rumors say he survived. He did. A miracle, really. The killing curse rebounded somehow, the details are still unclear. Dumbledore's eyes, twinkling and benevolent and absolutely predatory beneath the surface, fixed on Cyrus's face. I've made arrangements for the boy's safety. He'll be raised by his family, his mother's sister, in the Muggle world. Away from the attention and danger that would follow him in our society. That seems wise. Cyrus's voice didn't waver, though inside he was calculating furiously. So Dumbledore didn't know about the goblin claim yet. Or he knew and was pretending not to, testing how much Cyrus would reveal. The boy who lived, they're already calling him. He'll be a symbol whether he wants to be or not. Precisely. Which is why he needs a normal childhood. Time to grow up without the weight of expectation. When he's ready, when he's old enough to understand, then he can learn about his heritage, his place in our world. And you'll guide that learning, I assume. Dumbledore's smile didn't change, but something behind it sharpened. I'll do whatever is necessary to protect the boy and prepare him for his future. As any responsible adult would. Of course. Cyrus sketched a polite bow, shallow enough to be correct, deep enough to end the conversation. If you'll excuse me, headmaster. My wife will be wondering where I've gotten to. Of course, of course. Give my regards to Isolde. Dumbledore stepped aside, still smiling that meaningless smile. And congratulations on your new daughter, Lord Greengrass. Children are such a blessing. Sirius walked past him without responding, his spine straight and his face carefully blank. He didn't look back. It wasn't until he'd operated home, passed through the family wards, and collapsed into a chair in his study that he let himself breathe. Dumbledore knew something. Maybe not everything, the goblins moved fast, but wizarding intelligence moved faster, but something. The mention of Daphne hadn't been casual. Nothing Albus Dumbledore said was casual. The chess game had begun before Sirius even realized he was playing. He pulled the betrothal contract from his pocket, studying the elegant calligraphy and the shimmering signatures. His own blood, Ragnar's blood, and soon, when they could retrieve him, the blood of a 1-year-old boy who had just become the most important person in magical Britain. "What have I started?" he murmured to the empty room. But he knew the answer. He had started exactly what he intended, a future. Whether it would be the future he hoped for remained to be seen. Upstairs, his daughter began to cry, a sound that was rapidly becoming as familiar as his own heartbeat. Sirius smiled despite himself, rising from the chair. "Coming, little one," he called. "Your father has much to tell you." They found Harry Potter in a cupboard under the stairs. Not immediately, that would come later, when the monitoring team Ragnar dispatched finally located the Dursley residence in Little Whinging. For now, on the morning of November 1, 1981, the infant king lay in a basket on a doorstep, his forehead still bleeding from a wound that would never fully heal, while the family inside debated what to do with him. Petunia Dursley had opened the door expecting milk bottles. What she found instead was a nightmare wrapped in a blue blanket. Vernon! Her shriek brought her husband thundering down the stairs, his face already purpling with anticipatory rage. "Vernon, come quick!" The baby watched them with calm green eyes. He didn't cry, hadn't cried since the green light, hadn't made a sound beyond soft breathing. If Petunia had known anything about magical children, she might have found this alarming. She might have wondered what kind of trauma could silence a 1-year-old so completely. But Petunia Dursley had spent her entire adult life pretending magic didn't exist, and she wasn't about to start acknowledging it now. "What is it?" Vernon stopped dead at the sight of the basket. "No. No, absolutely not. We are not, there's a letter." Petunia had recovered enough composure to spot the envelope tucked beneath the blanket. Her hands trembled as she opened it, as she read the elegant script that explained how her sister had died and her nephew had survived and could she please raise him as her own. She was still reading when Vernon snatched the letter from her hands. "Dumbledore," he spat. "That crackpot from Lily's school. The one who came to dinner that time and made the wine bottle dance." He crumpled the letter in his meaty fist. "I told you, pet. I told you those freaks would come back to haunt us. And now they expect us to raise there, keep your voice down." Petunia's eyes were on the baby, and something complicated moved behind them. Fear, yes, but also something older, a memory of a red-haired girl who had once been her closest friend, before magic came between them. "The neighbors will hear. Let them hear. Let the whole bloody world hear that I will not have a freak in my house." The baby's eyes moved to Vernon. Still calm. Still silent. Still watching. Vernon felt his anger falter slightly, replaced by something he wouldn't have called fear but which looked very much like it. There was something wrong with those eyes. Something old. "We'll take him to an orphanage," he said, but his voice had lost some of its conviction. "First thing tomorrow. Tell them we found him abandoned, don't know where he came from." "We can't." Petunia's voice was flat. "The letter says, it says if we reject him, we reject the protection. Lily's protection. There are people who'll come for him, for us, if we don't." "Protection? What protection? Protection from what?" But Petunia was reading the letter again. Vernon had dropped it in his anger, and she'd retrieved it from the floor. Her lips moved silently as she parsed Dumbledore's explanations, his assurances, his carefully veiled threats. "The man who killed Lily," she said finally. "He's not gone. Not really. And Harry, my nephew, is the only one who can stop him coming back." She looked up at Vernon, and her face had gone pale as old bone. "If we send him away, the protection goes with him. And when that man comes back, and he will come back, he'll come for anyone who ever knew Lily. Anyone who shares her blood." Vernon's face had gone from purple to white in the space of a sentence. That's ridiculous. That's impossible. There's no such thing as, there is." Petunia's voice was barely a whisper. "I spent my whole childhood watching Lily do impossible things. Watching her shine while I faded into the background. Watching her go off to that school and come back changed, powerful, special." Old bitterness curdled her words. "I hated her for it. Hated her for having something I could never have. But I never doubted it was real." Silence fell over the hallway. The baby continued to watch them, his green eyes tracking back and forth between the two adults like he was observing a tennis match. Finally, Vernon deflated. His shoulders sagged, his face settled into the lines of a man accepting defeat. "The cupboard," he said. "Under the stairs. We'll put him in there, out of sight, out of mind. We won't tell Dudley anything. We won't tell anyone anything. As far as the world knows, he doesn't exist. And when he gets older? When he needs school, doctors, a life? That's years away. Maybe something will change by then. Maybe those people will come take him back." Vernon's voice was almost pleading now. "We just have to get through, pet. Keep our heads down, pretend everything's normal, and eventually." He trailed off. He didn't know what eventually meant. Neither did Petunia. But they knew what they were going to do. And so, with the careful disgust of people handling something venomous, they lifted the baby from his basket and carried him inside. The door closed. The scar on Harry Potter's forehead throbbed once, a brief flare of pain that he was too young to understand. And somewhere in his infant mind, in whatever part of him had been marked by dark magic and touched by ancient power, something stirred. Something that was waiting. Dumbledore stood in his office at Hogwarts, watching the silver instruments on his desk wherein click and measure things that had no names. One of them, a device that looked like a crystal spider trapped in amber, had gone dark the moment Lily's sacrifice activated, and it hadn't flickered since. The boy was safe. Hidden. Protected by blood wards so ancient and powerful that even Voldemort at his height couldn't have breached them. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Dumbledore allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. It had been a terrible night, James and Lily's deaths would haunt him for years, but from tragedy, opportunity had emerged. The prophecy child had survived. The Dark Lord had fallen. And Dumbledore himself had gained something far more valuable than a mere victory. He had gained time. Time to prepare the boy. Time to shape him into the weapon he would need to become. Time to ensure that when Voldemort inevitably returned, and he would return, Dumbledore had no doubt of that, Harry Potter would be ready to fulfill his destiny. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Severus Snape entered, and Dumbledore felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. The young potions master was barely holding himself together, his dark eyes red-rimmed, his sallow face ravaged by grief. "You wanted to see me, headmaster?" "Yes, Severus." "Please, sit." Dumbledore gestured to a chair, though Snape remained standing. "I wanted to thank you for your warning tonight. Without your information, we might not have known the Potters were in danger until it was too late." "It was too late." Snape's voice was rough as broken glass. "She's dead. Lily is dead, and nothing I did made any difference. You saved her son." "I don't care about her son." The words came out raw, bleeding. "I cared about her. And now she's gone, and he, that boy, he gets to live while she Snape's voice broke. He turned away, hiding his face. Dumbledore let the silence stretch. He understood grief, had caused enough of it, suffered enough of it, and he knew that some pain couldn't be rushed through. The boy will need protection, he said finally. From Voldemort's followers, from those who would seek to use him, from the weight of his own fame. I've placed him with his family, his mother's sister, but that won't be enough. Not in the long term. Snape turned back, his expression guarded. What are you asking? I'm asking you to help me protect him. When he comes to Hogwarts, 11 years from now, I need someone watching over him. Someone who understands the dangers he'll face. Someone who... Dumbledore paused, choosing his next words carefully. Someone who loved his mother enough to sacrifice everything for her memory. You want me to protect Potter's spawn? Snape's lip curled. The son of the man who made my school years a living hell. I want you to protect Lily's son. The child she died for. Dumbledore's voice hardened slightly. You came to me, Severus. You begged me to save her. You swore you would do anything if I could keep her safe. I failed, I admit that, but the oath you made still binds you. And now I'm calling it due. The office fell silent. Snape's face worked through a dozen emotions, fury, grief, hatred, and beneath it all, something that looked almost like guilt. Finally, he nodded once. A sharp, jerky motion, like a puppet whose strings had been cut. I'll protect him. For her sake. But don't expect me to like it, Headmaster. And don't expect me to treat him kindly. I expect you to keep him alive. That's all. Snape left without another word. Dumbledore watched him go, then turned back to his silver instruments. The crystal spider was still dark. The boy was still safe. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The goblins found the Dursley house 3 days later. They didn't storm it, that would have violated treaties and triggered responses they weren't yet prepared to handle. Instead, they watched. Counted the routines, mapped the wards, noted every visitor and every departure. What they saw made Ragnarok's blood boil. A cupboard. His voice was soft, which made it more terrifying than any shout. They've put the King of Magic in a cupboard under their stairs. Griphook, who had been assigned to the surveillance team, kept his head bowed. The blood wards are powerful, Director. Stronger than anything I've ever felt. As long as he remains in the house, he's untouchable. But the house isn't protecting him. It's imprisoning him. Ragnarok's claws scored deep grooves into the surface of his desk. I should have moved faster. Should have reached him before Dumbledore. You couldn't have known, Director. No one could have predicted the old man would place the king with muggles. Couldn't I? Ragnarok's laugh was bitter as bile. Albus Dumbledore has been manipulating magical Britain for 60 years. He didn't defeat Grindelwald through power alone, he did it through positioning, through leverage, through always being 3 moves ahead. The director rose, pacing his office like a caged wolf. He knows about the succession. He must. The vault transfers would have triggered ministry alarms, and Dumbledore has his hooks in half the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He knows, and he's deliberately placed the boy somewhere we can't touch him. The blood wards are a prison, not a protection. Dumbledore wants the boy isolated. Weak. Dependent. He wants to swoop in 11 years from now and play the benevolent grandfather, teaching young Harry about a magical world he should have grown up in. Ragnarok's teeth showed. He wants to create a weapon. A tool. A boy who will do exactly what the great Albus Dumbledore tells him to do. What can we do? Ragnarok stopped pacing. He stood before the window of his office, looking out at the vast underground cavern that housed the oldest vaults, and when he spoke, his voice had gone from angry to calculating. We play the long game, he said. We can't take the boy physically, not yet, but we can prepare for when he's ready. We train agents to breach the wards. We build relationships with families who might gain access to him. We prepare educational materials, combat training, political instruction, everything he'll need to become what he's meant to be. And in the meantime, we plant seeds. Ragnar turned back to face Griphook, and his smile was sharp enough to draw blood. The muggles who hold him now, they're not foolish enough to harm him, not with Dumbledore's eyes on them. But they won't love him either. They'll make him feel different, unwanted, alone. And when we finally reach him, when we show him that there are others who value him, who have been waiting for him, who will give him everything those muggles denied, he'll be ours. A cruel strategy, Director. A necessary one. The king must be strong enough to rule, and strength comes from adversity. Ragnar returned to his desk, pulling a fresh sheet of parchment toward him. Send word to Lord Greengrass. It's time to coordinate our efforts. If we're to rescue the king, we'll need allies who can move in worlds we cannot. Griphook bowed and left. Alone in his office, Ragnar began to write. The parchment filled with plans, contingencies, timelines stretching years into the future. He wrote until his claws ached and his eyes burned, and when he finally finished, he had the framework for the most ambitious operation in Gringotts history. The rescue of a king. The reshaping of magical Britain. The first step in a war that had been brewing since the Goblin rebellions, centuries before. Ragnar sealed the document with blood and magic, placed it in a vault known only to himself, and permitted himself a moment of anticipation. The pieces were in place. The game had begun. Now it was only a matter of time. In Little Whinging, in a cupboard under the stairs, a 1-year-old boy slept on a thin mattress and dreamed of green light. He didn't know yet what he was. Didn't know about the titles that hung above his head like a crown of stars, or the vaults that overflowed with gold, or the armies that would one day march at his command. He knew only darkness, and hunger, and the distant sound of a family that didn't want him. But sometimes, in his dreams, he heard something else. A voice. Ancient and rough, speaking in a language that humans weren't meant to know. It told him stories of kings and warriors, of goblins who had ruled the deep places before mankind crawled from the caves, of magic older than memory and power beyond comprehension. Sleep, little king, the voice said. Sleep and grow strong. Your throne awaits, and we are patient. We have waited 1,000 years for you. We can wait a little longer. Harry Potter slept. And in the depths of Gringotts, in the great hall where the succession stone still glowed with golden fire, the goblins kept vigil. The king had been claimed. Now they just had to make him worthy of the crown. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Stolen Prince. The dreams had been coming for as long as Harry could remember. Not the green light dreams, those were different, sharp and terrifying, always ending with a woman's scream and a flash of killing curse. No, these other dreams were softer. Older. They came in the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when the Dursleys slept and the cupboard under the stairs became the loneliest place in the world. In the dreams, someone was teaching him. Harry didn't know the teacher's name, had never thought to ask, the way you don't question the logic of dreams while you're inside them. He was small and gray-skinned, with sharp teeth and sharper eyes, and he spoke in a voice like gravel sliding down a mountainside. History first, the teacher would say. Before magic, before power, before anything else, history. You cannot know where you're going if you don't understand where you've been. And then the lessons would begin. Harry learned about the Goblin Wars, not the sanitized version in wizarding textbooks, but the real story, told from the perspective of those who had lost. He learned about the Statute of Secrecy and how it had been used to strip non-humans of rights they'd held for millennia. He learned about bloodlines and inheritances, about magical contracts and the laws that bound them, about the complex web of alliances and enmities that formed the invisible scaffolding of wizarding society. He was 4 years old, and he understood more about magical politics than most adult wizards. Good, the teacher said, when Harry correctly traced the political implications of the 1612 Goblin Rebellion. You learn quickly, little king. That will serve you well. Why do you call me that? Harry asked. In dreams, he could speak without fear, without the careful smallness he'd learned to adopt in the waking world. I'm not a king. I'm nobody. The teacher's smile showed every one of his pointed teeth. You are many things, Harry Potter. Nobody is not one of them. Then Harry would wake up in his cupboard, and the lessons would fade like morning mist, leaving only impressions, feelings of knowledge he couldn't quite articulate, instincts he couldn't explain. He didn't know that the dreams were real. He didn't know that every night, while his body slept on a thin mattress surrounded by cleaning supplies and broken toys, a goblin named Griphook was projecting himself through ancient magic, building the foundation for everything that was to come. He would learn. But not yet. Not quite yet. The morning of July 31st, 1985, began like every other morning at number 4, Privet Drive. Vernon Dursley descended the stairs at precisely 6:47 a.m., his footsteps making the cupboard door rattle in its frame. Harry, already awake, pressed himself against the far wall of his tiny space, a reflex so ingrained he didn't even think about it anymore. Up. Vernon's fist pounded the door twice. Get up. Breakfast won't cook itself. Harry was already dressed. He'd learned early that being slow meant being grabbed meant bruises, and bruises meant questions from teachers that the Dursleys had to deflect with careful lies. Better to be quick. Better to be invisible. He slipped out of the cupboard the moment Vernon's bulk had passed, moving toward the kitchen with practiced silence. Petunia was already there, setting out ingredients for the massive fry-up that was Vernon's daily requirement. She didn't look at Harry, never looked at him if she could help it, but her voice carried the familiar edge of cold instruction. Bacon first. Don't burn it this time. Harry took his position at the stove. At 4 years old, he was too short to reach the burners comfortably, so he stood on the wooden step stool they kept in the corner. The oil was already heating, spitting occasionally as moisture caught the flame. Dudley appeared in the doorway, still in his pajamas, already whining about something. At 4 years old, Dudley Dursley was roughly the size and shape of a young walrus, with approximately the same disposition. He took one look at Harry by the stove and his piggy eyes lit up with malicious glee. Freak's cooking, he announced. I don't want freak food. It'll make me sick. Don't be silly, Dudders. Petunia's voice went soft and sweet the way it only did when addressing her son. Harry's just helping. Mummy will make sure everything's perfect. Harry didn't respond. He'd learned that responding to Dudley only made things worse, gave the larger boy ammunition, drew Petunia's attention, risked Vernon's explosive temper. Better to be silent. Better to be invisible. The bacon sizzled. Harry watched it carefully, turning each strip at exactly the right moment, keeping the heat steady. It was one of the few tasks he was trusted with, and he took a private pride in doing it well, even if no one would ever acknowledge it. Breakfast passed in the usual pattern. Vernon ate enough for 3 men while reading his newspaper and complaining about politics. Dudley demanded seconds, thirds, fourths, and threw a tantrum when Petunia finally cut him off. Harry ate his single piece of toast standing by the sink, ready to wash dishes the moment the family finished. He didn't know it was his birthday. The Dursleys had never mentioned the date, and he'd never thought to ask. He knew other children had birthdays. Dudley's were legendary, sprawling affairs with mountains of presents and armies of equally spoiled guests, but he'd assumed, in the vague way children assume things, that birthdays were something that happened to normal people. Not to freaks. Not to him. The day proceeded along its usual tracks. Dudley was taken to his playgroup by Petunia, leaving Harry alone with a list of chores and strict instructions not to touch anything, talk to anyone, or exist too loudly. He swept the floors. He weeded the garden. He organized the pantry and scrubbed the bathroom and completed a dozen other tasks that no 4-year-old should have known how to do. By noon, he was exhausted, his small hands raw and his back aching from work that would have tired an adult. But he was also alone. This was the best part of his days, the hours when the Dursleys were gone and the house was his. Not truly his, never that, but close enough. He could walk through rooms without fear. Could look at things without being screamed at. Could pretend, just for a little while, that he was a normal boy in a normal house with a normal life. Today, the pretending felt different. Harry stood in the living room, surrounded by photographs of the Dursley family, Vernon and Petunia's wedding, Dudley at various ages, aunts and uncles and cousins he'd never met. None of him. Not a single image in the entire house that acknowledged his existence. He should have been used to it. He was used to it. But today, something stirred in his chest, a feeling he couldn't name, hot and tight and dangerous. You are many things, Harry Potter. Nobody is not one of them. The dream teacher's voice echoed in his memory. Harry frowned, trying to remember where he'd heard those words, trying to hold on to the feeling of knowing something important. The photographs rattled in their frames. Harry's eyes widened. He stepped back, but the rattling continued, grew stronger, and then, with a sound like breaking ice, every single photograph in the room lifted off its surface and hung suspended in midair. No, Harry whispered. No, 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 he didn't know what was happening, but he knew it was wrong. Knew the Dursleys would blame him for it. Knew that if they saw this, if anyone saw this, the photographs dropped. Harry caught them. Not with his hands were pressed against his mouth in terror, but with something else. Something inside him that reached out and held them in place, lowering them gently back to their original positions. For a long moment, he stood frozen, heart pounding, waiting for the sky to fall. Nothing happened. The house was silent. The photographs were exactly where they'd been before. And Harry. Harry felt something shifting inside him. Something waking up. Good, a voice said, and for once it wasn't in a dream. It was right there, right behind him, spoken aloud in a voice like gravel sliding down a mountainside. Very good. You're ready. Harry spun around. A small gray-skinned figure stood in the middle of the Dursleys' living room, watching him with sharp eyes and sharper teeth. He wore a suit of some kind, dark leather and brass buttons, and he held himself with the casual confidence of someone who was exactly where he was supposed to be. Who? Harry's voice came out as a squeak. What? My name is Griphook, the figure said. I've been teaching you for 3 years, though you probably don't remember most of it. I'm a goblin. And I'm here to take you home. Harry should have been afraid. Later, he would marvel at this, at the fact that a strange creature had appeared in his aunt's living room and his first instinct hadn't been to scream or run or hide. But in that moment, looking at Griphook's unfamiliar face, all he felt was recognition. You're the teacher, he said slowly. From my dreams. I am. Griphook's sharp smile softened slightly. Though dreams isn't quite accurate. It's a form of magical projection, a way of communicating across distances. I've been preparing you for this day since you were 1 year old. Preparing me for what? For everything. Griphook moved toward the window, peering through the curtains at the street outside. We don't have much time. Dumbledore's monitoring spells will have detected my entry. I've masked them temporarily, but the mask won't hold forever. We need to leave before anyone notices you're gone. Leave? Harry's head was spinning. I can't leave. Aunt Petunia said, Petunia Dursley has no authority over you. Griphook's voice went hard. She never did. You were placed here against the laws of both goblin and wizard, and we're here to correct that mistake. He turned back to face Harry, and his expression was grave. I know this is confusing. I know you have questions, hundreds of them, probably. But I need you to trust me, Harry. Just for the next few hours. Can you do that? Harry looked at the goblin, really looked at him, the way he'd been taught to look at people in the dream lessons. To read their posture, their expressions, the 1,000 small signals that revealed truth or deception. Griphook stood straight, shoulders back, eyes steady. No fidgeting, no averted gaze, no micro-expressions of guilt or deception. He radiated certainty the way Vernon radiated anger, totally, naturally, as if doubt had never occurred to him. "Okay," Harry said. "I trust you." Griphook's smile returned. "Then let's go home." The extraction had been planned for 3 years. Ragnarok had assigned his best minds to the problem: how to retrieve the king from under Dumbledore's blood wards without triggering alarms, without violating treaties, without starting a war that the goblins couldn't yet win. The solution had come from an unexpected source. The wards protect against entry, a young cursebreaker named Thornback had said during a planning session. But they were designed to keep dark wizards out, not to keep the boy in. If he leaves voluntarily, if he walks out under his own power, with no coercion, the wards won't stop him, Ragnarok had finished, seeing the shape of it immediately. They'll recognize his right to depart. But he's a child. Dumbledore must have considered that. Dumbledore considered that a child raised by Muggles would never have the knowledge or motivation to leave. He didn't consider that we might give him that knowledge ourselves. And so the dream teaching had begun. 3 years of careful preparation, building trust with a boy who had no reason to trust anyone, teaching him about a world he didn't know existed, waiting for the day when his magic would mature enough to make the extraction possible. That day had come. Harry walked out of number 4, Privet Drive at 12:47 p.m. on July 31, 1985. He didn't pack a bag, had nothing worth packing, and didn't look back. Griphook walked beside him, invisible to Muggle eyes, guiding him toward the apparition point they'd established at the edge of the neighborhood. "Will they notice I'm gone?" Harry asked as they walked. "Not immediately. There's an illusion in place, they'll see a version of you doing chores, keeping quiet, being invisible. Exactly what they expect." Griphook's voice carried a note of contempt. "It won't last forever, but it doesn't need to. By the time Dumbledore realizes what's happened, you'll be somewhere he can't reach." "What about the protection?" Aunt Petunia said, "The blood wards will fall eventually. Months, maybe a year." Griphook stopped walking, turning to face Harry with unusual intensity. "I'm not going to lie to you, Harry. There are dangers in the path we're taking. Enemies who want you dead or controlled. Challenges that would break most grown wizards. But there's also freedom. Training. A life that's actually yours to live." He paused. "Is that what you want?" Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About the endless chores and the constant fear and the absolute certainty that he didn't belong. He thought about the dream lessons, the feeling of learning, growing, becoming something more than what the Dursleys said he was. "Yes," he said. "It's what I want." "Then take my hand. This is going to feel strange." Harry took Griphook's hand, and the world twisted itself inside out. Apparition, Harry decided, was the worst feeling he'd ever experienced. It was like being squeezed through a tube too small for his body, while simultaneously falling and spinning and being turned upside down. His ears popped, his eyes watered, and for one horrible moment he was certain he was going to be sick all over Griphook's polished boots. Then it was over, and they were somewhere else entirely. The first thing Harry noticed was the darkness. Not the darkness of his cupboard, that had been cramped and dusty and somehow thin. This darkness was vast. Deep. He could feel space around him in all directions, space that went on and on without end. The second thing he noticed was the magic. It was everywhere, pressing against his skin like warm water, filling his lungs with each breath. He'd never felt anything like it, hadn't known he could feel magic at all, but once he was aware of it, he couldn't imagine not being aware. It was like discovering he'd been deaf his whole life and suddenly being able to hear. "Gringotts," Griphook said, watching Harry's face with something like satisfaction. "The deep vaults. Welcome to your inheritance, your majesty." "Your Majesty? We have much to discuss." Griphook began walking, his footsteps echoing in the vast darkness. "But first, let me show you something." Harry followed, his eyes slowly adjusting to the low light. They were in a corridor of some kind, rough-hewn stone walls, floor worn smooth by centuries of passage. Torches flickered at irregular intervals, casting shadows that moved in ways shadows shouldn't move. After several minutes of walking, they emerged into a chamber. Harry stopped breathing. The space was enormous, a cavern carved from living rock, its ceiling lost in darkness far above. But that wasn't what caught his attention. What caught his attention was the gold. Mountains of it. Literal mountains, rising from the chamber floor like geological formations. Gold coins and gold bars and gold artifacts, piled high enough to dwarf the buildings of Little Whinging. And scattered among the gold were other things, jewels that pulsed with inner light, weapons that seemed to watch him as he entered, books and scrolls and objects that defied description. "The Potter family vault," Griphook said. Combined with the Peveril, Gryffindor, and Black inheritances, plus several others claimed through the right of conquest. Approximately 400 million galleons in liquid assets, plus an estimated 2 billion in artifacts, properties, and business holdings. Harry's mouth moved, but no sound came out. "This is yours," Griphook continued. "All of it. Has been since the night you defeated the Dark Lord Voldemort, when you were 15 months old." "I defeated, what?" Griphook's smile was sharp but kind. "As I said. We have much to discuss." They talked for hours. Or rather, Griphook talked and Harry listened, his mind struggling to contain the flood of information pouring into it. He learned about his parents, about James Potter the prankster and Lily Evans the brilliant, about their love and their war and their deaths. He learned about Voldemort, the monster who had killed them, and the prophecy that had made Harry his target. He learned about the killing curse that should have ended his life, and the sacrifice that had turned it back, and the moment of impossible magic that had transformed an infant into a conqueror. "The right of conquest," Griphook explained. "One of the oldest laws in Goblin tradition. When a wizard defeats another in magical combat, they claim everything the loser possessed. Wealth, titles, magical inheritances. Voldemort spent 50 years accumulating power through conquest, and in a single moment, you took it all from him. But I was a baby. Magic doesn't care about age. It cares about power, and will, and the currents of destiny that flow beneath the surface of reality." Griphook's voice was serious. "You were marked as his equal, Harry. The prophecy said so, and the magic confirmed it. On that night, in that moment, you were exactly powerful enough to defeat him. And so you did." Harry sat in silence, trying to process. The chamber around them had changed, they'd moved from the vault to a smaller room, comfortably furnished with chairs and tables and shelves of books. It looked almost like a study, if studies were carved from underground granite and lit by magical crystals. "You said I'm a king," he said finally. "What does that mean?" "It means that by our laws older than Gringotts, older than Hogwarts, older than Wizarding Britain itself, you hold the title of King of Magic. The last wizard to bear that title was Merlin, over 1,000 years ago. He refused the crown." Griphook paused, watching Harry's face carefully. "We don't know yet if you will do the same. I'm 4 years old. You are. And you'll be much older before anyone expects you to make that decision." Griphook leaned forward, his sharp eyes intent. "But in the meantime, Harry, you need to be prepared. Trained. The wizarding world doesn't know about your titles yet, most of them, anyway, but they will eventually. And when they do, there will be those who want to control you, and those who want to destroy you, and very few who simply want to help you. Which are you?" It was a bold question for a 4-year-old. Griphook's smile widened. "Clever boy. Never lose that instinct." He sat back in his chair. "The Goblin Nation wants an ally. For centuries, we've been treated as second-class citizens in the magical world, useful for our banking, distrusted for everything else. We see in you an opportunity to change that. A king who remembers that it was goblins who protected him when his own kind abandoned him. So you're using me. Everyone will try to use you, Harry. That's what power attracts. The question isn't whether people have ulterior motives, everyone does, but whether their motives align with your interests. Griphook spread his hands. Our motives are transparent. We want a stronger position in magical society. We believe that helping you achieve your potential is the best way to get it. Does that make us your enemies? Harry thought about it. Really thought, the way the dream lessons had taught him, considering angles, weighing motivations, trying to see the shape of truth behind the words. No, he said finally. It makes you honest. Then we understand each other. Griphook rose from his chair. Come. There's someone else who wants to meet you. The director's office was nothing like Harry had imagined. He hadn't really known what to imagine, his exposure to offices was limited to the glimpses he'd caught of Vernon's home workspace, but whatever he'd expected, it wasn't this. The room was vast, carved from obsidian so dark it seemed to absorb light. The furniture was sparse but elegant, a massive desk, several chairs, a few shelves holding books and artifacts. And behind the desk sat a goblin who made Griphook look young. Harry Potter. Ragnar's voice was deep and rough, like stones grinding together. I've waited a long time for this meeting. You're the director, Harry said, remembering his lessons. The leader of Gringotts. Among other things. Please, sit. Ragnar gestured to a chair that was, Harry noticed, sized for a human rather than a goblin. We have matters to discuss. Harry sat, feeling suddenly small in a way that had nothing to do with his age. Ragnar radiated power the way the sun radiated light, not aggressive, not threatening, but utterly undeniable. This was someone who had commanded armies, negotiated with kings, shaped the destiny of nations. And he was looking at Harry like he was the most important thing in the world. I'm going to tell you something, Ragnar said, that very few people know. The night Voldemort attacked your family, I felt it. Here, in this office, 1,000 miles away. The magic that moved through the world when you defeated him was so vast, so fundamental, that it shook the foundations of Gringotts itself. Griphook told me about the vaults. The inheritances. The vaults are important. The inheritances more so. But what matters most is what they represent. Ragnar leaned forward, his ancient eyes intent on Harry's face. Power, Harry. Not just magical power, though you have plenty of that. Political power. Economic power. The ability to shape events, influence decisions, change the course of history. I'm 4 years old. You are. And I'm 347. We both have growing to do. Ragnar's thin lips curved into something that might have been a smile. The question is, what kind of growing? Harry didn't answer. He could feel that the question was rhetorical, that Ragnar was building towards something. There are those who want you weak, the director continued. Dumbledore, for all his reputation, has placed you in a home where you were neglected at best, abused at worst. He wants a weapon he can control, a boy so grateful for rescue that he'll do whatever his savior tells him. Is that true? I believe so. I could be wrong, Dumbledore's motives are rarely simple, but the evidence supports my interpretation. Ragnar spread his hands. The question for you is, do you want to be someone's weapon? Or do you want to be your own master? Harry thought about the cupboard. About the endless chores and the constant fear and the way the Dursleys looked at him, when they bothered to look at all, like he was something dirty that had somehow gotten into their clean house. He thought about power. About the mountains of gold in the vault, and the titles Griphook had described, and the weight of history pressing down on his small shoulders. My own master, he said. Ragnar's smile widened, showing teeth that looked sharp enough to bite through steel. Then let's begin your education. The training started the next day. Harry had expected something like school, sitting at desks, reading books, listening to lectures. What he got was closer to warfare. Combat first, Ragnarok had explained. Everything else builds on it. A king who cannot defend himself is not a king, he's a target. His instructor was a goblin named Warblade, and Harry hated him almost immediately. Warblade was old, scarred, and carried himself like a coiled spring. He looked at Harry the way Vernon looked at an unexpected expense, with cold calculation and no warmth whatsoever. "You're soft," he said, within seconds of their first meeting. "Weak. Human. I've seen puppies with more muscle tone. I'm 4. Old enough to hold a blade. Old enough to learn." Warblade threw something at Harry, a wooden stick, roughly the size and shape of a short sword. "Pick it up." Harry picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, awkward in his small hands. "Now attack me." "What?" "Attack me." Warblade hadn't moved, hadn't drawn a weapon, stood with his hands at his sides like he was waiting for a bus. "Show me what you can do." Harry lunged. 3 seconds later, he was on his back, the wooden sword clattering across the training floor. He hadn't seen Warblade move. One moment the goblin was standing still, the next Harry was staring at the ceiling with his arm twisted painfully behind him. Pathetic. Warblade released him and stepped back. Again. Harry got up. Attacked again. Was thrown again, harder this time. Again. The pattern repeated itself for an hour. Harry lost count of the number of times he was thrown, tripped, disarmed, and humiliated. By the end of the session, his whole body ached and his pride was in tatters. "You're slow," Warblade said, standing over Harry's prone form. "You telegraph your movements. You have no sense of distance or timing. You flinch before contact and you don't protect your center line." "I'm 4 years old," Harry said again, because it seemed important to remind everyone of this fact. "And Voldemort was over 70 when you defeated him. Age is an excuse, not a reason." Warblade turned away. "Same time tomorrow. Don't be late." He walked out without another word. Harry lay on the training room floor for several minutes, staring at the ceiling, wondering what he'd gotten himself into. Then he got up, retrieved the wooden sword, and started practicing the movements Warblade had used against him. If he was going to be thrown around like a ragdoll, he was at least going to understand how it was being done. The weeks became months. The months became years. Harry's life at Gringotts fell into a rhythm unlike anything he'd experienced before. Mornings were for combat training, first with Warblade, then with other instructors who specialized in different styles. Afternoons were for magical education, theory first, then practical application as his power developed. Evenings were for politics, history, and the endless complexities of magical society. He didn't live in the deep vaults permanently. Ragnarok had arranged a rotation of safe houses and allied families, places where Harry could experience the world above while remaining hidden from Dumbledore's searchers. He spent weeks at a time with the Greengrasses, the Longbottoms, the Bones family, learning different perspectives, building relationships, seeing how various magical households functioned. But Gringotts remained his base. His home, insofar as he had one. And gradually, almost without noticing, he began to change. The small, malnourished boy who had emerged from a cupboard became something different. His body hardened with constant training. His mind sharpened with endless study. The timid child who flinched at loud noises was replaced by something quieter and more dangerous, someone who watched, waited, and calculated before acting. "You're improving," Warblade told him, 2 years into their training. This was unprecedented, the old warrior never complimented anyone. "Your footwork is still sloppy and your counterattacks lack commitment, but you're not completely useless anymore." "High praise," Harry said dryly. Warblade's scarred face twitched in what might have been amusement. "It is, actually. I've trained warriors for 150 years. Most of them couldn't match your progress in twice the time. Is that because I'm talented or because I'm desperate? Both. Neither. Warblade picked up a training blade, testing its weight. You have something most students lack, Harry Potter. A reason. You're not learning to fight because you want glory or because someone told you to. You're learning because you understand, in your bones, that there are people who want you dead. That seems like a normal motivation. It's not. Most people can't sustain that kind of awareness. It burns them out, makes them paranoid, drives them to either paralysis or recklessness. Warblade's dark eyes studied Harry intently. You found a balance. Fear without panic. Awareness without obsession. It's rare. Harry thought about the cupboard. About lying awake in the darkness, listening to the Dursleys' house creak and groan, knowing that tomorrow would bring more of the same, more work, more contempt, more of the endless grinding certainty that he didn't matter. He'd been afraid then. But fear hadn't broken him. It had taught him to be quiet, patient, observant. To survive. The Dursleys trained me first, he said. You're just refining their work. Warblade's expression flickered, something that might have been respect, or might have been pity. Then let's honor their contribution. Attack me. Full speed. No holding back. Harry attacked. And for the first time in 2 years of training, Warblade had to work to stop him. The rivalry with Grimbolt started over lunch. Harry was 6 years old, eating in the trainee refectory, a hall carved from granite where young goblins took their meals between combat sessions. He was the only human present, which was nothing new. After 2 years in Gringotts, he'd grown used to being the outsider. But today, someone decided to make an issue of it. Human. The word cut through the ambient noise like a blade. You're in my seat. Harry looked up from his meal. A young goblin stood over him, not much older than Harry, relatively speaking, but bigger and clearly accustomed to getting his way. His armor was polished to a mirror shine, and his expression radiated contempt. I don't see a name on it. I don't need a name. Everyone knows this is my table. My section. My place. The goblin leaned closer, showing teeth that hadn't yet developed their adult sharpness. Your kind doesn't belong here, human. I don't care what the director says. You're not one of us. Harry set down his fork carefully. He could feel the attention of the room focusing on their confrontation, dozens of young goblins watching to see how the human would respond. What's your name? Grimbolt. Son of Grimjaw, of the Bloodiron clan. The young goblin puffed up with pride. My family has served Gringotts for 19 generations. We were warriors when your ancestors were still painting themselves blue. I'm sure they're very proud. Harry stood, and found that he was almost exactly Grimbolt's height. The training had added muscle to his frame, and he'd grown several inches since arriving at Gringotts. I'm Harry Potter. I've been training here for 2 years. And I'm not moving. Grimbolt's eyes widened slightly, whether at the name or the defiance, Harry couldn't tell. Then his expression hardened into something ugly. Potter. The human king. He spat the word like it tasted bad. You think a title makes you worthy? You think killing one dark wizard means you belong among true warriors? I think I've earned my place at this table the same way everyone else has. By showing up every day and taking whatever Warblade throws at me. Warblade trains you out of duty to the director. Not because you deserve it. Maybe. Harry felt something cold settling into his chest, the calm that came before combat, the clarity that turned fear into focus. Why don't we find out? The refectory went silent. Grimbolt's eyes darted around the room, reading the attention of their peers. He was trapped now. Refusing the challenge would mean losing face, accepting it would mean fighting an opponent he didn't know. He chose to fight. Training ring. 1 hour. Blunted blades. Grimbolt's voice was harsh. I'm going to teach you what it means to face a real goblin warrior. I'll be there. Harry sat back down and resumed eating. His hands were steady, his breathing was calm, and his heart was pounding hard enough to crack his ribs. 1 hour. Time to prepare. Word spread quickly. By the time Harry reached the training ring, the chamber was packed with spectators, young goblins who'd heard about the challenge, older warriors who wanted to see what the human could do, and a few faces that Harry recognized as Ragnarok's advisors. Griphook was waiting for him outside the ring. "You don't have to do this," he said quietly. "It's not too late to back down. No one would think less of you, you're still a child, and Grimbolt comes from one of the premier warrior families. Everyone would think less of me. Including myself." Harry stretched his shoulders, loosening muscles that had gone tight with anticipation. "I need to do this, Griphook. I need to know if I'm actually learning, or just going through the motions. And if you lose? Then I learn something from that too." Griphook's sharp face softened slightly. "You sound like a goblin. I've had good teachers." Harry entered the ring. Grimbolt was already waiting, a blunted short sword in each hand. His stance was textbook perfect, weight balanced, center line protected, blades ready to strike or defend. He moved like someone who'd been training since he could walk. Which, Harry reminded himself, was almost certainly true. "Last chance, human." Grimbolt's voice carried across the silent chamber. "Yield now and walk away with your dignity intact. I'll take my chances." Harry drew his own weapon, a single blunted blade, longer than Grimbolt's but not as easily maneuvered. "Ready when you are." Grimbolt attacked. He was fast, faster than anyone Harry had faced except Warblade himself. His dual blades wove patterns that seemed designed to confuse, to distract, to create openings where none existed. Harry found himself retreating almost immediately, blocking strikes that came from angles he couldn't predict. But he didn't panic. 2 years of being thrown around by Warblade had taught him something valuable: how to survive when outmatched. He gave ground deliberately, keeping his blade between himself and Grimbolt's attacks, waiting for the pattern to reveal itself. And it did. Grimbolt was aggressive, precise, technically flawless, but he was also predictable. Every combination followed the same structure. Every attack aimed for the same target areas. He fought like someone who'd studied combat from books and training dummies, not from actual opponents who didn't follow the rules. Harry waited for his moment. It came 30 seconds into the fight, when Grimbolt overcommitted to a high strike. His right blade swept toward Harry's head, and for just an instant, his center line was open. Harry moved. Not backward, forward. Into the attack, under Grimbolt's guard, close enough to smell the leather of the young goblin's armor. His elbow cracked against Grimbolt's jaw. His blade swept down, hooking behind Grimbolt's knee. And suddenly the superior warrior was on the ground, with Harry's sword point pressed against his throat. The chamber erupted. Harry barely heard the noise. His focus was entirely on Grimbolt, on the shock and fury in the young goblin's eyes, on the decision that hung between them. He could press the point. Demand a formal surrender. Humiliate his rival in front of everyone who mattered. Or, Harry stepped back. Sheathed his sword. Extended a hand. "Good fight," he said. Grimbolt stared at him like he'd grown a second head. The shock in his eyes was slowly being replaced by something else, something that might have been respect, or at least the beginning of respect. "You cheated," he said. "That move, you didn't learn that from Warblade. I learned it from watching him use it on me. First week of training." Harry's hand was still extended. "You going to lie there all day, or are you going to get up?" A long moment. Then Grimbolt reached up and took Harry's hand. "Grimbolt," he said, as Harry pulled him to his feet. "Of the Blood-Iron clan. Apparently not as good a fighter as I thought." "Harry Potter. Of nowhere in particular. Better at getting beat up than fighting." Grimbolt's mouth twitched. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was close. "Again tomorrow? Same time." No crowds. Agreed. They shook hands, and something shifted between them, an enmity becoming something different. Not friendship, not yet. But the potential for it. Watching from the edge of the chamber, Ragnar allowed himself a small smile. The king was learning. The extraction's aftermath played out exactly as Ragnar had predicted. Dumbledore discovered Harry's absence 3 weeks after the fact. The illusion had been more effective than expected, and the Dursleys hadn't bothered to report anything unusual. When the old wizard finally realized what had happened, his response was immediate and furious. He went to the ministry first. Demanded that goblin guardianship be declared invalid. Argued that a human child couldn't possibly fall under non-human jurisdiction. The Wisengamot, after careful deliberation influenced heavily by Lord Greengrass and his allies, ruled that they had no authority over goblin succession law. The matter was outside their purview. Dumbledore went to the International Confederation next. Same arguments, same result. Magical law recognized goblin claims through right of conquest, and the right of conquest was older than any human institution. He tried diplomacy. Sent letters to Ragnar, requesting meetings. The director accepted them, was unfailingly polite, and gave nothing away. He tried leverage. Threatened restrictions on goblin banking activities. Ragnar responded by quietly reminding the ministry how much of their economy depended on Gringotts remaining functional. In the end, Dumbledore was left with a single option: wait. Harry would have to emerge eventually. He would have to take his place in wizarding society, attend Hogwarts, become part of the world his parents had died defending. And when that happened, Dumbledore would be there. Patient. Planning. Preparing his next move. What he didn't know, couldn't know, was that every one of his moves was being reported to Gringotts within hours. That a network of informants, built over centuries by goblin intelligence, tracked his every meeting, his every conversation, his every frustrated sigh in the privacy of his office. The chess game was being played on a board only one side could fully see. And the king was being protected by players Dumbledore had never bothered to understand. In the shadows beneath Gringotts, in vaults that hadn't been opened since the bank's founding, something else stirred. The goblin who had been monitoring Harry's fight with Grimbolt returned to his chambers with a troubled expression. He'd been watching the human child for 3 years now, reporting to parties that Director Ragnar didn't know about. The boy was progressing faster than expected. His magic was developing at a rate that defied normal patterns. And that fight, the instinctive, decisive way he'd ended it, showed something that the Watcher found deeply concerning. Leadership. Charisma. The ability to turn enemies into allies with a simple gesture. He pulled a piece of parchment from his desk, special parchment, enchanted to reach destinations that normal messages couldn't find. His hand trembled slightly as he wrote. The subject is developing ahead of schedule. Recommend accelerating contingency protocols. The king must not be allowed to reach full potential. Cardinal of Coin. He burned the parchment the moment the words faded, sending them to recipients scattered across magical Britain and beyond. Then he composed his face into its usual expression of professional neutrality and returned to his duties. The Covenant of Shadows had waited centuries for another king to rise. They would not make the same mistake twice. Harry celebrated his 7th birthday in the depths of Gringotts, surrounded by goblins and a handful of allied wizards. It was the first birthday party he'd ever had. There was cake, real cake, not the stale scraps he'd sometimes salvaged from Dudley's parties. There were presents, books, training weapons, artifacts from the Potter Vault that Ragnar thought he was ready to handle. There were guests who actually wanted him there, who smiled at him without ulterior motives, who sang, "Happy Birthday," in a mixture of English and gobbledygook. It was overwhelming. It was wonderful. It was almost too much to process. "You look like you're about to cry," Grimbolt observed, appearing at Harry's elbow with a plate of food. They'd been training together for months now, and something approaching friendship had developed between them. "Is this some kind of human emotional response I should be aware of?" "I've never had a birthday party before," Harry said, his voice rough. "The Dursleys. They didn't celebrate. Didn't acknowledge it. This is the first time anyone's ever." He couldn't finish the sentence. Grimbolt studied him for a long moment, then nodded once. "Goblins don't celebrate birthdays the way humans do. We mark achievements instead: first blood in combat, first successful negotiation, first time you outsmart a superior officer." His voice was gruff but not unkind. "But I understand the sentiment. Recognition matters. Being seen matters." "Yes." Harry wiped his eyes quickly, embarrassed. "It does. Then remember this feeling." Grimbolt's hand gripped Harry's shoulder briefly, a warrior's gesture of solidarity. "When you're king, when everyone wants something from you and no one just wants to celebrate you, remember that there are people who knew you before any of that. People who saw you when you were just a scrawny human child learning to fight. Is this your way of saying happy birthday?" "It's my way of saying don't let the title go to your head." Grimbolt showed his teeth in what Harry had learned to recognize as a grin. "Now come on. Warblade brought some kind of lethal-looking weapon he wants to show you, and I want to watch your face when you see it." Harry laughed, a real laugh, free and open, and followed his friend into the celebration. Behind them, unseen in the shadows, Griphook watched with a satisfied expression. The king was growing into his crown. Now they just had to keep him alive long enough to wear it. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The girl in the garden. Greengrass Manor sat at the edge of the Yorkshire moors like a predator waiting in tall grass. The estate had belonged to the family for 400 years, built on land that had seen Roman legions and Viking raiders and Norman conquerors. Its walls were grey stone weathered by centuries of northern wind, its windows narrow and watchful, its grounds sprawling across acres of carefully maintained wilderness that looked wild but was anything but. Harry had been told all of this during his preparation briefings. He'd memorized the manor's layout, studied the family's political alignments, learned the names and dispositions of everyone who might be present during his visit. 3 days of intensive cramming, all leading to this moment, standing at the manor's front gates at 9 in the morning, trying to convince himself that his heart wasn't about to pound out of his chest. "You'll be fine," Griphook said from beside him. The goblin was wearing an illusion that made him appear human, a necessary precaution for travel through magical Britain, but his voice was unchanged. "The Greengrasses are allies. They've been protecting your interests since the night you were born." "I know." Harry straightened his robes, new ones, cut to goblin specifications, dark green with silver embroidery that marked him as a member of no particular house. "That's what worries me. What if they've built up expectations I can't meet? Then you'll disappoint them, and they'll adjust their expectations, and life will continue." Griphook's tone was matter-of-fact. "You're 6 years old, Harry. No one expects you to be a finished product." "I feel like everyone expects me to be a finished product." "That's because you're perceptive. But perception isn't reality." Griphook gestured toward the gates, which had begun to swing open of their own accord. "Go. Learn. Make mistakes. That's what childhood is for." Harry took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and walked through the gates. The manor's entrance hall was designed to intimidate. Soaring ceilings, dark wood paneling, portraits of ancestors whose eyes followed visitors with undisguised suspicion. A grand staircase swept upward toward galleries lost in shadow. The air smelled of old magic and older money. Harry refused to be intimidated. He'd spent 2 years in Gringotts, walking halls that made this place look like a cottage. He'd trained under goblins who measured worth in blood and achievement, not architecture. And he'd read enough about the Greengrass family to know that this display was deliberate, a test, meant to separate those who could be cowed from those who couldn't. "Impressive," he said aloud, his voice steady. "My vault is bigger, though." A laugh echoed from somewhere above him. Harry looked up. A man was descending the staircase, tall, lean, with silver-streaked dark hair and the kind of face that revealed nothing unless he wanted it to. He wore robes of deep blue that probably cost more than most wizarding families earned in a year, and he moved with the easy confidence of someone who had never doubted his place in the world. Lord Greengrass. Harry bowed, not deeply, but correctly. The bow of an equal acknowledging an equal. Thank you for hosting me. Lord Potter. Cyrus Greengrass's bow matched Harry's exactly. Thank you for accepting the invitation. I've waited a long time for this meeting. Since the night I was born, according to Director Ragnarok. Before that, actually. I was at Gringotts when the vaults opened, when the succession stone activated. I saw your name burn itself into ancient granite. Cyrus's eyes studied Harry with undisguised interest. I've been wondering ever since what kind of man you would become. I'm not a man yet. I'm 6. You are. But you won't always be. Cyrus gestured toward a doorway leading off the entrance hall. Come. My wife has prepared tea, and there's someone who very much wants to meet you. Harry followed, wondering who that someone might be. He was about to find out. The morning room of Greengrass Manor was nothing like the entrance hall. Where the hall had been dark and imposing, this space was bright and warm. Large windows looked out over manicured gardens. Comfortable furniture clustered around a fireplace that crackled with cheerful flames. And seated in one of the chairs, her posture perfect despite her obvious tension, was a woman whose beauty was matched only by the sharpness of her gaze. Lady Greengrass. Harry bowed again. A pleasure to meet you. Lord Potter. Isolde Greengrass's voice was cool but not unfriendly. The pleasure is mine. Please, sit. Tea will be served shortly. Harry sat, accepting a cup from a house elf who appeared and vanished so quickly he barely registered its presence. The tea was excellent, better than anything he'd had at Gringotts, though he'd never admit that to Ragnarok. I understand you've been living among the goblins for the past 2 years, Isolde said. An unusual arrangement for a human child. Unusual circumstances require unusual solutions. Indeed. Her eyes flickered to her husband. Cyrus has told me a great deal about your situation. The titles, the inheritances, the political complications. Lady Greengrass, if I may be direct. By all means. You're not making small talk. You're evaluating me. Harry set down his teacup. You want to know if I'm worthy of whatever investment your family has made in my future. So why don't we skip the pleasantries and get to the point? Isolde's perfectly composed expression cracked slightly, a flicker of surprise, quickly controlled. You're not what I expected, she admitted. What did you expect? Someone more, childlike. Uncertain. The boy who lived of the newspapers, a symbol, not a person. I've never read the newspapers. And I try not to be anyone's symbol. Harry met her gaze steadily. I'm just trying to survive long enough to figure out what I actually want to be. A moment of silence. Then Isolde smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. I think, she said, that you're going to fit in here just fine. The door to the garden burst open, and chaos entered the room. She was small and blonde and absolutely furious. Harry's first impression was of motion, a whirlwind of ruffled dress and flying hair and outrage that seemed far too large for her tiny body. She stormed across the morning room like a force of nature, completely ignoring her parents' attempts to intercept her. You. She pointed at Harry, her blue eyes blazing. You're the one. Harry blinked. I'm the one what? The one they're making me marry. She said the word like it was the vilest curse she knew. I heard them talking. Father and the goblin. They signed a contract when I was a baby and now I have to marry you when I grow up and I didn't get any choice and it's not fair. She stopped about 2 feet from Harry's chair, breathing hard, her small hands clenched into fists at her sides. Daphne. Isolde's voice carried a warning. We discussed this. You were supposed to let us explain, you were supposed to tell me before you sold me like a brood mare. Daphne's voice cracked with anger and something that might have been hurt. I'm not property. I'm a person. Harry looked at the furious 5-year-old in front of him. He looked at Lord and Lady Greengrass, both wearing expressions of parental frustration and political embarrassment. He looked at the situation, which was rapidly deteriorating, and made a decision. You're right, he said. Daphne's tirade stopped mid-breath. What? You're right. It's not fair. Nobody should be forced to marry someone they didn't choose. Harry stood up from his chair, bringing himself closer to her eye level. I didn't ask for this contract either, you know. I was 15 months old when it was signed. I couldn't even say my own name, let alone consent to marriage. Then, you don't want to marry me? I don't know you. How could I want to marry someone I've never met? Harry spread his hands. I was told about the contract a year ago. The goblins explained that it's binding by their law, that both our families agreed to it, that it's supposed to be for our mutual benefit. But no one asked me if I wanted it. No one asked you either. Daphne's fury was wavering, replaced by confusion. So what do we do? I don't know. Harry glanced at her parents, then back at her. But I think we should figure it out together. Not as betrothed or whatever they call it. Just as, two kids who got stuck with something neither of us chose. Silence stretched through the morning room. Daphne studied Harry with suspicious eyes, looking for the trick, the manipulation, the hidden agenda. She didn't find one. Fine, she said finally. Her voice was still sharp, but some of the anger had drained out of it. But I'm not calling you Lord or Your Majesty or any of that rubbish. Wouldn't want you to. My name's Harry. Daphne. She didn't extend her hand, didn't smile, didn't offer any of the social pleasantries that pureblood children were trained to perform. And I still don't want to marry you. That's okay. I'll try not to take it personally. Something flickered in Daphne's eyes, surprise, maybe. Or the first stirring of respect. Come on, she said abruptly. If we're going to be stuck together, I might as well show you around. There's a hedge maze in the back garden and I bet I can find the center before you. Is that a challenge? It's a statement of fact. Keep up if you can. She turned and marched toward the garden door, clearly expecting him to follow. Harry looked at Lord and Lady Greengrass. Sirius was watching with something that might have been amusement. Isolde's expression was harder to read, relief mixed with calculation mixed with something that might have been maternal worry. Go on, Sirius said quietly. This is exactly what we hoped for. Harry went. The hedge maze was massive. 10-foot walls of densely packed greenery, paths that twisted and doubled back on themselves, dead ends designed to confuse and frustrate. The Greengrass family had been adding to it for generations, each lord leaving their own mark on the labyrinth's design. Daphne, it turned out, knew every inch of it. Left here, she called over her shoulder, already 10 yards ahead of Harry. Then right, then left again. If you go straight, you end up in the rosebush trap. There's a rosebush trap. Great-grandfather was paranoid. Daphne rounded another corner, her blonde hair streaming behind her. He put in all sorts of defenses. The roses have thorns that put you to sleep. The fountain in the north section sprays water that makes you forget where you are. And the statue of Aunt Belladonna will actually grab you if you get too close. Harry filed this information away as he ran, trying to keep pace with the smaller girl who seemed to move through the maze like she was born in it. Which, he supposed, she basically was. Why do you know all this? He asked, slightly out of breath. His goblin training had focused on combat and magic, not cross-country running. Isn't it supposed to be a puzzle? It is for guests. But I've been exploring since I could walk. Daphne slowed slightly, allowing Harry to catch up as they entered a long straightaway. Father says knowing your territory is the first rule of strategy. Mother says a lady should always have escape routes. Sounds like interesting parents. They are. They're also manipulative, secretive, and willing to sign their children away for political advantage. Daphne's voice carried an edge that hadn't fully healed. But I suppose that's normal for our kind. It's not normal for me. The people who were supposed to raise me, my aunt and uncle, they just ignored me. Pretended I didn't exist. Daphne glanced at him, her pace slowing further. Is that why you lived with the goblins? Partly. Also because they were the ones who actually wanted me. Who saw me as something more than a burden or a weapon or a symbol. Harry shrugged, uncomfortable with how much he was revealing. It's strange, isn't it? The goblins aren't even human, and they treated me more like a person than my own family did. That's... Daphne seemed to struggle for words. That's actually really sad. Maybe. But I'm not sad about it anymore. I have people who care about me now. Friends, teachers, allies. Harry managed a small smile. And apparently a betrothed who hates me. I don't hate you. Daphne's voice was grudging. I hate the situation. There's a difference. Is there? Of course there is. Hating you would mean I've made a judgment about who you are. Hating the situation just means I don't like being told what to do. She stopped walking, turning to face him in the middle of the maze. Do you understand the difference? Harry considered. You're saying you're willing to give me a chance. To see if I'm worth knowing, separate from all the political stuff. I'm saying I'm not going to decide you're terrible just because my parents chose you for me. That would be letting them control my opinions as well as my future. Daphne's chin lifted. I make my own judgments. That seems fair. It is fair. It's the fairest thing anyone could offer you. She studied him with those sharp blue eyes. The question is whether you can offer me the same thing. What do you mean? You're going to be king someday. Or lord of 8 houses. Or whatever title you end up with. Daphne's voice was steady but intense. People are going to see you as something special. Something more than human. And when they look at me, they're going to see your wife. Your consort. Your accessory. That's what will happen. I've seen it with my parents' friends. The wives who used to be powerful, interesting women, they become shadows of their husbands. Extensions of someone else's ambition. Her jaw tightened. I won't let that happen to me. If we're going to be stuck together, you need to understand that I'm going to be my own person. Not just Harry Potter's wife. Harry looked at the fierce 5-year-old in front of him, this small, angry, brilliant girl who was already fighting for her identity years before the battle would truly begin. He thought about his own struggles. The expectations. The pressure. The endless weight of being the boy who lived, the king of magic, the chosen one of a dozen different prophecies and political schemes. Okay, he said. Daphne blinked. Okay. I understand. And I agree. Harry extended his hand. Partners, not accessories. Equals, not subordinates. Whatever happens with the contract, whatever our parents planned, we'll figure it out ourselves. Together. Daphne stared at his hand like it might bite her. Then, slowly, she reached out and shook it. Partners, she said. Her grip was surprisingly strong. They found the center of the maze together. It wasn't a race anymore, somewhere along the way, without either of them noticing, it had become something else. A conversation. An exploration. The beginning of something that might, with time and care, become friendship. The center was a small garden within the garden. A fountain bubbled in the middle, surrounded by benches and flower beds that bloomed in colors that shouldn't have been possible in a Yorkshire autumn. Magic, obviously, but subtle magic, the kind that enhanced nature rather than replacing it. This is my favorite place in the whole manor, Daphne said, settling onto one of the benches. No one comes here except me. Even Father gets lost in the maze if he tries to find it. But you brought me here. You're different. She said it like a simple observation, not a compliment. Most people who come to the manor try to impress me. They talk about their families, their money, their plans for the future. They treat me like someone they need to win over. And I don't. You talk to me like I'm a person. Like my opinions actually matter. Daphne pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. That's rare. Even among the adults. Harry sat on the bench across from her, giving her space. I was taught that everyone has value. That the person sweeping the floor might be the one who saves your life someday, if you treat them with respect. Goblins taught you that? Goblins taught me a lot of things. Harry smiled at the memory. They're not like wizards think they are. Not greedy or treacherous or any of those things the history books say. They just have different priorities. Different ways of measuring worth. What ways? Achievement. Honor. Keeping your word, especially when it's hard. Harry leaned back, looking up at the unnaturally blue sky above the garden. Director Ragnarok told me once that goblins don't care what you are, human, goblin, house elf, whatever. They care what you do. What you accomplish. What you're willing to sacrifice for the things you believe in. That sounds exhausting. Sometimes. But it's also honest. No one pretends to respect you because of your name or your blood. You earn everything, or you don't get it at all. Daphne was quiet for a moment, processing this. Is that why you're not angry about the contract? I am angry about it. Or I was. Harry considered his words carefully. But being angry at you wouldn't accomplish anything. You didn't choose this any more than I did. We're both stuck in something our parents, or parent figures, decided for us. The only question is what we do with it. What do you want to do with it? Get to know you. See if we can actually be friends, real friends, not political allies pretending to like each other. Harry met her eyes. And if we can't, if we really can't stand each other after actually trying, then we figure out how to end the contract without destroying both our families. Is that possible? I don't know. I've been studying Goblin contract law, and it's complicated. But there are always loopholes, always escape clauses, always something that can be negotiated. Harry shrugged. Worst case, we pretend to be happily married in public and ignore each other in private. It's what most pure-blood couples do anyway. Daphne laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of her by his casual cynicism. You're strange, she said. I've never met anyone like you. Is that good or bad? I don't know yet. She stood up from the bench, brushing invisible dirt from her dress. But I'm willing to find out. She extended her hand. Harry took it, and they walked out of the secret garden together. The first week at Greengrass Manor established a pattern. Mornings were for lessons. Not the combat training Harry had grown used to at Gringotts. Daphne was too young for that, and the Greengrasses had different priorities anyway. Instead, they studied together, history, politics, the intricate dance of pure-blood society that Harry would need to navigate as Lord of 8 Houses. Daphne, it turned out, was brilliant. Not just clever, Harry had met plenty of clever people, but genuinely, startlingly intelligent. She absorbed information like a sponge, made connections that Harry missed, and asked questions that made their tutors pause and reconsider their own assumptions. Your daughter is remarkable, Harry told Sirius during their second week, after a lesson in which Daphne had systematically dismantled 300 years of accepted historical interpretation regarding the statute of secrecy. Why isn't she at school already? She's 5. Sirius's voice carried a note of parental pride that he didn't bother to hide. Besides, what school could challenge her? Hogwarts won't take her for another 6 years, and the private academies. He waved a dismissive hand. They teach compliance, not thought. The goblins would take her. Sirius went very still. What? There's no rule that says only humans can train at Gringotts. I'm there, and I'm human. Grimbold told me once that the director has considered opening the academy to exceptional non-goblins, building a generation of warriors who aren't limited by species prejudice. You're suggesting my daughter train with goblins? I'm suggesting she train with the best. Which, currently, is where I train. Harry met Sirius's eyes steadily. She's being wasted here, Lord Greengrass. Not because your tutors aren't good, they are, but because she needs challenges they can't provide. She needs peers who won't let her coast on being the smartest person in the room. Sirius studied Harry for a long moment. You've known my daughter for 2 weeks. I've known her for 2 weeks, and I can already see what she could become. Imagine what she'd be with proper training. Another silence. Then Sirius smiled, a genuine smile, not the political mask he usually wore. I'll speak with the director, he said. No promises. But I'll speak with him. Afternoons belonged to the garden. It became their ritual, after lessons, before dinner, they would escape into the grounds and explore. Not just the hedge maze, though that remained their favorite, but the entire estate. The orchards where magical fruits grew in defiance of season. The pond where mere people occasionally surfaced to trade gossip. The ancient oak at the property's heart, its trunk carved with runes that even Sirius didn't fully understand. My great-great-grandmother planted it, Daphne told Harry as they climbed its massive branches. The story says she was half-dryad, though no one admits it publicly. Embarrassing blood, you know. Non-human contamination. You don't sound embarrassed. Why would I be? If the story's true, it means I have magical heritage from before wizards even existed. That's not embarrassing, it's fascinating. Daphne settled onto a branch thick enough to hold them both, her legs dangling over empty space. But people in our world don't see it that way. They only care about pure bloodlines, proper marriages, keeping the magic clean. She made the word sound like an insult. The goblins think that's ridiculous, Harry said, finding a seat beside her. They track bloodlines too, but not for purity. For achievements. For what each ancestor contributed. That sounds healthier. It is. Though it means they never let you forget when someone in your family was a coward or a failure. The goblins have very long memories. Daphne laughed. So do we. We just pretend we don't. She turned to look at him, her expression curious. What's it like there? Really? Not the official version, the real one. Harry thought about it. How to describe Gringotts to someone who'd never experienced it? The vast underground chambers that felt more like home than any house above ground. The constant challenges, the demanding training, the strange pride that came from earning a goblin's respect. It's hard, he said finally. Harder than anything I've ever done. They don't believe in holding back, the goblins. If you can't handle something, they assume you need to try harder, not that they need to make it easier. That sounds terrible. It sounds terrible. But it's not. Because when you finally succeed, when you do something they said you couldn't do, there's no fake praise, no polite encouragement. They just nod and say, adequate, and move on to the next challenge. Harry smiled at the memory. And somehow, that adequate means more than all the compliments in the world. Daphne was quiet for a moment, absorbing this. I think I'd like it there. You would. You'd hate it at first, everyone does, but you'd like it. Harry looked out over the Greengrass grounds, feeling the weight of something he couldn't quite name. That's why I suggested it to your father. Because I think you're like me, Daphne. You need to be challenged. You need to earn things. You need to know that what you have, you got because you're good enough, not because someone gave it to you. Father said he'd talk to the director. I know. He also said you were the one who suggested it. That you advocated for me. Daphne's voice was strange, carefully controlled, hiding something beneath the surface. Why? Because we're partners. Harry turned to meet her eyes. That's what I said in the maze, remember? Partners, not accessories. That means I want you to succeed. I want you to be the best version of yourself. Because when we're both strong, we're stronger together. Daphne stared at him for a long moment. Then, abruptly, she leaned over and hugged him, a quick, fierce embrace that was over almost before it began. You're still strange, she said, pulling back. But I'm starting to think that's a good thing. Harry smiled. Does this mean you don't hate me anymore? I never hated you. Daphne started climbing back down the tree, her movements sure and practiced. I just wanted to see if you were worth knowing. And am I? She glanced back at him, her blue eyes unreadable. Ask me again in 10 years. Harry laughed and followed her down. The visit was supposed to last 2 weeks. It lasted a month. Then another month. Then another. What had started as a political arrangement, a chance for Harry to meet his betrothed under controlled circumstances, became something else entirely. The Greengrass Manor became a second home, a place where Harry could be a child in ways that Gringotts didn't allow. Where he could run and play and make mistakes without the weight of destiny pressing down on his shoulders. And Daphne became something he hadn't expected to find, a friend. A real friend, not a political ally or a training partner or a subordinate. Someone who challenged him, argued with him, refused to let him get away with excuses or self-pity. Someone who saw through the titles and the prophecies to the person underneath. You're still terrible at wizard's chess, she announced one evening, after defeating him for the 14th consecutive time. Your strategy is decent, but you sacrifice pieces too easily. In goblin chess, sacrifices are honored. It's a sign of courage to lose pieces for a greater goal. This isn't goblin chess. In wizard chess, the pieces fight back. Watch. She gestured at the board, where the remains of Harry's army were glaring at him reproachfully. Your own pieces don't trust you anymore. That's going to affect their performance. Chess pieces have opinions. Everything magical has opinions. The question is whether you pay attention to them. Daphne began resetting the board with practiced efficiency. Again. Are you ever going to let me win? When you deserve to win, you'll win. Until then, you learn. She fixed him with a stern look that was eerily reminiscent of Warblade. That's what training is, Harry. Losing until you understand why you're losing. Then losing some more until you figure out how to stop. You sound like my combat instructor. Your combat instructor sounds wise. Harry laughed. He sounds like a sadist. But he's good at what he does. They played through the evening, the chess pieces grumbling between moves about the caliber of their commanders. Somewhere in the middle of the third game, Harry realized he was happy, genuinely, uncomplicatedly happy, in a way he couldn't remember being before. This was what childhood was supposed to feel like. This was what he'd been missing all those years in the cupboard. Thank you, he said, the words emerging before he could stop them. Daphne looked up from the board. For what? For being my friend. For not treating me like a symbol or a weapon or a political opportunity. Harry met her eyes. For just letting me be Harry. Something flickered across Daphne's face, an emotion she quickly suppressed. You're being sentimental. Is that bad? It's inconvenient. I'm trying to crush you at chess, and you're getting emotional about friendship. But her voice was softer than usual, and she didn't quite meet his eyes. You're welcome. Now pay attention, your queen is about to do something stupid, and I refuse to accept a victory that easy. Harry paid attention. And somewhere in the back of his mind, he made a promise. Whatever happened with the contract, whatever their parents planned, whatever the future held, he would protect this. This friendship. This connection. This girl who had somehow become one of the most important people in his life. He would protect her the way the goblins had protected him. even if it meant fighting the entire wizarding world. The political situation, meanwhile, was deteriorating. Harry learned this during one of his periodic briefings with Griphook, who visited the manor every week to report on events and collect information. The goblin's expression was grimmer than usual as he laid out the situation. Dumbledore is escalating. He's filed formal challenges to the Goblin guardianship through 3 separate international bodies. The ICW is getting pressure from the British delegation, and some of our allies are starting to waver. Can he actually win? Unlikely. The legal foundation is solid, you came to us voluntarily, and the right of conquest protects our claim. But he's not trying to win in court. He's trying to create enough chaos that we're forced to compromise. What kind of compromise? Griphook's expression went flat. Shared custody. Part of the year with the goblins, part with a proper wizarding family of his choosing. Access to your education, your training, your development. No. The word came out harder than Harry intended. I'm not going back to that. I'm not letting him shape me into whatever he thinks I should be. We're aware of your position. The director shares it. Griphook paused. But there are factions within Gringotts who see this as an opportunity. Who think a compromise might serve goblin interests better than continued confrontation. What factions? I can't say. Not yet. The director is investigating, but... Griphook's voice dropped. Be careful, Harry. The enemies aren't all outside our walls. Harry absorbed this in silence. He'd known, intellectually, that not everyone in Gringotts supported his presence. There had been whispers, sidelong glances, occasional coldness from goblins he'd never met. But he'd assumed it was just prejudice, distrust of humans, resentment of outsiders. The idea that it might be something more organized was disturbing. Is there anything I can do? Stay alert. Trust your instincts. And don't be alone if you can help it. Griphook's sharp eyes met his. You've made allies among us, Harry. Grimbold, some of the other trainees. The director himself. But allies aren't the same as friends, and friendship isn't the same as safety. I understand. Do you? Griphook leaned forward. You're the key to something larger than yourself. Multiple factions are moving pieces around you, the goblins, Dumbledore, the Ministry, and others you don't even know about yet. Every alliance you make, every friendship you form, changes the game in ways that ripple outward. Be careful who you trust. Be careful who you love. Is this about Daphne? It's about everything. Griphook rose, signaling the end of the briefing. The Greengrass girl is clever, and from what I've observed, genuinely attached to you. That makes her valuable, and vulnerable. Don't forget that when you're playing chess in the garden. He was gone before Harry could respond. That evening, Harry told Daphne everything. They were in their usual spot, the secret garden at the center of the maze, watching the stars appear in a sky that was rapidly darkening toward night. Harry had debated with himself for hours about whether to share Griphook's warning, about whether it was fair to burden a 5-year-old with political complications. But she wasn't just any 5-year-old. She was his partner. So there are goblins who don't want you there, Daphne said slowly, processing. And they might be working with someone outside. Someone who wants to get you away from Gringotts. That's what Griphook thinks. That's terrifying. But her voice was steady, analytical. Who benefits if you're not with the goblins? Dumbledore, obviously. He wants me under his control. But Dumbledore's playing the political game. Filing challenges, lobbying allies. That's not the same as infiltrating Gringotts. Daphne pulled her knees up to her chest, her thinking pose. Who else? I don't know. The Ministry maybe. Some of the old families who are afraid of what a king of magic might mean for their power. Maybe. But that's still political. Legal challenges, public pressure, that sort of thing. Daphne's eyes were distant, working through the problem. What Griphook's describing is different. It's inside. Hidden. That's not how politicians work, they want everyone to know they're powerful. This sounds more like. Like what? Like a conspiracy. She looked at him, her expression troubled. Father talks about them sometimes. Groups that work in the shadows, manipulating events without anyone knowing they're there. He says most of the rumors are nonsense, but some of them. Some of them what? Some of them go back centuries. Organizations that were old when the ministry was founded. That have members in every major institution, pulling strings that most people never see. Daphne shivered, though the evening wasn't cold. He calls them the Shadow Court. Mother says it's just a story to scare children. But your father doesn't think so. Father doesn't dismiss anything until he's proven it's not real. It's why he survived as long as he has. Daphne met Harry's eyes. You should talk to him. Tell him what Griphook said. If there's really a conspiracy, Father will know how to investigate. Harry considered this. Cyrus Greengrass had been nothing but helpful since his arrival, had opened his home, facilitated his education, treated him with respect. But Griphook's warning echoed in his mind, be careful who you trust. What if your father is part of it? The words hung in the air between them. Daphne's expression flickered, hurt, anger, and then something colder. If father is part of it, she said quietly, then I need to know. And so do you. Either way, asking him is the right move. Either he helps us, or he reveals himself. She lifted her chin. And if he's not what I think he is? I'd rather find out now than after it's too late. Harry stared at her, struck by the steel beneath her words. This wasn't a child speaking, this was someone who understood the stakes, who was willing to sacrifice her own certainties for the truth. You're remarkable, he said. Do you know that? I'm practical. But a small smile tugged at her lips. Come on. Let's go find father before dinner. If we're going to poke at conspiracies, we might as well do it on a full stomach. The conversation with Cyrus was both reassuring and terrifying. They found him in his study, a room filled with books and maps and the accumulated detritus of a lifetime in politics. He listened without interruption as Harry relayed Griphook's warning, his face revealing nothing of his thoughts. When Harry finished, Cyrus was quiet for a long moment. The Covenant of Shadows, he said finally. Harry and Daphne exchanged glances. You know them? I know of them. Rumors, mostly. Implications. The kind of patterns that only become visible when you've been watching for decades. Cyrus rose from his chair, moving to a cabinet against the far wall. The Covenant is old, older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry. They've been manipulating magical society for centuries, always from the shadows, always through intermediaries. What do they want? That's the question no one can answer. Cyrus withdrew a folder from the cabinet, thick, stuffed with parchments of varying ages. I've been collecting information on them for 20 years. Fragments. Rumors. The occasional verifiable fact. But their goals remain obscure. Why haven't you told anyone? Who would believe me? I have no proof, only patterns, only suspicions. And the Covenant is very good at eliminating those who get too close to the truth. Cyrus set the folder on his desk, his expression grave. The last wizard who publicly claimed the Covenant existed was found dead 3 days later. Officially, it was an accident. Unofficially. He didn't need to finish the sentence. So they're real, Daphne said. And they have people inside Gringotts. It would make sense. The goblins control too much of the magical economy to be ignored. A properly placed agent could influence financial policy, diplomatic relations, even military decisions. Cyrus looked at Harry. And if they're aware of your existence, of your potential, they would certainly want to control or eliminate you. Why? Because the last king of magic nearly destroyed them. Sirius's voice was flat. That's the one thing all the legends agree on. Merlin, or whoever he really was, fought a war against the Covenant. He didn't win, exactly, but he weakened them enough that they've been rebuilding ever since. They remember what a king can do. And they're not going to let another one rise unchecked. Harry felt cold despite the fire burning in the grate. So I'm a target. You've been a target since the night you survived. The Dark Lord was dangerous because he was powerful, ambitious, and murderous. But you're dangerous for a different reason. You represent something they thought they'd eliminated. A check on their power. A potential rallying point for their enemies. What can we do? For now. Be careful. Be alert. And build your alliances while you can. Sirius met Harry's eyes steadily. The Covenant moves slowly, they've learned patience over centuries. They won't strike until they're certain of success. That gives us time. Time to prepare, to investigate, to identify their agents. And then we fight. Sirius's smile was thin as a blade. This is what I've been waiting for, Harry. The chance to take the war to them instead of just surviving their machinations. With your resources and my intelligence network, we might actually have a chance. You've been planning this, Harry realized. The betrothal, the alliance with the goblins, bringing me here, it's all been building toward this. I prefer to call it positioning. But yes. Sirius didn't look apologetic. I saw an opportunity when you were born, and I took it. The question is whether you're going to help me follow through. Harry thought about everything he'd learned. About the Covenant lurking in the shadows, about the goblins who might betray him, about the weight of destiny that seemed determined to crush him no matter which way he turned. Then he thought about Daphne, sitting beside him with her jaw set and her eyes fierce. About Grimbold, who had become his brother in all but blood. About Ragnarok, who had protected him when no one else would. About the people who had chosen him, not for his titles or his power, but for himself. I'll help, he said. But on one condition. Name it. No more secrets. Not between us, not about anything important. Harry's voice was steady despite his pounding heart. You want me as an ally? Then treat me like one. Tell me everything, the plans, the intelligence, the risks. Let me make informed decisions instead of just reacting to whatever you've arranged. Sirius studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he smiled, a real smile, the kind that reached his eyes. You're going to be a formidable king someday, he said. Agreed. No more secrets. They shook hands, and somewhere in the depths of the manor, something ancient and watchful noted the alliance that had just been forged. The Covenant's agent would have much to report. The months at Greengrass Manor stretched into a year, and then nearly 2. Harry divided his time between the estate and Gringotts, developing skills in both worlds. His combat training intensified under Warblade's merciless instruction. His political education deepened through long conversations with Sirius. And his friendship with Daphne grew into something that neither of them could quite name, not romance, not yet, but something more than simple friendship. He turned 7. Then 8. Daphne turned 6, then 7, and as promised, began her own training at Gringotts, proving herself every bit as exceptional as Harry had predicted. They trained together when their schedules aligned. Studied together when they were at the manor. And sometimes, in the quiet moments between obligations, they would sit in the secret garden and just talk, about nothing important, about everything that mattered. Do you think we'll actually get married someday? Daphne asked once, during their second summer together. They were lying on the grass, watching clouds drift across an impossibly blue sky. The contract says we will. That's not what I asked. I asked if you think we will. Harry considered the question seriously. He was 8 years old enough to understand what marriage meant, young enough that the concept still felt abstract and distant. I don't know, he admitted. A lot can happen before we're old enough for that. That's not an answer. It's the only honest one I have. Harry turned his head to look at her. What about you? What do you think? Daphne was quiet for a long moment. I think I wouldn't hate it. If it happened. She kept her eyes on the sky, avoiding his gaze. You're my best friend, Harry. You're the only person who's ever treated me like I'm worth something besides my family name. If I have to marry someone, you wouldn't be the worst choice. Wouldn't be the worst choice. That's practically a love confession. Don't push your luck. But she was smiling, and when Harry reached over to take her hand, she didn't pull away. They lay there in comfortable silence, two children on the edge of something they didn't yet understand, while the shadow of the covenant lengthened around them. The first strike came on Harry's 8th birthday. He was at Gringotts, celebrating with a small gathering of allies and friends. Grimbold was there, and Ragnarok, and a handful of other goblins who had come to respect the human king in their midst. The atmosphere was warm, celebratory, a rare moment of unguarded joy in a life that rarely allowed for such things. The attack came from below. The first warning was the shaking, a deep, grinding tremor that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Then the screaming started, the alarms, the sound of combat echoing through corridors that had been peaceful moments before. What's happening? Harry demanded, reaching for a weapon that wasn't there. Stay down. Grimbold shoved him behind an overturned table as the doors to the celebration chamber burst open. Goblins in unfamiliar armor poured through, their blades already bloody. The traitors had made their move. What followed was chaos, the kind of desperate, close-quarters violence that Harry had trained for but never experienced. Ragnarok was everywhere, cutting down attackers with a skill that belied his age. Grimbold fought beside Harry, protecting his flank with the fierce loyalty that had grown between them. Other loyalists rallied, forming defensive lines, buying time for evacuation. But the attackers kept coming. Too many. Too prepared. Someone had planned this carefully. We need to get you out. Grimbold shouted over the clash of weapons. There's an escape route, no. Harry's voice was hard. I'm not running while my people die. You're not dying for pride. It's not pride. It's responsibility. Harry picked up a fallen blade, too heavy for his small hands, but serviceable. I'm their king. That has to mean something. The battle turned in the next moment, not through strategy or skill, but through something that Harry barely understood. The magic that had slept inside him since the night he'd survived the killing curse, woke up. It poured out of him like fire, like light, like nothing the goblins had ever seen. It burned through the attackers, shattered their formations, turned their coordinated assault into chaos and retreat. Harry stood at the center of it, feeling power flow through him that was vast and terrifying and utterly beyond his control. When it was over, the traitors were dead or fled, the loyalists were staring at him with expressions ranging from awe to fear, and Harry was on his knees, exhausted beyond anything he'd ever felt. What? His voice was barely a whisper. What just happened? Ragnarok's face swam into view above him, ancient, scarred, and wearing an expression that Harry had never seen before. Something that looked almost like triumph. What happened, the director said slowly, is that you just showed us what a king of magic can do. Harry's eyes closed, and the darkness took him. He woke in a healing chamber, surrounded by anxious faces. Daphne was there, had apparat to Gringotts the moment she'd heard about the attack. Her hand was wrapped around his, her grip tight enough to hurt. Don't you ever do that again, she said, her voice rough. I thought you were dead. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're an idiot who nearly killed himself showing off. But she didn't let go of his hand. What were you thinking? I wasn't thinking. I just reacted. That's the problem. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. You can't just react, Harry. You're too important. Too many people are counting on you. You can't throw your life away because you feel responsible for everyone. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that he'd done what he'd done because it was right, because he couldn't stand by while others died for him. But looking at Daphne's face, at the fear and anger and love she was barely holding back, he realized something. He wasn't alone anymore. His decisions affected other people. His death would hurt more than just himself. "I'm sorry," he said quietly. "I'll be more careful." "You'd better." Daphne squeezed his hand once, then released it. "Now get some rest. The director wants to talk to you when you're recovered, and I have a feeling it's going to be a long conversation." She left, and Harry stared at the ceiling of the healing chamber, thinking about power and responsibility and the weight of a crown he hadn't yet accepted. The Covenant had made their first move. His response had been instinct, raw power, uncontrolled, devastating. Next time, he would be ready. Next time, he would make them pay. In the shadows beneath Gringotts, in chambers that even Ragnarok didn't know about, the Cardinal of Coin surveyed the wreckage of his plans. The attack had failed. The king had survived. And worse, he'd demonstrated a level of power that the Covenant hadn't anticipated, power that would only grow as the boy matured. The Cardinal pulled out his enchanted parchment and began to write. "The primary strike has failed. Recommend shift to secondary protocols. The king is more dangerous than projected. Begin preparation for the Cardinal of Mind. If we cannot control him, we must break him." The message burned away, carrying its poison to recipients across magical Britain. The war was just beginning. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Blood and Bronze. The training hall beneath Gringotts had been carved from bedrock that remembered the Ice Ages. Its walls were rough-hewn granite, scored with the marks of 10,000 weapons across 10,000 years. Its floor was polished smooth by centuries of combat, stained dark in places where blood had seeped too deep to ever be cleaned. The ceiling rose high enough to lose itself in shadow, supported by pillars carved with the names of every warrior who had trained here and died in battle. Harry had spent 3 years learning to hate this room. Today, he was going to learn to love it. "Again," Warblade said. Harry picked himself up from the floor for the 14th time that morning. His ribs ached where Warblade's practice blade had caught him. His left arm was numb from a strike he hadn't seen coming. His lungs burned with the effort of breathing through the pain. He raised his weapon and attacked. The exchange lasted perhaps 3 seconds. Warblade moved like smoke, like shadow, like something that didn't obey the normal rules of physics. His blade caught Harry's, redirected it, turned Harry's momentum against him. A sweep at the ankles. A twist of the wrist. And Harry was on the ground again, staring at the ancient ceiling, wondering if his spine was supposed to make that sound. Pathetic. Warblade's scarred face appeared above him, expression unchanged. "You telegraph everything. Your shoulders shift before you strike. Your eyes track to your target. A blind goblin could predict your attacks. Then teach me not to telegraph. I am teaching you. By hitting you every time you do it." Warblade stepped back, allowing Harry to rise. "Pain is the best teacher. Your body will learn to stop making mistakes long before your mind understands why." Harry got up. Raised his blade. Attacked again. This time, he lasted 4 seconds. Progress. The training had intensified dramatically since the birthday attack 3 months ago. Ragnarok had called it a recalibration of priorities. Warblade had called it finally taking the boy's education seriously. Harry had called it torture, but only in the privacy of his own mind, where no one could hear him complain. Every morning began at dawn with conditioning exercises that would have broken most adult wizards. Running through tunnels that seemed to go on forever. Climbing walls carved with handholds designed to cut and scrape. Swimming through underground rivers whose currents fought against him with malicious intent. Then came weapons training. Not just the sword work he'd learned before, but spears, axes, daggers, chains, everything a goblin warrior might face in battle. Warblade believed in comprehensive education, which meant Harry spent hours learning to use weapons he would probably never carry, against opponents who weren't holding back. "Why do I need to know how to fight with a battle axe?" Harry had asked during his first week of expanded training. "I'm a wizard. I have magic." Warblade's response had been to attack him with a battle axe while his wand was across the room. The lesson had been painful but effective. Afternoons brought magical training, but not the kind taught at Hogwarts. Goblin magic was different from wizard magic, older, darker, more primal. It didn't rely on wands or incantations but on blood and will and the raw force of a practitioner's intent. "Your magic is yours," Ragnarok had explained during Harry's first lesson. "It belongs to you, responds to you, obeys you." Wizards use wands as a crutch, a way to channel power without truly understanding it. "We're going to teach you to be the channel yourself." The training was excruciating. Harry had to learn to feel his magic, to sense its flow through his body, to direct it with thought alone. The power he'd unleashed during the birthday attack had been instinctive, uncontrolled, a desperate response to mortal danger. What Ragnarok wanted was something else entirely, conscious mastery. "You nearly killed yourself," the director reminded him during a particularly frustrating session. "The magic you released that night burned through reserves you didn't know you had. If the attack had lasted another minute, your body would have failed. But it worked. Working isn't enough. Working once, by accident, in a moment of crisis, that's not power. That's luck." Ragnarok's ancient eyes were hard. Real power means control. It means choosing when to strike and when to hold back. It means using exactly enough force to accomplish your goal, and not one drop more. Harry had spent weeks meditating, feeling, failing. His magic responded to emotion, fear, anger, determination, but not to deliberate direction. Every time he tried to consciously channel power, it slipped away like water through his fingers. The breakthrough came unexpectedly, during a training session with Grimbolt. They were sparring in one of the smaller practice chambers, a space reserved for trainees who wanted extra work outside the official schedule. Harry and Grimbolt had been meeting here for months, pushing each other in ways that the formal curriculum didn't allow. "You're still telegraphing," Grimbolt said, dancing back from Harry's latest attack. "But it's getting better. At least now I have to pay attention to beat you." High praise from the Blood-Iron heir. "It is. Take it gracefully." Grimbolt circled left, his blade weaving patterns that Harry had learned to recognize as feints. "Father says you might actually be worth something someday. That's practically an endorsement. Your father still thinks humans are inferior to goblins. We are. But he's willing to make exceptions for exceptional individuals." Grimbolt attacked without warning, a sudden burst of speed that caught Harry off guard. Their blades met. Locked. Grimbolt was stronger, more experienced, better trained. Harry felt himself being pushed back, his feet sliding on the stone floor. And then something shifted. It wasn't like the birthday attack, no flood of power, no loss of control. Instead, it was like a door opening in his mind. He could suddenly feel his magic as a distinct presence, separate from his body, waiting for direction. He directed it. The power flowed down his arm, into his blade, through the point of contact where his sword met Grimbolt's. It wasn't much, a fraction of what he'd released during the attack, but it was enough. Grimbolt's blade was thrown back. His stance broke. And Harry's weapon was at his throat before either of them fully understood what had happened. Silence. "What," Grimbolt said slowly, "was that?" Harry looked at his hands. He could still feel the magic there, humming beneath his skin, ready to respond if he called it again. "I think," he said, "I just figured something out." The weeks that followed were transformative. Once Harry understood how to access his magic consciously, everything else began to fall into place. He could reinforce his muscles during physical training, moving faster and hitting harder than his body alone would allow. He could sense attacks before they landed, feeling the disturbance in the air that preceded a strike. He could push his power into his weapons, making practice blades bite like enchanted steel. Warblade noticed immediately. Something's changed, the old warrior said during their morning session, studying Harry with new intensity. You're not fighting the same way. I've learned to use my magic in combat. I can see that. Show me. The sparring match that followed was the closest Harry had ever come to matching Warblade. He still lost, of course he lost. Warblade had a century of experience on him, but he lasted longer, responded faster, and landed a blow that actually made the old goblin step back in surprise. Adequate, Warblade said when they finished. Harry laughed despite his exhaustion. Coming from Warblade, that was practically a standing ovation. But the training didn't stop. If anything, it intensified. You found a new tool, Warblade explained. Now you need to learn how to use it properly. Magic in combat is dangerous, to your enemies and to yourself. Use too little, and you waste the advantage. Use too much, and you burn out before the fight is over. Finding the balance is going to take years. I thought I was making progress. You are. But progress isn't mastery. Warblade's scarred face was serious. The enemies you'll face won't be training partners who hold back. They'll be warriors who've spent lifetimes perfecting their craft. They'll be wizards who can kill with a word, dark creatures who don't follow the rules of mortal combat. Against them, progress will get you killed. Harry absorbed this in silence. He'd known, intellectually, that his training was preparing him for real conflict. But hearing Warblade say it so bluntly made the danger feel more immediate. How long? He asked. Until I'm ready. For what? For whatever's coming. The Covenant. Dumbledore. Voldemort when he returns. Harry met Warblade's eyes. How long until I can face them? Warblade was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was different, softer, almost gentle. You're 8 years old, Harry. You've been training for 3 years, and you're already better than goblins twice your age. In another decade, you'll be formidable. In 2, you'll be dangerous. He paused. But there's no finish line. No point where you're ready and the training stops. There are only enemies who keep getting stronger, and the constant work of staying ahead of them. That sounds exhausting. It is. That's why most people don't bother. They reach a level they're comfortable with and stop pushing. Warblade's thin lips curved upward. But you're not most people. You're the king of magic. And kings don't have the luxury of being comfortable. Harry thought about this as he walked back to his quarters that evening. The weight of expectation had been pressing on him for years, the titles, the prophecies, the constant awareness that people were counting on him. But Warblade's words had cast it in a different light. It wasn't just about other people's expectations. It was about his own. He wanted to be ready. Wanted to be strong enough to protect the people he cared about, to defeat the enemies who threatened them, to live up to the legacy that had been thrust upon him. And if that meant training until his body broke and his mind screamed for rest, then that's what he would do. Because being comfortable wasn't an option. Not anymore. The rivalry with Grimbold had evolved over the years from hostility to competition to something that felt increasingly like brotherhood. They trained together whenever their schedules aligned, pushing each other to improve in ways that formal instruction couldn't match. They studied together, comparing notes on everything from combat techniques to political strategy to the best ways to irritate their instructors without actually breaking rules. And they talked, really talked, in the quiet moments between obligations. Do you ever think about what comes after? Grimbold asked one evening, as they sat in the trainees' common area nursing wounds from a particularly brutal sparring session. After what? After training. After you take your throne or whatever it is you're going to do. Grimbolt's dark eyes were thoughtful. I know what my future looks like, warrior caste, probably border patrol or vault security, steady climb through the ranks if I'm good enough. But you could do anything. I don't feel like I could do anything. I feel like I'm being pushed towards something specific. Harry flexed his hand, feeling the bruises protest. The King of Magic. Lord of 8 Houses. Defeater of Voldemort. Everyone has plans for what I'm supposed to become. But what do you want to become? Harry was quiet for a long moment. It was a question he'd asked himself 1,000 times, never finding a satisfactory answer. I want to matter, he said finally. Not because of prophecies or titles, but because of what I actually do. I want to look back someday and know that I made things better, that I helped people, protected people, changed things that needed changing. That's vague. I know. But it's honest. Harry shrugged. I don't have a specific goal yet. I just know I don't want to be a symbol. I want to be a person. Grimbolt considered this. My father says symbols are useful. They give people something to rally around, something to believe in. Your father's not wrong. But being useful isn't the same as being alive. Harry turned to face his friend. What about you? What do you want? Me? Grimbolt seemed surprised by the question. I want to bring honor to my clan. Prove that the Blood Iron name means something. Earn respect through achievement, not just inheritance. That sounds like what your father wants. It's what I want too. My family's legacy is important to me. But there was something in Grimbolt's voice that suggested doubt, a thread of uncertainty that Harry had learned to recognize over years of friendship. Although, sometimes I wonder what I'd want if I'd been born to a different clan. If the expectations were different. That's not nothing. That's the beginning of figuring out who you really are. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, two young people grappling with questions that most adults never bothered to ask. I'm glad we're friends, Grimbolt said eventually. I know it's not very goblin of me to say that. We're supposed to be stoic and professional and focused on clan honor. But you're the first person who's ever talked to me like I'm more than just Grimjaw's son. You're the first person who ever beat me in a fair fight and then offered to teach me how you did it. Harry smiled. I think that makes us even. It makes us brothers. Grimbolt's voice was serious. In the ways that matter. Harry felt something warm spread through his chest, a feeling he'd rarely experienced in his life. Belonging. Acceptance. The knowledge that someone chose to stand beside him, not because of duty or politics, but because they genuinely cared. Brothers, he agreed. They clasped hands, the goblin gesture of warrior solidarity, and something settled between them that wouldn't be broken. The training in blood magic began in Harry's 9th year. He'd known it was coming. Blood magic was fundamental to goblin culture, woven into their economy, their contracts, their most sacred rituals. But knowing something and experiencing it were different matters entirely. Blood is memory, Ragnarok explained during Harry's first lesson. It carries the history of your line, every ancestor, every achievement, every failure. When you use blood magic, you're not just drawing on your own power. You're connecting to everyone who came before you. Is that why the goblins use it for contracts? To bind people through their ancestors? Partly. Blood contracts are unbreakable because they're not just agreements between individuals, they're agreements between lineages. Breaking them means betraying not just yourself, but everyone who shares your blood. Harry thought about his own blood, Potter, Peveril, Black, and all the others he'd inherited through conquest. Centuries of magical history, flowing through his veins. What can blood magic do, he asked. Beyond contracts. Many things. Healing that goes beyond what potions or wands can achieve. Communication across any distance, if both parties share blood. And in combat. Ragnarok paused, choosing his words carefully. In combat, blood magic can be devastatingly effective. But it comes with costs. What kind of costs? Blood magic uses your own life force as fuel. Every spell you cast takes something from you: health, lifespan, vitality. Small workings are barely noticeable, but the major rituals can age you years in moments. Ragnarok's ancient eyes studied Harry intently. This is not magic for casual use. It's a last resort, a weapon of desperation. You're learning it because you need to understand it, not because you should rely on it. Harry nodded, understanding the warning. But he also understood why the lesson was necessary. The Covenant used blood magic. Their contracts, their rituals, their methods of infiltration, all of it was built on blood. If Harry was going to fight them, he needed to understand their weapons. The lessons were demanding. Harry had to learn to feel his blood as a magical conduit, to sense the connections that ran through it to his ancestors, to draw power from those connections without losing himself in them. The first time he succeeded, he saw things. Flashes of memory that weren't his own. A tall man with messy black hair, laughing at something. A woman with red hair and green eyes, her face drawn with determination. A duel in a forest, spells flying through darkness. A child crying in a cupboard. His parents. His childhood. Fragments of a life he'd never known, preserved in the blood that flowed through his veins. What did you see? Ragnarok asked, when Harry emerged from the trance. Harry told him. The old goblin nodded slowly. Blood memory. It's one of the most powerful aspects of the magic, and one of the most dangerous. The past is seductive, Harry. It's easy to lose yourself in memories of what was, to forget that your purpose is in the present. I saw my parents. Really saw them, not just heard stories. And that's valuable. But remember, they're gone. The people you saw exist only in blood and memory now. You can honor them best by living well, not by dwelling in their shadows. Harry absorbed this in silence. The images of his parents, so real, so vivid, burned in his mind. He'd never known them, never even seen a photograph that wasn't obscured by time and damage. And now he'd felt them, experienced fragments of their lives. It made them real in a way they'd never been before. And it made him more determined than ever to finish what they'd started. The accident happened during a training exercise. Harry and Grimbolt were practicing team combat, coordinated attacks against a group of senior trainees who were serving as their opponents. It was supposed to be a controlled exercise, with blunted weapons and limited force. Something went wrong. One of the senior trainees, a goblin Harry didn't know well, from a minor clan, struck harder than the exercise allowed. His blade, which should have been blunted, bit into Grimbolt's side with the force of sharpened steel. Blood sprayed. Grimbolt went down. Harry's vision went red. He didn't remember what happened next. Not clearly. There were flashes, movement too fast to track, power pouring out of him like he was a broken vessel, screams that might have been his own or might have been someone else's. When he came back to himself, he was standing in the middle of the training floor, surrounded by fallen bodies. His hands were covered in blood, some of it Grimbolt's, some of it from the senior trainees, some of it his own from wounds he couldn't remember receiving. The goblin who had struck Grimbolt was dead. Not unconscious. Not injured. Dead. Harry stared at the body, at the expression of terror frozen on its face, at the wounds that had been inflicted by something far more powerful than any training blade. He had done this. His magic, his rage, his loss of control. He had killed someone. Harry. Ragnarok's voice cut through the shock, pulling him back to the present. The director was there, along with healers and guards and what seemed like half of Gringotts. Harry, look at me. Harry looked. Ragnarok's expression was grave but not condemning. Grimbolt is alive. The healers reached him in time. He's going to recover. Relief flooded through Harry, so powerful he nearly collapsed. Grimbolt was alive. His friend, his brother, was alive. But Gornak is dead. Ragnar's voice was flat. You killed him. I didn't mean to. I saw Grimbolt fall, and I just... Harry's voice broke. I couldn't control it. The magic took over. I know. Ragnar moved closer, placing a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder. I know it wasn't deliberate. The entire training floor is warded with observation spells, we saw everything. Gornak's blade was sabotaged. Someone replaced the blunted edge with a killing weapon. This was an assassination attempt that you interrupted. An assassination? Someone tried to kill Grimbolt? No. Ragnar's eyes were hard as stone. Someone tried to make you kill Grimbolt. And when that failed, they made sure you'd kill Gornak instead. Harry felt his stomach lurch. What? Why? To destabilize you. To create guilt and trauma that could be exploited. To demonstrate that your magic is dangerous, uncontrolled, a threat to everyone around you. Ragnar's grip tightened. This was the Covenant, Harry. They've infiltrated my institution deeply enough to turn one of my warriors into a suicide weapon. And they did it to break you. Harry looked at the body of the goblin he'd killed. Gornak. A name, a life, a person who had been manipulated into dying for someone else's agenda. It's not your fault, Ragnar said, reading his expression. You were defending your brother. The magic responded to genuine threat, genuine need. Any warrior would have done the same. But I killed him. Yes. And you'll have to live with that. But don't let them turn your grief into a weapon. Ragnar's voice was fierce. That's what they want. They want you drowning in guilt, questioning yourself, afraid to use your power when it matters. Don't give them that victory. Harry nodded slowly. The guilt was there, would probably always be there, but Ragnar was right. He couldn't let it destroy him. Not when there was still so much work to do. The investigation that followed was thorough. Gornak, it turned out, had been compromised years ago. His family held debts to a merchant clan that was itself controlled by Covenant agents. He'd been receiving payments, intelligence, instructions for years, waiting for the moment when he could be useful. The moment they'd chosen was brutal in its elegance. Either Harry would kill Grimbolt, destroying their friendship and leaving Harry isolated, or Harry would kill Gornak, leaving him traumatized and vulnerable. Instead, Harry had killed Gornak and saved Grimbolt. The Covenant had gotten half of what they wanted. But only half. They're going to try again, Sirius said during a strategy meeting at Greengrass Manor, where Harry had retreated to recover from the incident. This was a probing attack, a test of your defenses. They learned that you're willing to use lethal force when pushed, and they learned that your control can break under emotional pressure. How do I fix that? Harry's voice was flat. The past week had been difficult, nightmares, flashbacks, the constant weight of knowing he'd taken a life. How do I make sure I don't lose control again? You train harder. You build better mental defenses. And you accept that sometimes, control isn't the goal. Sirius's eyes were sympathetic but unflinching. You're going to kill again, Harry. Maybe many times. The question isn't whether you can avoid it, the question is whether you can make peace with it. How do you make peace with killing someone? By remembering why you did it. By holding on to the people you protected, the enemies you stopped, the lives you saved. Sirius paused. And by understanding that guilt is a luxury. It's important, it keeps us human, but you can't let it paralyze you. Not when people are counting on you. Harry thought about Grimbolt, recovering in the healing chambers. About Daphne, who had cried when she'd heard what happened. About all the people who would suffer if the Covenant succeeded in their plans. I understand, he said. I don't like it, but I understand. Good. Then we can move forward. Grimbolt was back on his feet within 2 weeks. Goblin healing was impressive, and the wound, though serious, hadn't hit anything vital. He found Harry in the training hall where the attack had happened, going through combat forms with mechanical precision. "You look terrible," Grimbolt said. Harry didn't stop his forms. "I killed someone to save you. How am I supposed to look? Alive." Which is more than Gornak can say, and more than I'd be able to say if you hadn't acted. Grimbolt moved to stand in front of Harry, forcing him to stop. "I heard what happened. The sabotaged blade, the Covenant's plan. I know this wasn't your fault. I still killed him. He was trying to kill me. And he was a traitor to everything we stand for." Grimbolt's voice was hard. "Don't waste your grief on him, Harry. He made his choices. He accepted payment to betray his people. Whatever happened to him, he earned it. That's cold. That's reality. The world we live in doesn't reward hesitation or excessive sentiment. Our enemies won't mourn us if we fall, they'll celebrate. We can't afford to mourn them either." Grimbolt put a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You saved my life. That matters. That's what you should be focusing on." Harry met his friend's eyes. Saw the gratitude there, and the determination, and the fierce loyalty that had grown between them over years of shared struggle. "You'd do the same for me," he said. Without hesitation. Grimbolt's grip tightened. "We're brothers, remember? Brothers protect each other. And brothers don't apologize for doing what's necessary." Harry nodded slowly. The guilt was still there, he suspected it always would be, but something else was growing alongside it. Resolve. Determination. The understanding that sometimes, protecting the people you loved meant being willing to do terrible things. "Train with me," he said. "I need to work through this, and I can't do it alone." Grimbolt smiled, the sharp-toothed grin that Harry had come to know as well as his own face. "Always," he said. They trained together until dawn, pushing each other to exhaustion, rebuilding something that the Covenant had tried to break. The months that followed saw a shift in Harry's approach to training. He still worked on combat, still studied magic, still learned the political intricacies that would serve him as a future king. But now there was an edge to his efforts that hadn't been there before, a focus on control that went beyond physical technique. He meditated for hours each day, learning to feel his emotions without being controlled by them. He practiced channeling his magic under pressure, forcing himself to maintain precision even when fear or anger threatened to overwhelm him. He studied the ways that the mind could be attacked and defended, building walls around his thoughts that would hold against even the most skilled practitioners. "You're different," Daphne observed during one of his visits to the manor. "More controlled. Is that bad? I don't know yet." She studied him with those sharp blue eyes that missed nothing. "You're harder than you were. Colder. It's like there's a wall between you and everything else. The wall keeps people safe. Keeps me from losing control and hurting someone I care about. Does it keep you safe from being hurt?" Harry didn't answer. The truth was that he'd built the wall specifically to prevent feeling, to create distance between himself and the emotions that had nearly destroyed him. But Daphne had always been able to see through his defenses. "It's necessary," he said finally. "After what happened. I can't risk it again." "Risk what?" "Feeling things." Daphne moved closer, her expression fierce. "Harry, the wall might keep you from losing control, but it also keeps you from being you. The person I became friends with, the one who cared so much about doing right that he couldn't stand to see others suffer, that person is worth protecting. That person killed someone. That person saved Grimbolt's life. And he's beating himself up about it because he's good, not because he's weak." Daphne took his hand. "Don't let them take that away from you. The guilt, the feeling, it's not a flaw. It's proof that you're still human." Harry looked at their joined hands. Felt the warmth of her touch through the walls he'd built. And he let himself feel something. Just for a moment. I'm scared, he admitted. Not of the Covenant or Dumbledore or any of the threats out there. I'm scared of myself. Of what I might become if I keep building walls until there's nothing left inside them. Then don't build them alone. Daphne squeezed his hand. Let me help. Let Grimbolt help. Let the people who care about you be part of your defenses. Walls don't have to be empty, they can have doors. Harry managed a small smile. That's almost philosophical. I've been reading. Mother says philosophy is important for future queens. She returned his smile. Plus, it annoys Father when I quote dead wizards at him during dinner. They sat together in the garden, hands still linked, and Harry let himself feel the connection, the warmth, the caring, the simple human contact that the Covenant wanted to deny him. He would build his walls. He would develop his control. But he wouldn't do it by cutting himself off from everyone who mattered. That would be its own kind of defeat. The formal ritual of brotherhood came on the anniversary of Grimbolt saving Harry's life in the training accident. It was an ancient ceremony, rarely performed, especially between a goblin and a human. Blood was shared, oaths were sworn, and magical bonds were formed that would link them until death. Ragnarok presided, his ancient voice carrying the weight of tradition. Blood calls to blood across any distance. Brotherhood binds tighter than birth. In accepting this bond, you accept each other's burdens, each other's enemies, each other's fates. He looked at both of them in turn. Do you understand what you're committing to? I do, Harry said. I do, Grimbolt echoed. Then let it be done. The ritual itself was simple. A cut on each palm. Hands clasped together, blood mingling. Words spoken in a language that Harry didn't fully understand but felt in his bones. When it was over, something had changed. Harry could feel Grimbolt, not his thoughts, not his emotions, but his presence. A constant awareness at the edge of his consciousness, telling him that his brother was alive, was well, was there. It's strange, Grimbolt said, flexing his healed hand. Knowing you're connected to someone like that. Like there's a thread running between us that can't be cut. Good strange or bad strange? Good. Definitely good. Grimbolt's sharp smile was genuine. I've never had a brother before. It's nice to know I couldn't have picked a better one. The celebration that followed was subdued but warm. Goblins didn't throw parties the way humans did, no streamers or cake or excessive merriment, but there was food and drink and the quiet satisfaction of a ritual properly performed. Harry caught Ragnarok watching him during the festivities, an unreadable expression on the old goblin's face. Something wrong? He asked, joining the director in a quieter corner. Wrong? No. Merely, contemplating. Ragnarok's ancient eyes studied Harry intently. You've grown significantly since you arrived here, Harry Potter. In skill, in wisdom, in the ability to form connections that matter. I find myself wondering what you'll become when you're fully grown. Something worth the trouble, I hope. More than that, I think. Much more. Ragnarok paused. The Covenant fears you, you know. Their attacks have been probing attempts, but beneath them is genuine concern. They remember what the last king of magic nearly did to them. They see that same potential in you. Is that why they keep trying to break me? To destabilize me before I become too strong? Partly. But there's another reason. Ragnarok's voice dropped. They're preparing something. My intelligence suggests they've been gathering resources, recruiting new members, consolidating power they haven't touched in centuries. Whatever they're planning, it's going to be significant. Do you know what? Not yet. But I have people working on it. Ragnarok placed a heavy hand on Harry's shoulder. In the meantime, keep training. Keep building your alliances. And keep becoming the person who will make them regret ever targeting you. Harry nodded. The weight of expectation was familiar now, as much a part of him as his own heartbeat. But so was the determination to meet it. The years continued to pass. Harry turned 9, then 10. His combat skills developed from promising to genuinely dangerous. His magical control improved from adequate to impressive. And his network of allies expanded from a handful of trusted friends to a web of connections spanning multiple magical societies. The Greengrass alliance deepened. Sirius became something like a mentor, teaching Harry the political arts that would serve him as Lord of 8 Houses. Isolde provided perspective on pureblood society, its rules and expectations and hidden traps. And Daphne. Daphne became something he couldn't quite define. They weren't romantically involved, they were too young for that, and both of them knew it. But the connection between them had grown into something profound. They understood each other in ways that no one else did. They challenged each other, supported each other, and served as anchors when the storms of their respective lives threatened to sweep them away. 1 year until Hogwarts, Daphne observed during a visit to the manor, a few weeks after Harry's 10th birthday. "Are you ready?" "As ready as I can be without actually experiencing it." Harry was practicing knife throwing against a target dummy, a skill Warblade had insisted he develop, citing the frequency with which wizards forgot that not all combat happened at wand range. "Are you?" "I've been preparing my whole life for pureblood society. Hogwarts is just another version of the same game." But there was tension in her voice that belied her casual words. "Although, it will be strange, being around so many people our age. We've been so isolated, the two of us. Training, studying, preparing. I'm not sure I remember how to be a normal child. Were either of us ever normal? Probably not. But we could pretend, at least." She caught one of his thrown knives and examined it critically. "This needs sharpening." "I know. I'm testing my accuracy with imperfect equipment." "Show off." But she was smiling. "What are you most worried about?" "With Hogwarts?" Harry considered the question as he retrieved his knives. There were many things to worry about: Dumbledore's manipulation, the Covenant's agents, the challenge of navigating a society that saw him as a symbol rather than a person. But the thing that worried him most was simpler than any of that. "Losing myself," he said. "Becoming what everyone expects instead of what I actually am." "What do you actually want to be?" "I don't know yet. That's the problem. Everyone has plans for what I should become, but none of them feel like mine." Harry threw another knife, watching it sink into the target with satisfying precision. "I just want the chance to figure it out for myself." "Then make sure you do. Don't let Hogwarts change you into someone else's vision." Daphne moved to stand beside him, her shoulder brushing his. "And if they try? I'll be there to remind you who you really are." "Is that a threat or a promise?" "Both." Her smile was fierce and warm at the same time. "Partners, remember. That means I don't let you lose yourself any more than you let me." Harry returned her smile, feeling the familiar warmth of connection that had grown between them over years of shared struggle. 1 year until Hogwarts. 1 year until everything changed. He intended to be ready. The final test came 2 weeks before his 11th birthday. Warblade had been building towards something for months: longer sessions, harder challenges, an intensity in the old warrior's instruction that suggested something important was approaching. When he finally announced what it was, Harry understood why. "The trial of blood and bronze," Warblade said, his scarred face grave. "The traditional test for goblin warriors completing their basic training. You'll face challenges of combat, endurance, and will. Success means recognition as a full warrior of Gringotts. Failure means..." He paused. "Failure isn't an option. What happens if I fail?" "You die. The trial isn't designed to be merciful." Warblade's eyes were hard. "This isn't something I'm forcing you into, Harry. You can refuse, continue your training, take the trial when you're older and better prepared. No one would think less of you. But you think I'm ready?" I think you're as ready as you're going to be before Hogwarts takes you away from serious training. And I think you need this, proof, to yourself and everyone else, that you've earned your place here. Harry thought about the years of training. The pain, the failure, the gradual improvement. The brotherhood with Grimbold, the mentorship from Ragnarok, the sense of belonging he'd found among people who weren't even his species. I'll do it, he said. The trial lasted 3 days. Harry didn't remember all of it afterward. The combination of exhaustion, pain, and magical stress blurred the details into impressions. He remembered fighting, endlessly fighting, against opponents who didn't hold back. He remembered running through passages that seemed to go on forever, chased by things that his training told him weren't possible. He remembered moments of pure will, when his body wanted to stop but his mind refused to allow it. And he remembered the end. The final chamber of the trial was a simple space, bare stone, low ceiling, a single opponent waiting. The opponent was Warblade himself. Last test, the old warrior said. Defeat me, and you pass. Defeat you? Harry could barely stand. His weapons were notched and worn. His magic was nearly drained. That's impossible. It's supposed to be impossible. That's the point. Warblade raised his blade. But sometimes, impossible is just another word for not yet achieved. The fight that followed was the hardest of Harry's life. He couldn't match Warblade in skill, the old goblin had centuries of experience. He couldn't match him in stamina, Harry was already exhausted from 3 days of trials. And he couldn't match him in power, his magic was nearly spent. But he could refuse to give up. Every time Warblade knocked him down, Harry got back up. Every time his body screamed for rest, Harry pushed through. Every time his mind told him it was impossible, Harry responded with stubborn, defiant will. And slowly, impossibly, the tide began to turn. Not through superior technique, through adaptation. Harry started to see the patterns in Warblade's attacks, the tiny gaps that experience had made invisible to conscious thought. He started to time his responses not to where Warblade's blade was, but to where it would be. He started to use his exhaustion as a weapon, letting his movements become unpredictable because his body no longer had the energy for proper form. The final exchange happened in a blur. Warblade struck. Harry redirected. Their positions shifted, weapons tangled, and suddenly Harry was inside Warblade's guard with his blade against the old warrior's throat. Silence. Well, Warblade said, and there was something in his voice that Harry had never heard before. Pride. It seems I was right about you. Harry's blade wavered. His legs gave out. He collapsed to the floor of the chamber, completely and utterly spent. But he was smiling. Did I pass? Warblade's laugh was the last thing he heard before unconsciousness claimed him. The ceremony of recognition was brief but meaningful. Harry stood before the Goblin Assembly, cleaned and healed but still bearing the marks of his trial. Ragnarok spoke the words of acceptance, formally acknowledging Harry as a warrior of Gringotts, the first human to receive that honor in recorded history. Grimbold was there, his face shining with pride. The other trainees who had become Harry's friends over the years were there, offering their respect and congratulations. Even Warblade was there, his scarred face wearing an expression that might almost have been approval. You've earned this, Ragnarok said, clasping Harry's hand in the warrior's grip. Not through your titles or your birth, but through your own effort and determination. Remember that. When the world tries to tell you that you're only what you were born to be, remember that you made yourself into what you are. I will, Harry said. Thank you. For everything. Thank me by becoming what I know you can be. Ragnarok's ancient eyes were serious. The trials ahead will be harder than anything you've faced here. Hogwarts, the wizarding world, the enemies waiting in the shadows, they'll test you in ways that combat training can't prepare you for. But if you face them with the same determination you showed in the trial of blood and bronze. I'll be ready, Harry said. And for the first time, he truly believed it. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Winter Court. The Wizengamot chamber had been designed to intimidate. Circular and vast, carved from stone so old it remembered when Britain was still connected to the continent, the room rose in tiers of benches that loomed over the central floor like the walls of a colosseum. Enchanted torches burned with cold blue fire that cast everything in harsh, unforgiving light. The ceiling was lost in shadow, but Harry could feel the weight of ancient magic pressing down from above, wards and protections layered over centuries, all of them focused on this space where magical Britain governed itself. Or pretended to, anyway. He stood at the entrance, wearing robes of deep green that bore the crests of all 8 houses he claimed. The fabric was goblin-made, enchanted to resist curses and blade alike, cut to allow full range of movement in combat. Practical choices disguised as fashion, the first of many careful calculations that had gone into this moment. Ready? Cyrus Greengrass stood beside him, his own robes immaculate, his expression betraying nothing of the tension Harry knew he felt. As I'll ever be. Then let's make history. The doors swung open, and Harry Potter walked into the heart of magical Britain's power. The reaction was immediate. Conversations died mid-sentence. Heads turned with varying degrees of subtlety. Harry felt the weight of dozens of gazes, curious, hostile, calculating, afraid, pressing against him like a physical force. He ignored them all, walking toward the central podium with measured steps, his spine straight, his expression calm. The journey felt endless, each footfall echoing in the sudden silence, but he practiced this walk 100 times in the training halls of Gringotts. He knew exactly how long it would take, exactly how many eyes would be on him, exactly what impression he needed to make. Confidence without arrogance. Strength without threat. The arrival of someone who belonged here, regardless of his age. The chief warlock's seat was occupied by Albus Dumbledore, his silver beard gleaming in the torchlight, his eyes twinkling with an expression that could have been grandfatherly warmth or calculating assessment. Harry had studied the man extensively, his history, his methods, his patterns of manipulation. He knew the twinkle was a weapon, a way of appearing harmless while his mind worked through a dozen strategies simultaneously. Lord Potter. Dumbledore's voice carried easily through the chamber, warm and welcoming. What a pleasant surprise. We had not expected you to claim your seat quite so early. Chief Warlock. Harry's bow was precisely calibrated, respectful but not deferential, acknowledging Dumbledore's position without conceding superiority. I thank the Wizengamot for receiving me. I've come to claim the seats that are mine by right and law. A murmur ran through the chamber. Harry had expected it, a 9-year-old claiming Wizengamot seats was unprecedented, regardless of his legal standing. Of course, of course. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver. Though I must confess some concern. The Wizengamot deals with matters of considerable complexity, laws, treaties, the governance of our society. Perhaps it might be better to wait a few years, to allow yourself time to, with respect, Chief Warlock, the law makes no mention of age requirements for seat holders. Harry's voice was clear and steady, projecting to every corner of the chamber. I have been recognized as Lord of Houses Potter, Black, Peveril, and Gryffindor by Gringotts and the Ministry's own records. The seats that accompany those titles are mine to claim. Indeed they are, from a purely legal standpoint. But the wisdom of, I did not come here to debate wisdom. I came to exercise my lawful rights. Harry let a hint of steel enter his voice. Unless the Chief Warlock is suggesting that the law should not apply equally to all citizens. The murmur became something louder. Harry caught glimpses of reactions around the chamber, Augusta Longbottom's lips pressed thin with either approval or disapproval, Lucius Malfoy's pale eyebrows rising with interest, Cornelius Fudge's face reddening with the confusion of someone who didn't know how to respond. Dumbledore's twinkle flickered, just for an instant. Then the grandfatherly smile returned, even warmer than before. Of course not, Lord Potter. The law is the foundation of our society, and must be respected by all. He gestured toward the empty seats in the noble section. Please, take your rightful place. We are honored by your presence. Harry nodded and moved toward the seats, feeling the eyes of magical Britain's elite tracking his every step. Round 1 to him. But the battle was just beginning. The session that followed was routine, minor legislation, bureaucratic matters, the tedious machinery of government grinding through its daily work. Harry paid close attention to all of it, filing away observations about who allied with whom, who spoke and who remained silent, who deferred to Dumbledore and who resisted his suggestions. The politics were more complex than he'd expected from his studies. On paper, the Wizengamot was divided into clear factions, light, dark, and neutral, with various subgroups and independent actors. In practice, the alliances were fluid, shifting from issue to issue, held together by webs of obligation and self-interest that weren't visible in any official document. Sirius had warned him about this. The formal structure is just the surface, his mentor had explained. Beneath it, everything runs on personal relationships, old debts, and shared secrets. Learn to read the undercurrents, and you'll understand more than most members who've been here for decades. Harry read the undercurrents. He saw how Lucius Malfoy glanced at Dumbledore before speaking, testing the old man's reactions. He saw how Augusta Longbottom positioned herself to disagree with both Malfoy and Dumbledore, carving out independent space. He saw how Cornelius Fudge looked to whichever speaker seemed most confident, ready to align with perceived strength. And he saw how many eyes kept drifting toward him, assessing, calculating, wondering what the boy who lived would do with his newfound power. The first test came during a minor debate about import tariffs on potion ingredients. The proposed increase would harm small apothecaries while benefiting the large suppliers, a witch from a minor house was arguing. We should consider the impact on ordinary citizens, not just the major commercial interests. The increase is necessary to protect domestic producers, Malfoy countered smoothly. Our own potion makers cannot compete with cheap foreign imports. This is a matter of magical Britain's economic security. The debate continued along predictable lines, commerce interests versus consumer protection, with various members staking out positions based on whose pockets would be affected. Harry listened, analyzed, and saw an opening. "If I may," he said, his voice cutting through the crosstalk. The chamber went quiet. Every eye turned to him. The debate seems to assume that protection and accessibility are mutually exclusive. Harry rose from his seat, projecting confidence he didn't entirely feel. But there's a third option that hasn't been considered. What if the tariff increase were applied selectively, higher rates on ingredients that can be produced domestically, lower rates on those that cannot? Murmurs of interest. He continued. This would protect our potion makers where protection is meaningful, while keeping prices affordable for ingredients we simply cannot produce here. Both sides achieve their goals without either being fully sacrificed. Silence. Then Augusta Longbottom spoke, her voice carrying the weight of decades in politics. "A sensible compromise, Lord Potter. Though I wonder, do you have specific proposals for which ingredients should fall into which category?" "I do, Madam Longbottom. I've prepared a list based on analysis of domestic production capacity and import volumes over the past decade." Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a scroll. "With the Wizengamot's permission, I would like to submit it for consideration." More murmurs, louder now. A 9-year-old who not only had opinions but had done the research to support them, this wasn't what anyone had expected. Dumbledore's expression remained pleasant, but Harry caught the calculation behind his eyes. The old man was reassessing, adapting, fitting this new information into whatever strategy he was pursuing. "An interesting proposal," Dumbledore said. "Perhaps we should table the original motion and allow time for Lord Potter's suggestion to be properly reviewed." "I second the motion," Sirius said immediately. "As do I," Augusta added. The vote to table passed easily. As the session moved on to other matters, Harry allowed himself a small sense of satisfaction. He'd made his presence felt. Now he needed to make it count. The reception after the session was where the real politics happened. The Wizengamot's formal chambers gave way to an adjoining hall where members mingled, refreshments were served, and deals were made far from the official record. Harry had been warned about this space, warned that it was where reputations were built or destroyed, where alliances formed and fractured, where a single misstep could undo months of careful preparation. He navigated it like a battlefield. Lord Potter. Lucius Malfoy appeared at his elbow, silver cane gleaming, smile sharp as a blade. A most impressive debut. I confess I didn't expect such sophistication from someone so young. Lord Malfoy. Harry's return smile was equally sharp. I've found that age is less important than preparation. And I've had excellent teachers. So I hear. The goblins, yes. Fascinating choice of educators. Malfoy's tone was light, but his eyes were probing. Some might say, unconventional. Some might. But the goblins have forgotten more about finance and politics than most wizards ever learn. I saw no reason to limit myself to conventional wisdom. A pragmatic approach. I can respect that. Malfoy's smile widened slightly. Perhaps we might find common ground on other matters. The Malfoy family has long been interested in pragmatic alliances. I'm always open to discussion, Lord Malfoy. Though I prefer to know what I'm discussing before I commit to anything. Naturally. Perhaps dinner sometime. My wife Narcissa would be delighted to meet the young lord who's caused such a stir. I'd be honored. Shall I have my people contact yours to arrange a date? Please do. Malfoy moved away, and Harry felt a hand on his shoulder, Sirius, appearing smoothly at his side. Careful with that one, Sirius murmured. Malfoy's interest is never simple. He's testing you, trying to determine if you can be influenced or controlled. I know. That's why I agreed to dinner. Better to understand his approach than to guess at it from a distance. Smart. Just remember, the Malfoys were among Voldemort's inner circle. Whatever face they present now, their loyalties haven't truly changed. I haven't forgotten. Harry's voice was quiet but hard. But I've also learned that enemies you understand are less dangerous than enemies you don't. If Malfoy wants to court me, I'll let him court, and learn everything I can about what he really wants. Sirius nodded, a hint of approval in his eyes. You're thinking like a politician. Good. I had a good teacher. The reception continued. Harry spoke with dozens of witches and wizards, each conversation a careful dance of information and impression management. Some were openly friendly, members of traditional light families who saw the boy who lived as a potential ally. Others were cautiously neutral, watching, waiting, unwilling to commit until they understood what kind of player Harry would be. A few were openly hostile, old pure-blood supremacists who saw his goblin education as a betrayal of proper wizarding values. He handled them all, adapting his approach to each personality, filing away every piece of information for later analysis. By the time the reception ended, Harry was exhausted, mentally more than physically, drained by hours of constant performance and calculation. But he was also satisfied. He'd established himself. Made an impression. Begun building the foundation for everything that would come. Now he just had to keep building. The confrontation with Fudge came 3 sessions later. The Minister for Magic had been observing Harry with increasing discomfort, clearly unsettled by the presence of someone he couldn't easily categorize or control. Fudge liked things simple, allies and enemies, supporters and opponents, people who wanted something he could give and people who wanted something he couldn't. Harry fit none of those categories. Lord Potter. Fudge approached during another reception, his manner falsely jovial. I must say, your contributions to our debates have been remarkable. Quite remarkable for someone of your age. Thank you, Minister. Though I wonder. Fudge's smile became slightly strained. Some have suggested that your positions are being guided. That perhaps the goblins, or other interested parties, are using your seat to advance their own agendas. Harry let the implication hang in the air for a moment. Then he smiled, not warmly, but with the sharp edge of someone who had been insulted and intended to respond. An interesting theory, Minister. Though I notice you offer it without evidence or specific examples. I merely relay what others have said, others who apparently lack the courage to make such accusations publicly. Harry's voice remained pleasant, but there was steel beneath. If the minister has concerns about my independence, I invite him to review my voting record. He'll find that I've disagreed with Gringotts on several matters where our interests diverged, and that I've supported positions that benefited no faction except the general welfare. Fudge's face reddened. I wasn't suggesting, weren't you? Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Fudge could hear. Minister, I understand that my presence here is uncomfortable for you. I'm young, I'm unpredictable, and I have resources you can't influence. That must be frustrating for someone who prefers politics to be manageable. Now see here, but let me be clear. Harry's eyes were hard. I am not here to be managed. I am here to serve the interests of my houses and my people. Anyone who tries to diminish or dismiss me because of my age will find that I do not forget such insults. And I do not forgive them easily. He stepped back, his pleasant smile returning. But I'm sure the minister had no such intentions. We were merely having a friendly conversation about unfounded rumors. Weren't we? Fudge's mouth worked silently for a moment. Then he forced a laugh that fooled no one. Of course, of course. Merely conversation. If you'll excuse me, Lord Potter. He retreated with the speed of someone who had just realized they'd picked a fight they couldn't win. Harry watched him go, feeling no satisfaction in the victory. Fudge wasn't an enemy worth cultivating, the man was weak, easily manipulated, and would likely be removed from office within a few years by someone more competent. But the confrontation had served its purpose. The Wizengamot now knew that Harry Potter wasn't a child playing at politics. He was a player, with teeth and claws and a willingness to use them. The months passed. Harry's presence in the Wizengamot became less remarkable as the novelty wore off, replaced by a grudging acceptance that the young Lord Potter was there to stay. He built alliances carefully, focusing on substance over spectacle. The Longbottoms became regular collaborators, Augusta's sharp political mind complementing Harry's fresh perspective. The Bones family proved sympathetic. Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, appreciated Harry's straightforward approach to law and order. Several minor houses aligned themselves with his bloc, attracted by his reputation for keeping promises and his willingness to support their interests when they aligned with his own. Dumbledore watched it all with eyes that never stopped calculating. You're doing well, the chief warlock said during a private conversation after one session. Better than I expected, if I'm honest. Your education among the goblins seems to have been comprehensive. It was. They don't believe in half measures. No, they don't. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. I wonder, Harry, may I call you Harry, what you hope to accomplish here? You have power, resources, political capital. What do you intend to do with them? Harry considered his answer carefully. Dumbledore was probing, looking for weaknesses, trying to understand what motivated his newest political rival. Honesty might be a weakness, but it might also be a weapon. I intend to be ready, Harry said. For whatever comes. Whatever comes. Voldemort isn't dead, Chief Warlock. We both know that. He's waiting, recovering, planning his return. When he comes back, magical Britain will need leaders who can respond, not politicians who'll deny the threat until it's too late. Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed slightly. You believe he'll return? I know he will. The question is whether we'll be ready to face him. Harry met the old man's eyes directly. I intend to make sure we are. Whatever that requires. A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. We may disagree on methods, Harry. But it seems we agree on the fundamental threat. Perhaps there's more common ground between us than I thought. Perhaps. Though I've learned to be cautious about common ground. It has a way of shifting when you're not looking. A wise attitude. Dumbledore's smile returned, but it was different now, more genuine, less calculated. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. I made assumptions about what you would become, and I was wrong. It's a rare experience for someone my age. I aim to be unpredictable. You've succeeded. Dumbledore rose from his chair. I won't pretend we're allies, Harry. Our methods are too different, our goals too uncertain. But I will say this, I'm glad you're on our side. Whatever that side ultimately turns out to be. He left Harry alone with his thoughts. The private moments at Greengrass Manor were a welcome contrast to the public performance of politics. Harry arrived after a particularly grueling session, exhaustion written into every line of his body. The debates had been contentious, a proposed law restricting werewolf employment that Harry had opposed, putting him at odds with both the ministry and several powerful families. He'd won the vote, but at a cost in political capital he was still calculating. Daphne was waiting in their usual spot, the secret garden at the heart of the maze. You look terrible, she observed. Thank you. Your support is, as always, a comfort in difficult times. I'm not here to comfort you. I'm here to tell you the truth. But she moved closer, and her hand found his. What happened? Harry told her. The debates, the accusations, the narrow victory and its uncertain aftermath. Daphne listened without interrupting, her sharp mind processing the political implications. Malfoy's going to retaliate, she said when he finished. You blocked something he wanted, and you did it publicly. He can't let that stand. I know. But I couldn't let the law pass. It would have destroyed lives, werewolves who are already marginalized, already struggling. Making them unemployable would have been. I know why you did it. And I'm not saying you were wrong. Daphne squeezed his hand. I'm saying you need to be prepared for what comes next. Malfoy's vindictive, and he has resources you don't fully understand. I have resources too. You do. But his are older, more established, with connections you haven't mapped yet. She met his eyes seriously. Let me help. I've been studying the Malfoy network, their business dealings, their social connections, the favors they're owed. If we know where the pressure points are, we can prepare defenses. You've been studying them on your own. I told you, partners, not accessories. That means I do my own work, not just support yours. A hint of her familiar fire flickered in her eyes. Unless you'd rather handle Malfoy alone. Harry smiled despite his exhaustion. Partners it is. Show me what you found. They spent the next 2 hours in the garden, Daphne laying out her analysis of the Malfoy position while Harry contributed his own observations from Wizengamot sessions. By the time they finished, they had a clearer picture of the threat, and a strategy for countering it. You're remarkable, Harry said, as they walked back through the maze toward the manor. I know. But she was smiling. You're not bad yourself. For a boy raised by goblins. High praise from the Ice Princess of Slytherin. Future Ice Princess. I haven't earned the title yet. Her smile faded slightly. 1 more year. Then Hogwarts, and everything changes. Everything's already changing. Has been since the night I showed up on the Dursleys' doorstep. Harry paused at the maze's exit, turning to face her. But some things stay the same. You and me, that doesn't change. No matter what Hogwarts throws at us. You sound very certain. I am certain. About this, at least. He took her hand again. We're partners, Daphne. We've been preparing for this together for years. When we get to Hogwarts, we're not going in as scared first-years hoping to survive. We're going in as allies with a plan and the skills to execute it. And what is the plan, exactly? Survive. Learn. Build alliances. And be ready for whatever comes next. Harry's expression was serious but not grim. The same thing we've been doing. Just in a new arena. Daphne studied his face for a long moment. Then she nodded. Partners, she said. Partners. They walked back to the manor together, hand in hand, as the sun set over the Yorkshire moors. The winter of Harry's 10th year brought the Covenant's next move. It came not through violence or direct confrontation, but through something more insidious, political maneuvering that nearly cost Harry everything he'd built. The first sign was a series of articles in the Daily Prophet. Nothing directly attacking Harry, but questions, carefully phrased, innocuously presented, about the propriety of a child holding Wisengamot seats, the unusual nature of his goblin education, the suspiciously rapid growth of his political influence. Then came the formal challenge. It's a proxy, Sirius explained during an emergency strategy meeting at the manor. Someone's convinced Lord Parkinson to file a motion questioning the validity of your seat claims. Not attacking you directly, that would be too obvious, but raising legitimate concerns about the precedents being set. Parkinson's a nobody, Harry said, scanning the documents Sirius had provided. He barely shows up to sessions, and when he does, he votes however Malfoy tells him to. Which tells us who's really behind this. But we can't prove it, and Malfoy's covered his tracks well. Sirius's expression was grim. The motion itself is clever. It doesn't challenge your legal rights, those are too solid, but it calls for a review committee to examine whether allowing children to claim seats serves the interests of magical Britain. A review committee controlled by people who want me gone. Exactly. If they can get it established, they can drag the review out for years. Even if they don't ultimately succeed in removing you, they can marginalize your influence, exclude you from important votes, effectively neuter your position. Harry felt cold anger building in his chest. The Covenant, or Malfoy, or both, had found a way to attack him that he couldn't counter through direct confrontation. Political Aikido, using the system's own processes against him. What are our options? Limited. We can argue against the motion, but that plays into their hands, it makes you look defensive, like you have something to hide. We can try to kill it in committee, but they've stacked the relevant committee with sympathizers. We can expose it. Daphne had been silent until now, reviewing the documents with the intensity she brought to everything. The motion's strength is that it looks reasonable, just concerned citizens raising legitimate questions. If we can show that it's a coordinated attack with political motives, the dynamic changes. How do you expose something without proof? You don't expose the conspiracy. You expose the consequences. Daphne looked up, her eyes bright with calculation. If this motion passes, what happens? The review committee gets established, Lord Potter gets marginalized, and who benefits? Malfoy. The Death Eater families. Everyone who's been trying to build influence since the end of the war. Go on. So instead of defending ourselves, we go on offense. We make the motion a referendum on something bigger, on whether the Wisengamot wants to hand power to the old Death Eater bloc. We force everyone to choose sides, and we make sure that voting for the motion means aligning with Malfoy and his agenda. Harry stared at her. That's brilliant. It's risky. If it backfires, we've made enemies we didn't need to make. But Daphne was smiling. On the other hand, if it works, we've done more than defeat one motion. We've reframed the entire political landscape. Sirius was nodding slowly. She's right. And there's another factor in our favor, the motion's timing. It's coming right before the anniversary of Voldemort's defeat. If we frame this as an attack on the boy who lived by sympathizers of the man he defeated, public opinion turns against them, Harry finished. And the neutrals who might have supported the motion for legitimate reasons suddenly find themselves on the wrong side of a very uncomfortable narrative. Exactly. Harry looked at the documents again. At the carefully crafted language designed to destroy his position without leaving fingerprints. At the sophisticated political attack that assumed he would respond like a child, defensively, emotionally, without strategy. They had underestimated him. They were about to discover their mistake. The session where the motion was to be debated drew the largest attendance in years. Word had spread through the political networks that something significant was happening, that Lord Potter was going to respond to the challenge against his position. Neutrals who rarely bothered with routine sessions showed up to watch. Even Dumbledore seemed more alert than usual, his twinkling eyes tracking the room's dynamics with obvious interest. Harry waited until Parkinson had finished presenting the motion, a carefully rehearsed speech about precedent and propriety that managed to be insulting without ever crossing into outright attack. Then he rose. Members of the Wizengamot, he began, his voice carrying easily through the chamber. I thank Lord Parkinson for his concerns about proper governance. Such attention to institutional integrity is admirable, or would be, if it were genuine. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Harry continued. But I find myself confused by the timing of this motion. Lord Parkinson has been a member of this body for 18 years. In that time, he has never once raised concerns about age requirements for seat holders. Never questioned the validity of inherited positions. Never proposed reforms to strengthen our governance. He turned to face Parkinson directly. Until now. Until a month after I blocked legislation that would have benefited certain, interested parties. Legislation that Lord Parkinson supported with unusual enthusiasm. Parkinson's face reddened. I resent the implication, I'm not implying anything, Lord Parkinson. I'm stating facts. Harry's voice remained calm, reasonable. The fact that your motion comes immediately after a political defeat for Lord Malfoy's block. The fact that your campaign has been coordinated with articles in the Daily Prophet, articles written by reporters who have previously received significant payments from Malfoy family businesses. The murmurs became louder. Harry saw Malfoy's face go pale, then smooth into careful neutrality. The fact that the review committee you propose would be chaired by Lord Yaxley, a man who stood trial for Death Eater activities after the war, escaped conviction only through technicalities, and has voted in lockstep with known Voldemort sympathizers for the past decade. Now the chamber was in genuine uproar. Harry raised his voice to be heard over the chaos. This motion isn't about governance or propriety. It's about power. It's about taking revenge on someone who stood against the Death Eater agenda. And every member of this body needs to decide what that means for them. He turned to address the full chamber. I will not ask you to vote against this motion for my sake. My position is secure, my rights are clear, and no review committee can change the laws that put me here. But I will ask you to consider what it means if you vote for it. His eyes swept the room, meeting gaze after gaze. It means aligning yourself with those who would tear down anyone who stands against their agenda. It means telling every young witch and wizard in magical Britain that their voices don't matter, that power belongs only to those who've held it longest. It means declaring that the Wizengamot serves the interests of a few old families, not the welfare of our society. Harry let the silence stretch for a moment. Then he sat down. I've said my piece. I trust this body to make the right decision. The vote wasn't even close. The motion was defeated by nearly 3-1, with many of Malfoy's usual supporters crossing the aisle to oppose it. As the session ended, Harry caught Malfoy's eye across the chamber. The blonde wizard's expression was unreadable, but something flickered behind it, not anger, exactly. Recognition. The first real battle had been fought. And Harry had won. The aftermath of the victory was complicated. Politically, Harry's position was stronger than ever. The defeat of Parkinson's motion had established him as someone who couldn't be attacked through conventional means, and his speech had won admirers among neutrals and even some traditional light families. His block in the Wizengamot grew, attracting members who wanted to align with rising power. But the victory had also made enemies. Malfoy won't forget this, Sirius warned during a post-session debrief. You didn't just defeat him, you humiliated him. Publicly, in front of his peers. Men like him don't forgive that kind of damage to their reputation. I know. But I didn't see another way. If I'd let the motion go through, even if I'd eventually won, the process would have weakened me for years. You made the right choice. I'm just making sure you understand the consequences. Sirius's expression was serious. The Malfoys have long memories and longer reach. They'll look for other ways to strike at you, ways you might not see coming. Like what? Social pressure. Business interference. Attacks on your allies rather than on you directly. Sirius paused. And they're not your only concern. You exposed connections between Malfoy and the Prophet reporters. That's going to create ripples, the paper's credibility is damaged, and someone's going to want someone to blame. Harry absorbed this. The political victory had felt clean in the moment, but now he was seeing the complexity, the second and third order effects that would continue playing out for months or years. So what do I do? Keep building. Keep strengthening your position. And don't get complacent. Sirius's voice carried the weight of experience. You won a battle, Harry. Not the war. There will be more attacks, more challenges, more moments when everything you've built seems about to collapse. That's the nature of politics. That sounds exhausting. It is. That's why most people don't do it. Sirius allowed himself a small smile. But you're not most people. And neither is my daughter. Between the two of you, I think Malfoy and his allies are going to find the next few years very interesting. The night before Harry's 11th birthday, he sat alone in the gardens of Greengrass Manor. Tomorrow would bring changes, the Hogwarts letter he'd been expecting, the official beginning of the next phase of his education. His political position was secure, his training was complete, his alliances were solid. By any measure, he should have felt ready. Instead, he felt uncertain. Not about Hogwarts itself. He'd been preparing for that arena for years, knew its rules and players better than most adult wizards. Not about the challenges ahead, the Covenant, Dumbledore, the eventual return of Voldemort. Those were known threats, problems he'd been trained to face. The uncertainty was about himself. Who was Harry Potter, really? Not the titles or the prophecies or the political positions. Not the king of magic or the boy who lived or the lord of 8 houses. Who was the person underneath all those labels? He'd spent 6 years becoming someone capable of facing his enemies. Building strength, developing skills, forging alliances. But in all that building, had he lost something? Had he become so focused on what he needed to be that he'd forgotten who he actually was? Deep thoughts. He turned. Daphne was walking toward him, her blonde hair silver in the moonlight. Something like that. She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. Want to talk about it? I was thinking about identity. About who I am when I'm not being Lord Potter or the boy who lived or whatever else people call me. And? Who are you? I don't know. That's the problem. Harry let out a breath. I've spent so long preparing to face my enemies that I'm not sure I know what I'd do if I didn't have enemies to face. You'd probably invent some. You're not good at sitting still. But her voice was gentle, not mocking. Harry, you're one of the most deliberate people I've ever met. Everything you do is calculated, planned, considered. It's what makes you effective. But it's not who you are. Then who am I? You're the boy who refused to fight me when we first met, even though you could have pulled rank and made me back down. You're the person who saw that Grimbolt needed a friend more than a rival, and made yourself that friend. You're the wizard who stood up for werewolves in the Wisengamot because it was right, not because it was politically advantageous. She turned to face him, her eyes serious. You're kind, Harry. Underneath all the calculation and the strategy and the necessary hardness, you're genuinely, fundamentally kind. You care about people. You want to help them. And that's not something you learn from goblins or politicians. That's just who you are. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Something he hadn't realized was tight. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. I'm just telling you what I see." She took his hand. "And what I see is someone who's going to be extraordinary, not because of his titles or his power, but because of who he is as a person." They sat together in the moonlit garden, two children on the edge of something larger than either of them. Tomorrow, everything would change. Hogwarts waited, with all its challenges and opportunities and dangers. But tonight, Harry knew who he was. And that knowledge was worth more than all the political victories in the world. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Hogwarts Letters. The owl arrived at precisely midnight on July 31, 1991. Harry watched it descend from his window at Greengrass Manor, a tawny barn owl carrying an envelope of heavy parchment sealed with the Hogwarts crest. He'd known it was coming, had known for years, had prepared for this moment with the same meticulous attention he brought to everything else. But there was still something about seeing it, about holding the physical letter in his hands, that made the moment feel real in a way that preparation hadn't. He opened it anyway. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." The words blurred together. Standard form letter, the same one sent to every magical child in Britain when they reached the age of enrollment. Nothing special about it, nothing that acknowledged who he was or what he'd accomplished. Just another first year, invited to purchase supplies and board a train. Harry smiled despite himself. There was something almost refreshing about being treated as ordinary, even if only on paper. A knock at his door. "Harry?" Daphne's voice, tinged with excitement she was trying to hide. "Did you get yours?" "Just now." "You?" 10 minutes ago. "Mother's already planning a shopping trip." The door opened, and Daphne slipped inside, her own letter clutched in one hand. "Can you believe it's actually happening? After all this time?" "I can believe it. I've been believing it for 6 years." But Harry's voice was lighter than his words. "Ready to take on Hogwarts? Ready to take on the world?" Her smile was fierce and genuine. "But Hogwarts first." The trip to Diagon Alley was scheduled for the following week, time for Sirius to coordinate with Ragnarok and ensure proper security arrangements. Harry Potter walking openly through magical Britain's shopping district would attract attention, and attention could mean danger. In the meantime, there were preparations to make. "Your wand situation needs to be addressed," Ragnarok said during a final strategy session at Gringotts. "Ollivander's wands are adequate for most wizards, but you're not most wizards. Your magical core is unusual." "Unusual how?" "Larger than normal. More volatile. And shaped by years of goblin training that emphasized raw power over wand-based refinement." The director's ancient eyes studied Harry intently. "A standard wand may not be sufficient for your needs. It may even be dangerous." "What are my options?" "Several. You could commission a custom wand from a maker who specializes in high-power cores. You could train to use multiple wands, switching between them depending on the working. Or..." Ragnarok paused. "You could do what your instincts will probably push you toward anyway. Improvise." Harry raised an eyebrow. "You think I'll need to improvise my wand?" "I think Ollivander will show you something that defies expectation. And I think you'll respond in ways that equally defy expectation." The old goblin's lips curved slightly. "You have a talent for that, young king." The morning of the shopping trip dawned clear and warm. Harry dressed carefully, robes that looked ordinary but were reinforced with goblin enchantments, boots that allowed for quick movement, a knife strapped to his forearm in a sheath that wouldn't trigger standard detection wards. Nothing that screamed preparation, but nothing that left him vulnerable either. Daphne was waiting in the manor's entrance hall, similarly attired. She'd spent the morning coordinating her own preparations with the thoroughness that characterized everything she did. "Ready?" she asked. "Let's find out." The flue to the leaky cauldron deposited them into controlled chaos. The pub was crowded with families doing their own back-to-school shopping, children running between tables while parents tried to maintain order. No one paid particular attention to Harry and Daphne as they made their way toward the back, just two more young wizards heading into the alley. The wall opened, and Diagon Alley sprawled before them. Harry had been here before, many times. His position at Gringotts meant regular visits to the bank, and he'd taken the opportunity to learn the alley's layout, its shops, its rhythms. But seeing it now, through the eyes of an incoming Hogwarts student, felt different. The crowds were denser than he remembered, families everywhere, children pressing faces against shop windows, parents juggling lists and packages and the endless demands of excited young wizards. The shops themselves seemed brighter, more festive, decorated with banners advertising back-to-school specials and the latest in academic supplies. Busy, Daphne observed. School shopping season. It's like this every August. Harry scanned the crowd, identifying potential threats out of habit. We should start with the bank. My accounts need updating before we make major purchases. Always the practical one. But she was smiling as she fell into step beside him. Gringotts loomed over the alley like a sleeping dragon, its white marble facade gleaming in the summer sun. Harry walked through the main doors with the familiarity of someone who belonged there, nodding to the guards who recognized him and fell into subtle defensive positions. The main hall was less crowded than the street outside, wizards conducted their banking quickly, eager to get back to shopping. Harry bypassed the regular queues, heading for a side door that led to the director's private offices. Ragnarok was waiting. The accounts are prepared, the old goblin said without preamble. Liquid funds have been transferred to a shopping allocation, your vault keys are updated, and the security detail is in position throughout the alley. Security detail. Invisible, but present. After the Covenant's previous attempts, I'm not taking chances. Ragnarok's eyes were hard. You're walking through crowds of strangers, any of whom could be an agent or an assassin. We've warded your path as best we can, but vigilance is still required. Understood. Harry accepted the vault keys and the money pouch Ragnarok offered. Anything else I should know? Ollivander has been informed of your visit. He's anticipating it with unusual interest. Ragnarok's lips curved. Apparently, he's been wondering about you for years. Something about prophecy and destiny and the wands that choose their masters. That's not ominous at all. That's Ollivander. The man has been making wands for 7 decades, and he's never lost his flair for the dramatic. Ragnarok clasped Harry's hand in the warrior's grip. Be careful out there, young king. And come back safe. I intend to. The shopping itself was almost anticlimactic. Madame Malkin's for robes, the fitting was quick and professional, the proprietor treating Harry like any other customer despite obvious recognition. Flourish and blots for books, Harry added several texts not on the required list, works on advanced theory and practical applications that would supplement the standard curriculum. The apothecary for potion supplies, wiseacres for equipment, a dozen other shops for the various necessities of magical education. Throughout it all, Harry maintained his awareness, watching for threats, noting the positions of Ragnarok's security detail, tracking the crowd's movements and reactions. Several people recognized him, but the attention was manageable. A few stares, some whispered conversations, one who asked for an autograph and seemed genuinely surprised when Harry politely declined. Daphne was a steady presence at his side, her own shopping interwoven with his. They moved through the alley as a unit, covering each other's blind spots without conscious thought, years of partnership making their coordination instinctive. One more stop, Harry said, as they emerged from the apothecary. The one we've been building toward all morning. Daphne followed his gaze to the narrow shop front wedged between larger establishments. Faded gold letters above the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC, nervous, she asked. Curious. Harry studied the dusty windows, the cramped interior visible beyond. Ragnarok said Ollivander's been waiting for me. I want to know why. They crossed the street and pushed open the door. The shop was smaller than it looked from outside, narrow and deep, its walls lined floor to ceiling with boxes that Harry knew contained wands. Thousands of them, accumulated over generations, each one unique, each one waiting for the wizard who would claim it. The air was thick with magic. Not the sharp, purposeful magic of goblin work, but something older, wilder, the accumulated resonance of countless magical foci stored in close proximity. Harry felt it pressing against his senses, a symphony of power just barely contained. A ladder creaked somewhere in the back. Then a face appeared between the shelves, pale, ancient, with silver eyes that seemed to look straight through Harry to something beyond. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." Ollivander's voice was soft, almost whispering, but it carried easily through the silent shop. "I've been expecting you for quite some time." "So I've been told." "Have you?" Ollivander descended from his ladder with surprising agility for someone his age. "And what else have you been told about me?" "About the wands I make. About the nature of the connection between wand and wizard. I know the basics. Core materials, wood types, the principle of the wand choosing the wizard." Harry met those silver eyes steadily. "I suspect you're about to tell me there's more to it than that." "Much more, Mr. Potter. Much more." Ollivander moved closer, his gaze roving over Harry with an intensity that felt almost physical. "You've been trained by goblins. Shaped by their magic, their methods, their understanding of power. Most wizards who come to me are blank slates, ordinary children with ordinary potential, waiting for a wand to help them discover what they might become. And I'm not ordinary. You, Mr. Potter, are the furthest thing from ordinary I've encountered in 70 years of wand making." Ollivander's voice dropped even lower. "Your magical signature is complex. Layered. I can feel the goblin influence, yes, but beneath it there's something else. Something old. Something that has been waiting, watching, building toward this moment." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What are you talking about?" "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. That is the fundamental truth of my craft. But some wizards, a very few, across all the centuries, are chosen by more than one." Ollivander's silver eyes gleamed. "I believe you are one such wizard. And I believe the choosing will be interesting." He turned and disappeared into the stacks. A moment later, boxes began floating toward the front of the shop, one, then three, then a dozen, arranging themselves on the counter with a precision that suggested long practice. "Let us begin," Ollivander said. "And let us see what chooses you." The first wand was holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches, nice and supple. Harry took it, felt it in his hand, and raised it for the customary test wave. The response was immediate, a warmth spreading from the wood, a sense of connection that felt almost alive. But it was incomplete. Like a conversation with someone speaking a language he only half understood. "Interesting," Ollivander murmured, watching with those silver eyes. "The wand responds to you. But something isn't right. It feels partial." "Yes. Partial." Ollivander took the wand back and handed Harry another. "Try this one. Ash and unicorn hair. 10 inches, reasonably springy." This one felt colder. The connection was there, but distant, like trying to shake hands through a wall. Harry worked through a dozen wands, then 2 dozen. Each one responded to some degree, a warmth, a tingle, a sense of recognition. But none of them felt complete. None of them felt right. Ollivander's excitement grew with each failure. "Remarkable," he said, after the 30th wand. "Absolutely remarkable. I've never seen anything quite like it. Every wand responds to you, Mr. Potter, every single one. But none of them is sufficient." "What does that mean?" "It means your magic is too large for any single wand to contain. Too complex. You need something more than any wand I've ever made." Ollivander's eyes were bright with anticipation. "Wait here." He disappeared into the back of the shop. Harry heard rummaging, the creak of ancient hinges, the sound of boxes being moved. When Ollivander returned, he was carrying 3 boxes instead of 1. "These wands were made decades ago," he said, setting them on the counter. "Each one is unique, created during moments of inspiration that I've never been able to replicate. Each one has rejected every wizard who's tried to claim it. And each one has been waiting, I believe, for you." He opened the first box. Inside lay a wand of pale, almost white wood, its surface carved with runes that seemed to shift and flow. Elder and Thestral hair. 15 inches, unyielding. A wand of death and mastery. Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the wood, he felt power surge through him, cold, vast, ancient. The runes on the wand's surface blazed with silver light. "Yes," Ollivander breathed. "The Elder Wand's sister recognizes you." Harry set the first wand aside and reached for the second box. This one contained a wand of deep red wood, almost black, with a core that seemed to pulse with inner fire. Yew Phoenix Feather. 13 inches, rigid. A wand of transformation and rebirth. The connection was different this time, warm where the first had been cold, fierce where the first had been still. The wand seemed to fight against Harry's grip, testing him, challenging him. He didn't back down. He met the challenge with his own will, and slowly, grudgingly, the wand yielded. 2 wands, Ollivander said, his voice barely above a whisper. 2 wands that have never accepted any wizard. And now they fight over you. There's a third box. Yes. The third. Ollivander's hands trembled slightly as he opened it. Holly and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches. Brother to the wand that gave you your scar. Harry stared at the wand. It looked ordinary, nothing like the elaborate carved elder or the fierce red yew. Just a simple wooden stick, unassuming and plain. But when he touched it, everything changed. The 3 wands sang. Not a sound that could be heard with ears, but a resonance that Harry felt in his bones, his blood, his magic. The Elder Wand's cold power, the Yew Wand's fierce heat, and now the Holly Wand's steady warmth, all of them reaching for him, all of them trying to claim him, all of them finding something in him that answered their call. And Harry, acting on instinct he didn't fully understand, reached back. His magic flowed out of him, touching all 3 wands simultaneously. He felt their cores, the Thestral hair, the 2 different phoenix feathers, respond to his call. He felt the wood itself bending to his will, the enchantments woven into each wand recognizing his authority. The wands began to move. They lifted from the counter, floating in the air before him, circling each other in a slow dance. Their magic intertwined, merged, separated, recombined. Harry felt himself being pulled into the pattern, becoming part of whatever was happening. He didn't resist. Instead, he shaped it. His training kicked in, years of learning to feel magic, to direct it, to make his will manifest in the physical world. He reached out with his mind and pushed the 3 wands together. The explosion of light filled the shop. When Harry's vision cleared, he was holding a single wand. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen, 3 woods woven together in a seamless braid, their colors distinct but harmonious. The runes from the Elder Wand now covered the entire surface, but they'd been joined by new symbols, new patterns, something that hadn't existed before. Impossible, Ollivander breathed. That's impossible. What just happened? You combined them. 3 wands, 3 cores, 3 woods, and you forced them together through sheer will. The wand maker's voice was shaking. I've been making wands for 70 years, Mr. Potter. I've seen things that would astonish most wizards. But I have never seen anything like that. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It felt perfect, complete in a way that none of the individual wands had been. The cold power of Elder, the fierce heat of Yew, and the steady warmth of Holly, all unified into something greater than the sum of its parts. Is it stable? I don't know. This has never been done before. The magic should have collapsed, should have torn itself apart. Ollivander took a tentative step closer, examining the wand without touching it. But it hasn't. Somehow, you've created something entirely new. Something that shouldn't exist. Daphne, who had been watching from the shop's entrance with wide eyes, finally found her voice. Harry, what did you do? I don't know. Harry raised the wand, testing its weight, its balance. But I think I need to find out. He waved the wand, a simple motion, the kind he'd done thousands of times in training, and the shop exploded with golden light. Not destructive light. Celebratory light. It swirled around the room, touched every surface, filled every corner with warmth and brilliance. The stacked wand boxes rattled in their places, responding to the power flowing through the air. When it faded, Ollivander was on his knees. I've waited 70 years, he whispered. 70 years, making wands, wondering if I'd ever see something truly new. And now. He looked up at Harry with eyes that glistened with tears. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for showing me that wonders still exist. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He settled for the truth. I don't understand what happened here. But I'll try to be worthy of it. You already are. Ollivander rose slowly, steadying himself against the counter. The wands chose you, Mr. Potter. All three of them, simultaneously. And when you unified them. He shook his head in wonder. That wand in your hand is the most powerful focus I've ever witnessed. Guard it well. I will. Harry paid for the wands. Ollivander seemed uncertain what to charge for something that had never existed before, eventually settling on the combined price of all three originals, and left the shop with Daphne at his side. Behind them, Ollivander stood in his doorway, watching the young wizard walk away with a wand that would change history. We do great things, Mr. Potter, he murmured to himself. Terrible, yes. But great. The rest of the shopping trip passed in a blur. Harry bought an owl, a snowy white female who seemed to choose him as much as he chose her, and the remaining supplies on his list. But his mind kept returning to the wand in his pocket, to the impossibility of what he'd done, to the weight of Ollivander's reaction. You're thinking too hard, Daphne said, as they made their way back toward the leaky cauldron. I can see the gears turning from here. I just broke every rule of wand-making that exists. That seems worth thinking about. You did something impossible. That's not breaking rules, that's making new ones. She glanced at him sidelong. Besides, what did you expect? You've been doing impossible things since you were a baby. That was different. That was prophecy, or luck, or whatever you want to call it. This was deliberate. I chose to combine those wands. I made it happen. And I don't know what that means. What I'm becoming. What I'm capable of. Harry's voice was quieter now. The power I felt when those wands merged, it was vast, Daphne. Bigger than anything I've experienced before. What if I can't control it? Daphne stopped walking. She turned to face him, her expression serious. You've been training for 6 years. You've faced challenges that would have broken most adults. You've built alliances, won political battles, earned the respect of goblins and wizards alike. Her eyes held his. You are not going to lose control. Not because you're naturally disciplined, though you are, but because you care too much about the people around you to let your power hurt them. How can you be so sure? Because I know you, Harry Potter. Better than anyone except maybe Grimbolt. And I know that whatever power you have, you'll use it to protect people. That's who you are. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. The fear that had been building since the wand shop, fear of himself, of what he might become, began to ease. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Just don't forget it when Hogwarts starts throwing challenges at us. Her smile returned. Now come on. We have a feast to attend, and I refuse to be late because you're having an existential crisis in the middle of Diagon Alley." Harry laughed despite himself and followed her through the pub. The feast that night was held at Greengrass Manor, a celebration of Harry's birthday and the beginning of his Hogwarts journey. The guest list was small but significant: Sirius and Isolde, Daphne and her younger sister Astoria, Grimbolt attending via magical projection from Gringotts, and a handful of close allies from their growing network. Harry sat at the head of the table, feeling simultaneously honored and uncomfortable with the attention. Birthday celebrations were still strange to him. The Dursleys had never acknowledged the date, and goblins didn't mark individual years in the same way humans did. "A toast," Sirius said, raising his glass. "To Harry Potter. 11 years old today, and already more accomplished than most wizards twice his age. May Hogwarts be merely the next step in a journey that changes the world." "Here, here," the others echoed. Harry raised his own glass, accepting the tribute with the grace his training had taught him. "Thank you all. For your support, your friendship, your belief in what we're building together. Whatever challenges Hogwarts brings, I know I won't face them alone." "No, you won't," Daphne said firmly. "Partners, remember. Partners." The feast continued, conversations flowing between strategy and celebration. Harry discussed politics with Sirius, training with Grimbolt's projection, and the mysteries of the wand with Isolde, who had some background in magical theory. 3 cores merged into one, she mused, turning the wand over in careful hands. The magical resonance should be impossible to maintain. The different core materials should reject each other, tear the unified structure apart. But they don't. No. They don't. Isolde looked at Harry with new respect in her eyes. "Whatever you did when you combined these wands, it changed the fundamental nature of the magic involved. You didn't just force them together, you convinced them to work together. That's an entirely different thing. Is it dangerous? Everything is dangerous, properly applied." She returned the wand to him. "But this wand isn't going to explode, if that's what you're asking. It's stable, more stable than any of its component parts. Whatever you created, it wants to exist." Harry accepted the wand back, feeling its weight settle into his palm like an old friend. The warmth was there, and the cold, and the fire, all of them balanced, unified, ready to answer his call. "Then I suppose I need to learn how to use it." "You will." Isolde's smile was kind. "You've learned everything else you've needed to learn. This will be no different." The days before September 1st passed quickly. Harry spent them in preparation, reviewing Hogwarts layout from maps and second-hand accounts, memorizing the names and affiliations of notable students and staff, planning strategies for the various scenarios he might encounter. Daphne did the same, their conversations often turning to coordination and contingencies. "The sorting's going to be the first major decision," she said during one of their planning sessions. "We'll need to be prepared for any outcome. You're expecting Slytherin. I'm expecting complications. Slytherin is the obvious choice for both of us. It's where the political power is, where our natural allies are, where the family histories point. But obvious isn't always right. What would you choose if you could?" Daphne was quiet for a moment. "Slytherin still, probably. It's where I can do the most good, have the most influence. But sometimes I wonder what it would be like to be in Ravenclaw, surrounded by people who actually care about learning instead of just accumulating power. You could request it. I could. But that would be choosing comfort over effectiveness." She shook her head. "No. Slytherin it is. The snakes need people who aren't completely awful, and I intend to be one of them. And if I end up somewhere else? Then we adapt. We've been planning for this, Harry. Whatever house you're sorted into, we have allies there. Contacts, potential relationships, strategies for building influence. It won't be as convenient as being together, but it won't be a disaster either." Harry nodded, appreciating her practicality. The sorting had been one of their most discussed contingencies, the uncertainty of where he might end up had forced them to develop plans for every possibility. "I'm going to push for Slytherin," he said. "Assuming I get any say in the matter. It's the right place for what we're trying to build." "Then push hard." The Hat can be convinced. Several accounts confirm that it considers student preferences as part of its decision. And if it can't be convinced? Daphne's smile was sharp. "Then we show Hogwarts that Harry Potter isn't predictable. That might be even more valuable than being in the right house." The morning of September 1st dawned grey and overcast. Harry stood in his room at Greengrass Manor, trunk packed, wand secured, everything in order for the journey ahead. His reflection in the mirror showed someone who looked calm, prepared, confident, someone who belonged at Hogwarts, regardless of his age or unusual history. The reflection was mostly accurate. But beneath the surface, Harry felt something he rarely allowed himself to acknowledge. Excitement. For all his preparation, for all his training, Hogwarts represented something genuinely new. A school full of peers his own age. Teachers who weren't goblins or politicians. Classes in subjects he'd only read about. The chance to learn magic the way most wizards learned it, to experience something like a normal childhood. He knew it wouldn't be that simple. Enemies waited at Hogwarts, Dumbledore with his manipulations, possible Covenant agents among staff or students, the weight of expectations that would follow him everywhere. He couldn't let his guard down, couldn't afford to pretend this was an ordinary school experience. But for just a moment, standing alone in his room on the first day of a new chapter, Harry allowed himself to feel hope. Whatever happened next, it would be different from everything that had come before. And different, right now, felt like exactly what he needed. A knock at the door. "Harry." Daphne's voice. "The carriage is ready." "Coming." He took one last look at his reflection, then turned and walked out to meet his future. King's Cross Station was chaos. Families everywhere, children dragging trunks and cages, parents calling instructions and farewells. The barrier to platform 9 3/4 was surrounded by obvious wizards trying to look inconspicuous, their robes poorly hidden beneath muggle coats, their expressions a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Harry and Daphne moved through the crowd with practiced ease, their own families having already said their goodbyes at the manor. They passed through the barrier together, a moment of disorientation as reality shifted, and emerged onto a platform that looked like it belonged to another century. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet and gold, smoke billowing from its engine, students already boarding through doors along its length. The noise was incredible, voices echoing off the high glass ceiling, owls hooting, cats yowling, the general pandemonium of hundreds of children preparing for the journey ahead. "Find a compartment," Daphne suggested. "You go ahead. I want to see who else is here." She nodded and made her way toward the train. Harry stayed on the platform, watching the crowd, identifying faces he recognized from his studies. There, Draco Malfoy, pale and pointed, surrounded by what looked like bodyguards. The Malfoy heir was holding court, his voice carrying even over the platform's noise, clearly enjoying the attention of his peers. There, a cluster of redheads, unmistakably Weasleys, their chaotic energy standing out even in this chaos. Harry spotted the twins, Fred and George, already plotting something based on their conspiratorial grins. And there, a bushy-haired girl sitting alone on a bench, her nose buried in a book that looked like Hogwarts, a history. She seemed isolated, separate from the family groups and friend clusters around her. Harry filed away each observation. Potential allies, potential rivals, potential complications. The social landscape of Hogwarts was already taking shape before him. Harry Potter. He turned. A boy about his age stood nearby, round-faced, nervous-looking, clutching a toad that seemed determined to escape. Harry recognized him from his files. Neville Longbottom. "You know who I am?" Neville seemed surprised. "I know your grandmother. We've worked together in the Wizengamot." Harry kept his voice friendly, non-threatening. "It's good to finally meet you in person." Oh. I didn't know. I mean, Gran mentioned you, but I didn't think. Neville trailed off, clearly flustered. Don't worry about it. It's a lot to take in, all of this. Harry gestured at the chaos around them. First time on the train? Yes. Well, no. I mean, I've been to the platform before, when my cousins went. But this is my first time actually going. Neville's toad made another escape attempt, he barely caught it. Trevor keeps trying to run away. I think he's more nervous than I am. Want to sit with us? I've got a compartment waiting. Neville's eyes widened. Really? I mean, yes, that would be, are you sure? Positive. Come on, the train's about to leave. They made their way through the crowd toward the train, Harry noting the stares and whispers that followed him. The boy who lived, walking openly through platform 9 3/4 for the first time. News of his presence was already spreading. He ignored it all, focusing on the shy boy at his side, and potential ally, a fellow orphan of the war, someone who might become important for reasons beyond his family name. The future was uncertain. But Harry was used to that. He boarded the train and began the journey toward whatever came next. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7, The Sorting and the Snake. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4 with a lurch and a whistle, and Harry Potter watched London slide past the window as the train gathered speed. The compartment he'd claimed was near the middle of the train, strategically chosen, easy to reach from either end, with good sightlines down the corridor. Daphne sat across from him, already reviewing notes on their fellow first-years. Neville had taken a seat by the door, still clutching Trevor with white-knuckled determination. Relax, Harry told him. The toad's not going anywhere. You don't know Trevor. He's an escape artist. But Neville's grip loosened slightly. I still can't believe you invited me to sit with you. I mean, you're Harry Potter. And you're Neville Longbottom. Your parents were war heroes. Your grandmother's one of the most respected voices in the Wizengamot. Harry shrugged. Seems like we have things in common. I'm not. I mean, I'm not like them. My parents, I mean. Or Gran. Neville's voice dropped. Everyone expects me to be this powerful wizard because of my family, but I'm not. I can barely do magic at all. That's what training's for. Harry kept his tone matter-of-fact, not pitying. Nobody's born knowing how to cast spells. Some people just get more practice than others. Did you? Get practice, I mean. 6 years of it. The goblins don't believe in coddling. Neville's eyes went wide. You really were raised by goblins? I thought that was just a rumor. It's not a rumor. And it's why I'm not worried about Hogwarts. Harry smiled slightly. Whatever the professors throw at us, I've probably faced worse in training. The compartment door slid open before Neville could respond. A girl stood in the corridor, bushy brown hair, slightly too large front teeth, an expression of barely contained excitement. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, and, she stopped, taking in the scene. Oh. You're Neville. That's me. Neville held up Trevor. Found him. Well, kept him, really. He keeps trying to escape. That's good. I'm Hermione Granger. The girl stepped into the compartment without waiting for an invitation, her gaze sweeping over all of them before landing on Harry. And you're Harry Potter. I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Most of which is wrong, Harry said mildly. Wrong? But they're published books, published by people who never met me and based their accounts on rumor and speculation. Harry gestured to an empty seat. Sit down if you want. We were just discussing the joys of low expectations. Hermione sat, though she looked uncertain. What do you mean, wrong? The book said you defeated you-know-who as a baby, that the curse rebounded. That part's accurate, more or less. The part about me being a helpless infant who got lucky isn't. Harry decided to test her. What do you know about the right of conquest? The what? Goblin inheritance law. When a wizard defeats another in magical combat, they claim the loser's holdings, wealth, titles, magical inheritances. Harry watched her expression shift from confusion to interest. When I defeated Voldemort, I claimed everything he'd accumulated through 50 years of conquest. That's not in the books. That's fascinating. Hermione's eyes were bright now, her earlier hesitation replaced by intellectual hunger. So you're not just famous, you're actually powerful. Magically and politically. Both. Though I prefer to let people underestimate me when possible. That's smart. People who underestimate you make mistakes. She leaned forward. What else do the books get wrong? Harry spent the next 20 minutes correcting Hermione's understanding of recent magical history, Daphne occasionally adding her own observations. Neville listened in silence, his expression suggesting that he was re-evaluating everything he thought he knew about his famous compartment mate. By the time the conversation wound down, the train had left London far behind, and the English countryside was rolling past in shades of green and gold. I need to think about all of this, Hermione said finally. The books I read, they made everything seem so simple. Good versus evil, hero versus villain. But what you're describing is much more complicated. Reality usually is. Harry met her eyes. The question is whether you're interested in understanding it or just in passing exams. Both, I think. But understanding seems more important. She stood, smoothing her robes. I should go change. We'll be arriving soon, and I want to be ready. It was good meeting you, Hermione. You too, Harry. She paused at the door. I think Hogwarts is going to be more interesting than I expected. She left. Harry watched her go, then turned to find Daphne smiling. Making allies already? Testing potential ones. She's smart, smarter than she realizes, and she's not afraid to question her assumptions. Harry shrugged. Could be useful. Could also be a liability. Muggle-born, no political connections, desperate to prove herself. Daphne's voice was analytical, not cruel. She'll attract attention, not all of it good. Then she'll need friends who can help her navigate. That's an opportunity, not a problem. Always the strategist. But Daphne was still smiling. Come on. We should change too. The sorting's going to be complicated enough without showing up in traveling clothes. The first glimpse of Hogwarts came as the train rounded a bend in the track. Harry had seen pictures, read descriptions, studied the castle's layout until he could navigate it blindfolded. None of that had prepared him for the reality. The castle rose from the shore of a vast dark lake, its towers and turrets catching the last light of sunset. Hundreds of windows glowed with warm firelight. The entire structure seemed to pulse with ancient magic, layer upon layer of enchantments accumulated over 1,000 years. It's beautiful, Neville breathed. It's a fortress. Harry's tactical mind was already assessing. Look at the positioning, high ground, water barrier, clear sightlines in all directions. Whoever built this wasn't just thinking about education. Can't it be both? Daphne asked. Beautiful and defensible. It can. It is. Harry allowed himself a moment of pure appreciation. Whoever designed this place was a genius. The train slowed, then stopped. Students poured onto the platform, a smaller station than King's Cross, clearly dedicated solely to Hogwarts traffic. A massive figure stood at the end of the platform, lantern raised, calling for first years. First years. First years over here. Harry recognized him from his files. Rubeus Hagrid, gamekeeper and keeper of keys. Half-giant, fiercely loyal to Dumbledore, generally considered harmless despite his intimidating size. Harry wasn't sure harmless was the right word. Anyone that big and that devoted to the headmaster was worth watching carefully. The first years gathered around Hagrid, a nervous cluster of children separated from the older students who were heading toward horseless carriages. Harry spotted Draco Malfoy in the crowd, flanked by his two large companions, sneering at the half-giant with obvious distaste. "No more N4 to a boat," Hagrid called, leading them down a steep path toward the lake. "Mind your step." The boats were small wooden things, enchanted to move without oars or poles. Harry climbed into one with Daphne, Neville, and Hermione, who had appeared at his elbow with the determination of someone who decided to attach herself to the most interesting people available. The crossing was silent except for the gentle lap of water against the hulls. Harry watched the castle grow larger, feeling the weight of its magic pressing against his senses. This wasn't goblin magic, not the sharp, purposeful power of Gringotts. This was something older, wilder, layered with the intentions of 1,000 years of magical practitioners. This place is alive, he realized. Not sentient, maybe, but aware. It's going to react to me. The boats passed through a curtain of ivy and entered an underground harbor. Stone steps led upward toward massive oak doors, and Hagrid was already climbing, his enormous form somehow graceful despite its size. "Everyone here?" "Good, good." Hagrid raised a fist and knocked 3 times. The doors swung open. Professor McGonagall was exactly what Harry had expected from his research. Tall, stern, with an expression that suggested she'd seen everything students could throw at her and remained unimpressed. Her robes were emerald green, her hair pulled back in a tight bun, and her eyes missed nothing as they swept over the assembled first years. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she said, her Scottish accent clipping each word with precision. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family." She explained the 4 houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, in terms that were clearly rehearsed from long repetition. Harry listened with half an ear, more interested in watching his fellow first-years' reactions. Draco Malfoy looked bored, confident of his destination. Neville looked terrified, probably imagining all the ways he might fail to live up to his family's legacy. Hermione was murmuring to herself, clearly reviewing everything she'd read about the sorting process. And scattered through the crowd were others, faces Harry recognized from his research, names attached to families and factions and political alignments. The next generation of magical Britain, about to be divided into 4 camps that would shape their relationships for the rest of their lives. "The sorting ceremony will begin momentarily," McGonagall concluded. "I shall return when we are ready for you." She disappeared through a side door, leaving the first years alone in the entrance chamber. Almost immediately, Draco Malfoy pushed his way toward Harry. "So it's true. Harry Potter's come to Hogwarts." His voice was pitched to carry, ensuring everyone heard. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. I know who you are." Harry's voice was mild, unimpressed. "Your father and I have met." Something flickered in Draco's eyes, surprise, maybe, that Harry wasn't reacting the way he'd expected. "Then you know my family's reputation. We're the sort of people you want as friends, Potter." "Not." His gaze swept dismissively over Neville and Hermione. "This lot. Your family's reputation is exactly why I know who you are." Harry let a hint of steel enter his voice. "I make my own judgments about who's worth befriending, Malfoy. Based on their actions, not their names. You think you're too good for us?" Draco's pale face flushed. "You're just a half-blood who got lucky. Without that scar, you'd be nobody. And without your father's money, you'd be even less." Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice so only Draco could hear. "I beat your father in the Wizengamot, Malfoy. Cost him a law he wanted badly. Do you really think his son is going to intimidate me?" Draco's flush deepened. For a moment, Harry thought he might actually throw a punch, an outcome that would be embarrassing for Draco and entertaining for everyone else. Then McGonagall's voice cut through the tension. "We're ready for you now." The first years shuffled into line, and the moment passed. But Harry caught Draco's eye as they filed into the Great Hall, and he saw something there that might have been respect, or might have been the beginning of a very personal grudge. Either way, he'd made an impression. The Great Hall was everything the guidebooks promised and more. For long tables stretched the length of the room, each one packed with students in house colors. Above them, the enchanted ceiling showed a perfect mirror of the night sky, stars glittering, a crescent moon riding high, the occasional wisp of cloud drifting past. At the far end of the hall, the staff table overlooked everything. Harry identified the faces he recognized: Dumbledore in the center, his silver beard gleaming, Snape to his left, dark and brooding, McGonagall taking her place after leading them in, and others he'd studied but never met. His eyes lingered on one face in particular. A pale, nervous-looking man wearing a purple turban, sitting near the end of the staff table. Professor Quirrell, according to his research. Defense against the dark arts instructor. Former academic, spent years traveling, recently returned to Britain. Something about him felt wrong. Harry couldn't identify what it was, just a prickling at the edge of his senses, a whisper of unease that his training had taught him to trust. He filed the observation away for later investigation. McGonagall had placed a stool at the front of the hall. On it sat an ancient, patched hat that looked like it had survived several centuries of wear. The hat began to sing. Harry listened with half his attention, more interested in watching the other first years. The song described the 4 houses in rhyming verse, explained the sorting process, and concluded with a rousing call to unity that seemed somewhat at odds with the competitive house system it was describing. When the song ended, McGonagall unfurled a long scroll. "When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted." The names began. Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. Harry watched each sorting carefully, timing how long the hat deliberated, noting which houses cheered loudest for which students. Political mapping, even here. The children being sorted were heirs to magical Britain's most prominent families, and their house placements would shape alliances for years to come. Granger, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl walked to the stool with visible nervousness, jamming the hat onto her head. It considered for nearly a minute, an unusual delay, before announcing, Gryffindor. Hermione looked surprised but pleased as she made her way to the cheering table. Harry filed the result away. Her placement with the Gryffindors would complicate the friendship she seemed interested in building, but it wouldn't prevent it entirely. Greengrass, Daphne. Daphne walked to the stool with perfect poise, her expression revealing nothing. The hat barely touched her head before shouting, Slytherin. She caught Harry's eye as she walked to the Slytherin table, a tiny nod acknowledging their plan. Phase 1 complete, she was positioned where they'd agreed she'd be most useful. Longbottom, Neville. Poor Neville nearly tripped on his way to the stool, face burning with embarrassment. The hat took even longer than it had with Hermione, nearly 2 minutes of deliberation that had the hall murmuring with curiosity. Gryffindor. Neville's relief was visible from across the hall. He stumbled toward the Gryffindor table, Trevor finally escaping in the confusion. Harry made a mental note to continue cultivating that friendship. Neville's placement in Gryffindor could be useful for cross-house connections. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely grazed Draco's platinum hair before screaming, Slytherin. No surprise there. Harry watched Draco strut toward his table, noting the cold glance the boy threw in his direction. Their confrontation earlier had established terms, they were rivals, if not outright enemies. That might prove useful or problematic depending on how events unfolded. More names. More sortings. The crowd thinned as first years found their houses. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked toward the stool, feeling every eye in the room tracking his progress. The whispers had started the moment his name was called, building into a wave of sound that McGonagall had to quiet with a sharp glance. He sat on the stool. The hat descended over his eyes. And a voice spoke inside his mind. Well, well, well. This is certainly interesting. The hat's voice was dry, ancient, filled with the accumulated wisdom of 1,000 years of sorting students. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The king of magic. And yet, neither of those titles captures what you actually are, do they? What am I, then? Harry asked silently. An excellent question. Let's find out. Harry felt the hat begin to sift through his mind, not aggressively, not invasively, but with the practiced efficiency of something that had done this millions of times before. Memories surfaced without his conscious choice: the cupboard under the stairs, his first lessons at Gringotts, the trial of blood and bronze, the Wisengamot debates, the wand selection at Ollivander's. Fascinating, the hat murmured. You've lived more in 11 years than most wizards do in a lifetime. The goblins shaped you well, there's steel in your spine and fire in your blood. But beneath all that training, all that preparation, what do you actually want? To be ready. For whatever comes. That's not a want. That's a strategy. The hat's voice sharpened. What do you want for yourself, Harry Potter? Not for your kingdom, not for your allies, not for the great destiny everyone keeps laying at your feet. What do you want? Harry hesitated. It was the same question Daphne had asked him, the same uncertainty that haunted his quiet moments. I want to matter. Not because of prophecies or titles. Because of what I actually do. Better. And where do you think you can do that best? Slytherin. Harry was certain of this, at least. That's where the political power is. Where I can build the alliances I need. Slytherin would serve you well, the hat agreed. But so would Gryffindor. Your courage is genuine, not performed. Ravenclaw could nurture your strategic mind. Even Hufflepuff would benefit from your loyalty and determination. I don't want what would benefit me. I want what would let me accomplish my goals. And your goals are? Protect the people I care about. Stop the enemies that threaten them. Build something that lasts beyond any single conflict. Noble goals. Ambitious goals. The hat paused. You know, four founders built this school. They argued endlessly about how to educate young wizards, what qualities to value, how to shape the next generation. In the end, they compromised, for houses, for philosophies, for paths to greatness. What's your point? My point is that you don't fit neatly into any of them. You have Gryffindor's courage and Slytherin's cunning. Ravenclaw's intellect and Hufflepuff's loyalty. You're the kind of wizard that the founders would have argued about for years without reaching agreement. So what do you do with students like me? Normally, I pick the house that best matches their dominant trait and hope for the best. The hat's voice took on a note of wry amusement. But you're not normal, are you? You've already told me where you want to go. Slytherin. Slytherin it is. Though I wonder. The hat paused again. You're going to cause a great deal of disruption, Harry Potter. The old alliances, the comfortable assumptions, the ways things have always been done, you're going to challenge all of it. Slytherin is going to have to decide whether you're their greatest asset or their most dangerous threat. Let them decide. I'll be too busy to care. The hat's laughter echoed in Harry's mind, genuine amusement, the first honest emotion it had shown. Oh, I like you. It's been decades since I sorted someone this interesting. The hat's voice rose, preparing to announce its verdict. Very well, Harry Potter. Go forth and cause trouble. And then, to the entire Great Hall, Slytherin. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then the Slytherin table exploded with cheers, some genuine, some clearly strategic, all of them loud. Harry removed the hat and walked toward his new house, feeling the weight of hundreds of stairs following him. At the Gryffindor table, he saw shock and disappointment on several faces. The boy who lived, sorted into the House of Dark Wizards. The whispers were already starting, speculation about what this meant, what had gone wrong. At the staff table, Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral, but Harry caught the calculation behind those twinkling eyes. The headmaster had clearly expected, hoped for, a different outcome. And at the Slytherin table, Daphne was waiting with a seat saved beside her, her expression betraying nothing while her eyes glowed with satisfaction. Harry sat down. The noise around him was overwhelming, older students introducing themselves, first years gaping, everyone trying to figure out what the boy who lives presence meant for their house. Well played, Daphne murmured, pitched for his ears only. The hat was surprisingly cooperative. It would be. You gave it something it doesn't often get, someone who knows exactly what they want and why. She glanced around at their new housemates. Now the real work begins. Harry followed her gaze. The Slytherin table was a hierarchy made visible, older students at the center, first years at the edges, everyone constantly jockeying for position. He recognized faces from his research, Theodore Knott, quiet and watchful, Pansy Parkinson, clearly aligned with Draco, Blaise Zabini, maintaining careful neutrality, and a dozen others whose names and affiliations he'd memorized. Draco Malfoy was sitting further down the table, surrounded by his usual entourage. His expression when he looked at Harry was complicated, respect and resentment and calculation all mixed together. He's going to be a problem, Daphne observed. He's going to be an opportunity. Harry met Draco's gaze steadily. The question is whether he's smart enough to recognize it. The sorting concluded. McGonagall rolled up her scroll. And Dumbledore rose to address the hall. Welcome. His voice carried easily, warm and grandfatherly. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. He sat down. The hall applauded, though Harry noticed that some of the Slytherins rolled their eyes at the performance. Food appeared on the tables, mountains of it, more variety than Harry had ever seen in one place. He served himself methodically, watching his new housemates while appearing focused on his meal. Potter. A voice from across the table. Marcus Flint, 7th year, Quidditch captain, and according to Harry's research, the closest thing Slytherin had to a student leader. Interesting sorting. Thank you. Wasn't a compliment. Flint's heavy brow furrowed. Everyone expected you to be a Gryffindor. Your parents were Gryffindors. The whole boy who lived thing, that's Gryffindor territory. Expectations aren't the same as destiny. I'm where I chose to be. You chose Slytherin. The hat didn't just dump you here. I negotiated. Harry met Flint's eyes directly. I've learned that almost everything can be negotiated if you understand what the other party wants. A moment of silence. Then Flint's expression shifted, not friendly, but something closer to respect. Interesting. He turned back to his meal. We'll see how long that confidence lasts. I intend to exceed expectations. Everyone says that. Flint glanced back, a hint of a smile on his brutish features. Almost nobody does. Harry filed the exchange away. Flint was a gatekeeper, someone who controlled access to status and resources within the house. Earning his respect, or at least his tolerance, would be essential for the work ahead. The feast continued. Harry ate, observed, and began the process of mapping his new social terrain. The Slytherin common room was everything the stories promised. Located in the dungeons beneath the lake, it was a long, low space lit by greenish lamps that cast everything in underwater shadows. Thick stone walls kept out the chill, and comfortable furniture clustered around several large fireplaces. Through the tall windows, the dark water of the lake pressed against the glass, occasionally revealing the sinuous shapes of creatures swimming past. First years, attention. A prefect, Gemma Farley, according to Harry's research, had gathered them near one of the fireplaces. Welcome to Slytherin. Some of you may have heard things about our house. Some of those things are true. Some are propaganda. Your job is to figure out which is which. She outlined the rules, curfew times, study schedules, the prohibition on discussing house business with outsiders. Harry listened carefully, noting both the explicit rules and the unspoken assumptions behind them. Finally, and most importantly, in Slytherin, we protect our own. Gemma's voice hardened. Whatever rivalries or conflicts exist within these walls stay within these walls. Outside, we present a unified front. Anyone who breaks that rule will find themselves without allies when they need them most. Questions? Draco raised his hand. What about Potter? His voice carried a deliberately casual contempt. He's not exactly a traditional Slytherin. Potter was sorted here by the hat, same as you. That makes him one of us. Gemma's gaze was sharp. Or do you think you know better than a 1,000-year-old magical artifact? Draco flushed but didn't respond. Good. Dormitories are through there, boys on the left, girls on the right. Get some sleep. Tomorrow, the real work begins. The first years dispersed. Harry found his dormitory without difficulty, a round room with 5 four-poster beds arranged in a circle. His trunk was already at the foot of one, along with his owl's cage. The other boys in his year filed in, Draco, Crabbe and Goyle, Theodore Nott, and Blaise Zabini. Draco immediately claimed the bed nearest the door, his minions flanking him. Theo took a bed as far from Draco as possible, already pulling out a book. Blaise settled in the middle, projecting careful neutrality. Potter. Draco's voice was sharp. We should talk. Should we? You embarrassed me in front of everyone. On the platform and during the feast. Draco stepped closer, his pale face tight with anger. That's not how things work here. There's an order, a hierarchy. You don't get to just walk in and, I get to do whatever I'm capable of doing. Harry's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. That's exactly how things work in Slytherin, according to everything I've learned. Power determines status. Capability determines respect. You think you're more capable than me? I know I am. Harry didn't raise his voice, didn't show aggression. Just stated fact. I've been trained by goblins, Draco. I've dueled warriors twice my age. I've won political battles against your father. Whatever you think you learned growing up in Malfoy Manor, it's not enough. Draco's face went pale, then red. His hand twitched toward his wand. Don't. Harry's voice went flat. If you draw on me, I'll put you down. And then everyone will know exactly where we stand. Silence. The other boys were watching with varying degrees of interest and alarm. Then, slowly, Draco's hand moved away from his wand. This isn't over, he said. I know. But it doesn't have to be a war either. Harry's tone softened slightly. We're in the same house, Draco. We're going to be living together for 7 years. It would be smarter to find common ground than to spend that time fighting. Common ground? With you? With the person who's going to be running this house by the end of our first year. Harry let that sink in. You can be on my side or against me. But you should think carefully about which choice serves your interests better. He turned away, ending the conversation, and began unpacking his trunk. Behind him, he heard Draco retreat to his own bed, muttering to Crabbe and Goyle in undertones. Theo caught Harry's eye and gave a tiny nod, respect for how the confrontation had been handled. The first battle was won. But the campaign was just beginning. Sleep came slowly that night. Harry lay in his four-poster bed, the curtains drawn, the green-tinged darkness of the dormitory pressing in around him. His mind was racing through the events of the day, the sorting, the confrontations, the web of alliances and rivalries he was beginning to untangle. But beneath all the tactical analysis, something else stirred. He was at Hogwarts. Actually at Hogwarts, the school his parents had attended, the place where so much magical history had unfolded. Whatever came next, the challenges, the enemies, the weight of expectations, this was where it would happen. He thought about his parents. James and Lily, whose ghosts seemed to hover over everything at this school. They'd walked these halls, sat in these common rooms, learned magic from these same professors. What would they think of their son, sorted into Slytherin, already making enemies and calculating alliances? He hoped they'd understand. Hoped they'd recognize that his choices came from strategy, not betrayal. That being in Slytherin didn't mean he'd become what Slytherin was rumored to be. He hoped, but he couldn't be sure. The darkness pressed closer. Harry closed his eyes and forced his mind toward rest. Tomorrow, the real work began. The first days of classes established patterns. Harry excelled in everything, not ostentatiously, but with a quiet competence that drew attention despite his efforts to avoid it. His goblin training had given him a foundation that most first-years lacked: discipline, study habits, and a genuine understanding of magical theory. Charms with Professor Flitwick revealed Harry's precision with wand work. The tiny professor squeaked with delight when Harry performed a perfect levitation charm on his first attempt, then asked increasingly difficult questions that Harry answered without hesitation. Transfiguration with McGonagall was more challenging. The deputy headmistress had clearly heard about his placement in Slytherin and watched him with sharp-eyed wariness. Harry responded by being impeccably respectful, completing every assignment to the highest standard, and never giving her reason for complaint. Herbology with Professor Sprout and History of Magic with the ghostly Professor Binns were less demanding, though Harry used even those classes to observe his fellow students and continue mapping the social landscape. Potions, though. Potions was interesting. Professor Snape's classroom was in the dungeons, not far from the Slytherin common room. The space was dark, cold, and decorated with jars of preserved specimens that gave it the atmosphere of a morgue. Snape himself matched the room perfectly. Tall, thin, with lank black hair and a permanent sneer, he swept into the first class like a predator entering its hunting ground. "There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class," he began, his voice silky and dangerous. "I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art of potion-making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition." His eyes found Harry's across the room. "I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death." The class was silent, intimidated. Harry met Snape's gaze without flinching. "Potter." Snape's voice cracked like a whip. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry recognized the test. Snape was trying to embarrass him, assuming that the boy who lived would be an arrogant celebrity coasting on his fame. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's expression flickered, surprise, quickly suppressed. "And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. Though higher quality ones come from certain magical creatures. I've sourced several through Gringotts." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also known as aconite. The different names come from different regional traditions of potion-making." Silence. Snape's dark eyes bored into Harry's, searching for something: arrogance, perhaps, or the desire to show off. What he found was something else entirely. Harry's answers were accurate, confident, and completely without boasting. He'd studied because studying was necessary, and he'd learned because learning was power. There was no ego in his knowledge, just competence. "Well," Snape said finally, his voice softer than before. "It seems some students actually bother to open their books before arriving. 10 points to Slytherin." He moved on, beginning the actual lesson, but his eyes kept returning to Harry throughout the class. Something had shifted in how he saw the Potter boy, some assumption challenged, some expectation overturned. Harry filed it away. Snape was complicated. His research had revealed the man's history with his parents, his role in the war, his murky loyalties. An enemy? A potential ally? Probably neither, and both. Another piece of the puzzle to understand. Defense against the dark arts was different. Professor Quirrell taught from behind his stutter and his ridiculous turban, presenting material that was so basic it bordered on insultingly simple. Harry sat through lectures on minor jinxes and simple counter-curses, his mind wandering to more interesting problems. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with Quirrell. It wasn't just the stutter, which came and went in patterns that didn't quite match natural speech impediment. It wasn't just the turban, which Quirrell touched constantly like a nervous tick. It was something deeper, a wrongness that Harry's goblin training had made him sensitive to. Dark magic left traces. Harry had learned to sense them during his studies of blood magic and ritual work. And Quirrell. Quirrell was saturated with traces so faint that most wizards would never notice them. But Harry wasn't most wizards. He watched. He waited. And he began to gather information. The first major confrontation came 2 weeks into the term. Harry was walking toward the library when he heard the commotion, raised voices, the unmistakable sound of magical conflict. He rounded a corner and found a scene that confirmed several of his worst assumptions about Hogwarts. Draco Malfoy and 2 older Slytherins had cornered Hermione Granger in an empty corridor. The bushy-haired girl was pressed against the wall, her wand raised, face pale with fear and determination. Mudblood thinks she can show up pureblood students in class, Draco was saying, his voice ugly with contempt. Someone needs to teach her where she belongs. I just answered the questions correctly, Hermione shot back. That's not my fault, shut up. One of the older students raised his wand. Maybe a few hexes will help you remember your place. That's enough. Harry's voice cut through the confrontation like a blade. All 4 participants turned to face him. Potter. Draco's lip curled. This doesn't concern you. A Slytherin attacking a first year in the corridors. That concerns everyone in our house. Harry walked forward, positioning himself between Hermione and her attackers. What happens when a professor comes around that corner? What happens when the other houses hear that Slytherin students can't even wait until second year before starting fights? She's a mudblood, she's a student. And attacking her makes us look weak, not strong. Harry's eyes swept over the 3 Slytherins, lingering on each face. Walk away. Now. Before this becomes a situation that none of us can explain. The older students exchanged glances. Harry could see them calculating, was Potter bluffing? Could they take him in a fight? What would Snape say if this reached his ears? Come on. One of them tugged at Draco's arm. He's right. This isn't worth the trouble. Draco's face twisted with frustration, but he allowed himself to be pulled away. This isn't over, Potter. It never is. Harry waited until they disappeared around the corner, then turned to Hermione. Are you all right? Her voice was shaky. Yes. Thank you. I didn't know what to do, I tried to find a professor, but, it's fine. You're safe now. Harry studied her face, seeing the fear and the gratitude and something else, a flicker of the determination he'd noticed on the train. This is going to happen again, you know. The blood purists in Slytherin aren't going to suddenly become enlightened. I know. Hermione's jaw tightened. But I'm not going to let them drive me out. I have as much right to be here as anyone. You do. And you need to be able to defend that right. Harry considered his next words carefully. I can help you. Teach you some things that aren't in the standard curriculum. Defensive magic, situational awareness, the skills you need to survive in a place like this. You do that? For me. I'd do it for anyone who's willing to work for it. Harry glanced down the corridor, ensuring they were still alone. The Gryffindors have certain advantages: numbers, tradition, Dumbledore's favoritism. But they don't have what the goblins taught me. If you're interested. I'm interested. Hermione's voice was firm now. When do we start? Harry smiled. Another ally, another piece of his network falling into place. Tomorrow. After dinner. I'll find you. The weeks passed. Harry's position in Slytherin solidified as he demonstrated, again and again, that he was exactly what he'd claimed to be, more capable than anyone who challenged him. He won a duel against a third year who'd thought to test the famous Harry Potter. He outperformed every first year in every class, but always with an air of helpful competence rather than showing off. He mediated disputes between factions, earning respect from both sides. And he quietly built relationships with students across all 4 houses, creating a network that would serve him for years to come. Daphne was his constant shadow, her own reputation growing alongside his. The Ice Princess of Slytherin, they called her, beautiful, brilliant, and absolutely untouchable. No one knew about the Betrothal Contract. As far as Hogwarts was concerned, they were simply allies who happened to work well together. The mystery of Professor Quirrell continued to nag at Harry. The sense of wrongness grew stronger with each class, but he couldn't identify its source. The turban, clearly, was significant, but what could possibly be hidden under a piece of cloth? He set watchers on Quirrell. Students he'd cultivated, willing to report unusual behavior in exchange for future favors. The information they brought back was fragmentary but consistent. Quirrell spent long hours alone in his office, muttering to himself. He avoided the staff room when possible. And he had an unusual interest in the third-floor corridor. The one Dumbledore had warned was forbidden on pain of death. Harry filed it all away, building a picture, waiting for the moment when action became necessary. That moment came on Halloween. Chapter 7 End. Chapter 8, The Shadow Professor. Halloween at Hogwarts was supposed to be a celebration. The Great Hall had been transformed, thousands of live bats fluttered near the enchanted ceiling, massive jack-o'-lanterns floated above the tables, and the feast promised to be the most elaborate of the year. Students chattered excitedly as they took their seats, anticipation filling the air like electricity before a storm. Harry felt none of it. He sat at the Slytherin table, methodically eating food he couldn't taste, his mind running through contingencies. Something was wrong tonight. He could feel it in his bones, in the prickling awareness that his goblin training had honed to razor sharpness. Quirrell's seat at the staff table was empty. "You're brooding," Daphne observed quietly. "I'm thinking. Same thing, with you." She followed his gaze to the empty chair. "Quirrell. He's been agitated all week. More than usual. And tonight of all nights. What's special about Halloween?" Harry turned to look at her, and something in his expression made her pale slightly. "It's the anniversary," she realized. "Of your parents. Of their murder. And of Voldemort's defeat." Harry's voice was flat. If someone wanted to make a statement, tonight would be the night. "You think Quirrell's going to?" The doors to the Great Hall burst open. Professor Quirrell sprinted into the room, his turban askew, his face a mask of terror that looked almost theatrical to Harry's trained eye. "Troll," he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons. Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. Pandemonium erupted. Students screamed, leaping from their seats. Professors shouted for order. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos like a cannon blast. Silence. The hall went still. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." The instructions were clear, the response organized. Within minutes, students were filing out of the Great Hall in orderly lines, heading for their common rooms. Harry didn't move. "Harry." Daphne had paused beside him. "We need to go. The Slytherin common room is in the dungeons." "What?" Dumbledore just told us to go to our dormitories. The Slytherin dormitories are in the dungeons. Where the troll supposedly is. Harry's mind was racing. Either the headmaster just made a mistake that could get dozens of students killed, or the troll isn't really in the dungeons. Or it's a distraction. Harry rose from his seat, scanning the emptying hall. Where's Hermione? Daphne's eyes widened. She wasn't at dinner. I saw her heading toward the bathrooms earlier. She was upset about something. The girls' bathroom. First floor. Harry was already moving. She doesn't know about the troll. Harry, we can't just stay with the group. Get to the common room safely. He met her eyes. I'll find her. If you get yourself killed, I'll never forgive you. Noted. He slipped away from the Slytherin column, moving through shadows with the silent grace his training had taught him. The corridors were chaos, students rushing in every direction, prefects trying to maintain order, professors sprinting toward the dungeons. No one noticed one first-year breaking away from the pack. The smell hit Harry before he reached the bathroom. Mountain troll. He'd studied them in his creature lessons at Gringotts, massive, stupid, and devastatingly dangerous. Their body odor was legendary, a combination of rotting meat and unwashed giant that could be detected from 50 yards away. He rounded the corner and found exactly what he'd feared. The troll stood in the corridor outside the girls' bathroom, 12 feet of gray, lumpy muscle carrying a club the size of a small tree. It was sniffing the air, tracking something, or someone, that had caught its attention. Inside the bathroom, Harry could hear Hermione screaming. He didn't hesitate. Hey! His voice cracked through the corridor like a whip. Over here, you ugly brute. The troll turned, its tiny eyes fixing on this new target. Harry was already moving, putting distance between himself and the bathroom door, drawing the creature away from Hermione. The troll charged. It was fast, faster than something that size had any right to be. Harry dove aside as the club smashed into the floor where he'd been standing, stone shattering under the impact. He rolled, came up running, and fired a spell at the creature's face. The stunner bounced off its thick hide without effect. Right. Magic resistant. Harry adjusted his tactics on the fly. Physical attacks, then. Target the weak points. He drew the knife from his forearm sheath, goblin-forged steel, enchanted to cut through almost anything, and went to work. The fight was brutal, fast, and nothing like the controlled duels of Gringotts training. The troll swung wildly, destroying walls and floors with each missed blow. Harry dodged, struck, dodged again, opening cuts on the creature's legs and arms that would have disabled a human opponent but barely seemed to register on the troll's primitive nervous system. He needed to end this quickly. The noise would attract attention, and attention meant complications he couldn't afford. The troll raised its club for another swing. Harry saw his opening. Instead of dodging away, he moved forward, inside the creature's reach, where its long arms couldn't effectively strike. His knife flashed, cutting the tendons behind the troll's right knee. The creature bellowed and stumbled. Harry was already climbing. He used the troll's own body as a ladder, scrambling up its back with the desperate speed of someone who knew exactly how narrow his window was. The creature thrashed, trying to reach him, but he was too small, too fast. He reached the troll's head. One hand grabbed the base of the turban. No, wrong creature, he corrected himself, grabbed the troll's ear for balance. The other drove his knife through the soft spot at the base of the skull. The troll went rigid. Then it collapsed. Harry rode the massive body down, leaping clear at the last moment to avoid being crushed. He landed in a crouch, breathing hard, covered in troll blood and his own sweat. Harry. Hermione stood in the doorway of the bathroom, face pale, wand clutched in shaking hands. Are you hurt? No. I heard it coming, and I hid in the stall, and then you were fighting it, and... She stared at the fallen troll. You killed it. You actually killed it. It was going to kill you. Harry straightened, wiping his knife clean on his robes. Are you sure you're not injured? I'm fine. She took a shaky breath. Thank you. If you hadn't come, someone would have come. Eventually. But Harry wasn't sure that was true. The professors were in the dungeons, chasing a troll that wasn't there. By the time they'd realized their mistake, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Harry turned, knife still in hand, ready for whatever came next. It was professors. McGonagall leading, Snape and Quirrell close behind. McGonagall's face went through several expressions in rapid succession: shock at the dead troll, concern for the students, and finally settling on a kind of grim resignation. What happened here? There was a troll, Professor. Harry's voice was calm. Miss Granger was in danger. I dealt with it. You dealt with it? McGonagall's voice rose. A first-year student dealt with a mountain troll. Yes, ma'am. Snape had moved to examine the body, his expression unreadable. When he looked up at Harry, something flickered in his dark eyes, something that might have been recognition. The killing blow was precise, he said quietly. Through the brain stem. A technique that requires knowledge of anatomy and considerable skill. The goblins were thorough in my education. Clearly. Snape's gaze lingered on Harry for a long moment. Then he turned to McGonagall. The boy's telling the truth. This troll was killed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. But that doesn't explain how it got into the castle in the first place, Harry said, watching for reactions. Or why Professor Quirrell told us it was in the dungeons when it was actually on the first floor. Quirrell flinched. It was subtle, barely visible, but Harry caught it. I must have been confused, Quirrell stammered. The S-side of it. Panicked. The dungeons are in the opposite direction from the first floor. Harry's voice was mild, conversational. And you ran to the Great Hall, not away from the third-floor corridor where you've been spending so much time lately. Silence. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Snape went very still. And Quirrell's face shifted through several expressions before settling on something that almost looked like fear. I'm sure I don't know what you mean, that's enough. Dumbledore's voice came from behind them, and Harry turned to find the headmaster approaching with long strides. His expression was grandfatherly, his eyes twinkling, but Harry could feel the power radiating from him like heat from a forge. Tonight has been exciting enough without unfounded accusations. Professors, please escort Miss Granger to the hospital wing for observation. Mr. Potter, if you would come with me. It wasn't a request. Harry glanced at Hermione, saw her worried expression, and managed a reassuring nod before following Dumbledore down the corridor. Behind them, he felt Quirrell's gaze boring into his back like a cold needle. The headmaster's office was exactly what Harry had imagined. Circular and cluttered, filled with strange silver instruments that whirred and puffed, its walls lined with portraits of sleeping headmasters. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his perch, watching Harry with eyes that seemed to see straight through him. Dumbledore settled behind his desk, steepling his fingers. Please, sit. Harry sat, keeping his posture relaxed while his mind catalogued exits, threats, and potential responses. Lemon drop? No, thank you. Pity. I find sweets help with difficult conversations. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. And this promises to be a difficult conversation indeed. I saved a student's life tonight. I'm not sure why that requires a difficult conversation. Because of how you did it, Harry. May I call you Harry? Dumbledore didn't wait for an answer. You killed a mountain troll. A first-year student, 11 years old, killed a creature that full-grown wizards struggle to subdue. And you did it with a knife, through a technique that requires training most adults never receive. The goblins, yes, the goblins. Dumbledore's voice lost some of its warmth. You've been living among them for most of your life. Learning their ways. Their magic. Their methods. Their methods saved Hermione Granger's life. Did they? Or did they put her in danger in the first place? Dumbledore leaned forward. Tell me, Harry, how did you know she was in that bathroom? How did you know the troll wasn't really in the dungeons? How did you happen to be in exactly the right place at exactly the right time? I pay attention. Harry met the old man's eyes directly. I noticed that Miss Granger was absent from dinner. I noticed that Professor Quirrell's behavior was unusual. I noticed that sending Slytherin students to their dormitory in the dungeons, where the troll supposedly was, made no logical sense. And you acted on these observations. Alone. Without informing any professors. There wasn't time. And frankly, Headmaster, your staff's response tonight was inadequate. One troll inside the school, and the defense against the dark arts professor fainted while the rest of you ran in the wrong direction. You're critical of our security measures. I'm observing facts. The fact that a troll was able to enter Hogwarts at all suggests a serious failure. The fact that your dada professor gave misinformation, either through incompetence or design, compounds that failure. The fact that a first year had to kill the creature because no adult was available. Harry let the implications hang. Dumbledore's expression had gone thoughtful. The twinkle was gone, replaced by something sharper and more calculating. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. I've been hearing that a lot lately. When I placed you with the Dursleys, I had certain hopes. For how you might develop. For who you might become. Dumbledore's voice was quiet now. A boy who grew up humble and kind. Who would value friendship over power. Who would, when the time came, be willing to make certain sacrifices for the greater good. You wanted a weapon you could aim. I wanted a hero. Someone who would fight for the right reasons, not the expedient ones. The reasons don't matter if you lose the fight. Harry's voice was flat. You wanted me to grow up ignorant of my heritage, my power, my enemies. You wanted to swoop in at 11 and play the benevolent mentor, shaping me into whatever you thought I should be. The goblins gave me something better, they gave me the truth. And they gave me the skills to survive it. Skills that made you a killer at 11 years old. Skills that made me capable of protecting people I care about. Which is more than I can say for your approach tonight. Silence stretched between them. The portraits on the walls had awakened, watching the confrontation with undisguised interest. Finally, Dumbledore sighed. You're not wrong, Harry. About tonight, about the security failure, about the inadequacy of our response. These are valid criticisms, and I accept them. He paused. But I worry about you. About what you're becoming. The boy who killed a troll tonight, will he stop at trolls? Or will violence become his first response to every problem? Violence is never my first response, Headmaster. It's my last resort. But when it becomes necessary, I don't hesitate. Harry rose from his chair. Was there anything else? No. You may go. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. But Harry, please be careful. The path you're walking is dangerous, and not all dangers can be defeated with knives and combat training. I know. Harry paused at the door. But some of them can. And for those, I'll be ready. He left the headmaster's office, feeling Dumbledore's gaze on his back all the way down the spiral staircase. The aftermath of the troll incident reshuffled Hogwarts' social landscape. Harry's reputation crystallized overnight. No longer just the boy who lived or the unexpected Slytherin, now he was the first year who had killed a mountain troll single-handedly. The story spread through the castle in increasingly exaggerated forms. He'd strangled it with his bare hands, he'd used dark magic to explode its heart, he'd turned into a wolf and torn out its throat. The reality, that he'd used goblin combat training and a well-placed knife, was somehow both more and less impressive than the myths. Within Slytherin, his status changed definitively. The older students who had viewed him as a curiosity now watched him with wary respect. The first years who had been uncertain about him chose sides, some gravitating toward his orbit, others clustering around Draco in opposition. Draco himself was uncharacteristically quiet. The Malfoy heir had been raised on stories of heroic purebloods vanquishing dark creatures through superior magic. Harry had demonstrated that a half-blood with a knife could be more effective than a wand, a reality that didn't fit the worldview Draco had been taught. "He's reassessing," Daphne observed during a private conversation in the library. "He's not smart enough to hide it, but he's trying to figure out how to position himself. He'll either become an ally or an enemy. There's no middle ground with someone like Draco. Which would you prefer?" "Ally, obviously. The Malfoy resources would be useful, and turning him would weaken the traditional pureblood supremacist faction significantly." Harry considered. "But he has to come to it himself. Forcing the issue would just create resentment. And in the meantime?" "In the meantime, I focus on the real problem." Harry lowered his voice. "Quirrell. You're sure about him?" "I'm sure something is wrong. The troll didn't let itself into the castle, someone brought it in. And Quirrell's misdirection about the dungeons was too convenient to be accidental." Harry had been reviewing everything he'd observed about the defense professor, building a picture from fragmentary evidence. "He's connected to whatever's hidden on the third floor. The question is how. What's on the third floor?" "I don't know yet. But I intend to find out." The investigation proceeded in careful stages. Harry couldn't simply explore the forbidden corridor, too obvious, too likely to trigger Dumbledore's attention. Instead, he gathered information indirectly, using the network of contacts he'd been building since arriving at Hogwarts. The pieces came together slowly. A seventh-year Ravenclaw mentioned that Hagrid had acquired a three-headed dog over the summer, an unusual pet even by Hagrid standards. A Hufflepuff prefect reported seeing Professor Snape limping after Halloween, with bandages visible beneath his robes. Multiple students had noticed increased activity around the third-floor corridor, with professors taking turns patrolling it at night. And then there was the news from Gringotts. Vault 713 was emptied the day before the Hogwarts break-in, Griphook reported during one of their regular communications. "Whatever was stored there, and I couldn't find any records of what it actually was, is now at Hogwarts. Presumably behind whatever protections the professors have established. What could be valuable enough to warrant this level of security? Something Dumbledore wants to protect. Something he believes is safer at a school full of children than in the world's most secure bank." Griphook's voice carried a note of professional offense. "Director Ragnarok is not pleased." Harry filed the information away, adding it to his growing picture. "Something valuable. Something dangerous. Something hidden on the third floor, guarded by a three-headed dog and whatever other traps the professors had devised. And Quirrell wanted it." The breakthrough came in December. Harry was walking past a classroom when he heard voices, one of them Quirrell's recognizable stammer, the other something else entirely. Something cold and inhuman. He pressed himself against the wall, barely breathing, extending his magical senses the way the goblins had taught him. "The boy suspects," Quirrell was saying. "He watches me. Questions my explanations. If he continues to investigate, then eliminate him." The second voice was a hiss, cold and ancient. "The boy is a threat. He has always been a threat. But my lord, he's just a child, he is Harry Potter. The one who destroyed my body. The one who must be dealt with before I can truly return." The voice grew stronger, more commanding. "You will find a way, Quirinus. Or you will suffer for your failure." "Yes, my lord. Of course, my lord." Harry heard footsteps approaching. He slipped into an empty classroom, hiding in the shadows as Quirrell passed by, his face pale and sweating. When the corridor was clear, Harry emerged, his mind racing. Voldemort. The voice had been Voldemort. Not dead, as the world believed, but somehow attached to Quirrell, the source of the wrongness Harry had been sensing since September. The Dark Lord was at Hogwarts. And he wanted whatever was hidden on the 3rd floor. Harry called an emergency meeting. Daphne met him in their usual spot, an abandoned classroom they'd warded for private conversations. Her face was serious as she listened to his report. "You're sure it was him?" "The voice matched the descriptions I've read. And it explains everything, Quirrell's behavior, the troll as a distraction, his interest in the 3rd floor." Harry's jaw tightened. Voldemort is possessing Quirrell. Using him as a vessel to move through Hogwarts. We need to tell someone. Dumbledore already suspects something. He must. But he's not acting, which means he's either incompetent or he has his own plans for how this plays out. Harry shook his head. We can't rely on him. Then what do we do? We prepare. We find out exactly what Quirrell is after and we make sure he doesn't get it. Harry's eyes were hard. And if it comes to a confrontation, we end the threat ourselves. Harry, this is Voldemort we're talking about. The Dark Lord. Even weakened, even possessing someone else, he's dangerous. I know. But so am I. Harry met her gaze. I've been training for this my entire life, Daphne. Not specifically for Voldemort, but for threats like him. This is what I was made for. You weren't made for anything. You chose to become what you are. Then this is what I chose. Harry's voice softened slightly. I'm not going to be reckless. I'm not going to throw myself at a problem I'm not ready for. But I'm also not going to stand by while Voldemort operates freely inside Hogwarts. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded. What do you need? Information, first. I need to know what's on the 3rd floor, what's valuable enough for Dumbledore to hide here and Voldemort to risk exposure for. Harry considered. And I need allies. People I can trust if things go bad. Hermione. She's proven herself. And her Gryffindor connections might be useful. Harry paused. Neville too, if he's willing. His family was targeted by Voldemort, he has personal reasons to want the Dark Lord stopped. What about the goblins? Director Ragnarok can't act directly. Gringotts' involvement in Hogwarts affairs would trigger international incidents. But they can provide resources, intelligence, backup plans. Harry smiled grimly. They've been preparing for Voldemort's return almost as long as I have. Then let's get started. Daphne's expression matched his. We have a Dark Lord to stop. The weeks leading up to Christmas break were intense. Harry divided his time between classes, social management, and a secret investigation into the 3rd floor corridor. Each piece of information added to his understanding of what he was facing. The 3-headed dog, Fluffy, according to Hagrid, who had drunkenly let slip the name, guarded a trapdoor leading to a series of challenges. Each professor had contributed a protection, Sprout's Devil's Snare, Flitwick's Flying Keys, McGonagall's chess set, Snape's potions puzzle, and finally Dumbledore's own contribution, something involving a magical mirror that Harry couldn't yet identify. At the center of it all, the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione reported breathlessly, sliding a book across their study table. I knew I'd read that name somewhere. He's the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, which produces the elixir of life and can turn any metal into gold. Immortality and unlimited wealth. Harry studied the passage. No wonder Voldemort wants it. But why would Dumbledore hide it here? Why not leave it with Flamel, or destroy it? Because Dumbledore never destroys anything that might be useful later. Harry's voice was thoughtful. And because he wants to draw Voldemort out. Using the stone as bait, using Hogwarts as a trap. Using you as the hunter. Daphne's voice was sharp. Maybe. Probably. Harry smiled without humor. The headmaster likes to arrange situations where people make the choices he wants them to make. But I don't have to play by his rules. What are you going to do? Wait. Watch. Let Quirrell make his move. Harry's eyes were cold. And when he does, I'll be ready. The confrontation came sooner than expected. Christmas break had emptied Hogwarts of most students, but Harry had chosen to stay. The investigation was too important to abandon, and the reduced population meant fewer witnesses to whatever might happen. It was 3 nights before Christmas when Harry's surveillance finally paid off. He'd positioned watchers throughout the castle, not students, but magical constructs he'd created with goblin techniques. Simple things, barely more than awareness spells anchored to specific locations, but enough to alert him when someone passed through monitored corridors. The alarm triggered at midnight. Someone was heading for the 3rd floor. Harry moved through the castle like a shadow, his combined wand a comfortable weight in his hand. He'd prepared for this, studied the protections, planned his route, considered every contingency he could imagine. But he hadn't expected to find Quirrell already past the dog, descending through the trapdoor. He found a way through the protections. Harry felt a cold clarity settle over him. He's going for the stone tonight. He followed. The challenges were exactly as his research had suggested. Devil's Snare tried to strangle him, he burned it away with a blast of fire. Flying keys swarmed around a broomstick, he summoned the correct one with magic and ignored the rest. The chess set loomed menacingly, but Harry simply walked around the board. The protection was designed to be solved, not to stop someone determined to bypass it. Quirrell had left a trail of destruction behind him, his own solutions messy but equally effective. The potions room was empty, its puzzle already solved. Harry studied the remaining vials, identified the one that would let him through the flames, and drank it without hesitation. The final chamber waited on the other side. Quirrell stood before a massive mirror, his back to Harry, his posture tense with frustration. "I see myself holding the stone," he was muttering. "But how do I get it?" "Step aside, Quirinus." The voice came from nowhere and everywhere, cold as death. "Let me speak to him." Harry felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise. He knew that voice now. Had dreamed of it, in the rare nightmares he still couldn't entirely suppress. Quirrell began unwrapping his turban. "Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice was coming from the back of Quirrell's head now, where a face had emerged, pale, serpentine, with eyes that glowed red in the chamber's dim light. "We meet at last. We met once before." Harry's voice was steady. "You didn't do so well that time. A temporary setback. Your mother's sacrifice bought you time, nothing more." The face smiled, revealing teeth that looked slightly too sharp. "But she's not here to protect you now. And you've walked right into my grasp. Your grasp seems limited to the back of a coward's head." Quirrell flinched at the insult, but Voldemort only laughed. "Defiance. Good. I would expect nothing less from the one who defeated me." The red eyes studied Harry with disturbing intensity. "But we don't have to be enemies, Potter. I sense greatness in you, power that could be honed, directed, made truly formidable. Join me. Together, we could reshape the wizarding world. You killed my parents. They chose to oppose me. A regrettable necessity." Voldemort's voice was almost reasonable. "But you don't have to follow their path. You're not bound by their choices." "No. I'm bound by mine." Harry raised his wand. "And I choose to end this. Seize him." Voldemort commanded. Quirrell spun and lunged, his hands reaching for Harry's throat. Harry sidestepped, brought his knee up into Quirrell's stomach, and followed with an elbow to the jaw that sent the professor staggering. But Quirrell kept coming, driven by Voldemort's will despite the damage to his body. Harry's wand flashed, not a stunner, which wouldn't work on someone possessed by a Dark Lord, but something more fundamental. Raw magical energy, channeled through his unified wand, slamming into Quirrell with enough force to throw him across the chamber. The impact should have killed him. Instead, Quirrell rose again, his movements jerky, his face contorted with pain and dark magic. "Kill him!" Voldemort screamed. "Kill him now!" Quirrell charged. Harry dodged, struck, dodged again. But his opponent wasn't fighting like a human anymore, was absorbing punishment that should have been crippling, fueled by something that didn't care about the body it was wearing. They fought through the chamber, destroying furniture and scattering artifacts. Harry's goblin training kept him alive, but he couldn't find an opening to end the fight. Every blow he landed was answered by relentless, mechanical counterattacks. Then Quirrell got a hand on his throat. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, burning agony spreading from the point of contact, as if Quirrell's touch was dissolving his skin. Harry screamed, tried to break free, found himself trapped by strength that shouldn't have been possible. "Your mother's protection," Voldemort hissed. "It burns me to touch you." "But the pain goes both ways, doesn't it, Potter?" It did. Harry's vision was swimming, his thoughts fragmenting under the assault of pure agony. But beneath the pain, something else was stirring. The magic in his blood. The power that had merged 3 wands into one. The inheritance of 8 ancient houses, concentrated in his 11-year-old body. Harry stopped fighting the grip on his throat. Instead, he reached out and grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The effect was instantaneous. Quirrell screamed, a sound of pure torment that seemed to shake the chamber's foundations. Where Harry's hands touched his skin, smoke rose, flesh blackened, bone showed through. The protection his mother had given him, the love that had saved his life as a baby, was burning through Voldemort's vessel like acid. "No!" The Dark Lord's howl joined Quirrell's screams. Harry held on, pouring everything he had into the connection. The pain was incredible, like holding live coals against his palms, but he refused to let go. Quirrell's body began to disintegrate. Skin sloughed away, muscles dissolved, bones crumbled to ash. And from the ruin of what had been a man, something dark and formless rose, a shadow with red eyes, howling with rage and fear. "This isn't over, Potter." Voldemort's voice was fading, growing distant as his spirit fled. "I will return. And when I do, I'll be waiting." Harry's voice was hoarse with pain, but steady. "And next time, I'll destroy you completely." The shadow screamed one final time and vanished into the darkness. Harry collapsed beside what remained of Quirrell, consciousness fading as the chamber fell silent around him. He woke in the hospital wing. Dumbledore was there, sitting in a chair beside his bed, looking older and more tired than Harry had ever seen him. "You're awake." The headmaster's voice was gentle. "I was beginning to worry." "What happened?" "You destroyed Voldemort's host. His spirit fled, weakened, damaged, but not defeated. He'll find another way to return, eventually." Dumbledore sighed. "The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas and I agreed it was for the best. And Quirrell? Dead. By your hand." There was no accusation in Dumbledore's voice, just weary acknowledgement. 2 kills in your first year at Hogwarts. The troll and now this. It was necessary. Yes. It was. Dumbledore studied Harry with those ancient, penetrating eyes. "You were right, you know. About the security failures. About my inadequate response. If you hadn't been here tonight, the stone would be in Voldemort's hands. And he'd be one step closer to returning." "Yes." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "You're not what I hoped you would be, Harry. But perhaps you're what we need. I'll take that as a compliment." It was meant as one. Dumbledore rose, preparing to leave. "Rest now. Your friends are waiting to see you. Miss Greengrass has been quite insistent, and there will be time for longer conversations later." "Headmaster." Harry caught his attention before he reached the door. "The Covenant of Shadows. Do you know that name?" Dumbledore went very still. "Where did you hear that?" Here and there. I've been doing my own research. Harry watched the old man's reaction carefully. They're connected to this, aren't they? To Voldemort, to whatever's coming next. A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. We should talk, Harry. Properly, without the maneuvering and the games. There are things you need to know about the war we're fighting, and I don't just mean Voldemort. I'd like that. After the holidays, then. When you've recovered. Dumbledore managed a tired smile. Sleep well, Harry Potter. You've earned it. He left, and Harry lay back against his pillows, staring at the ceiling. The first battle was won. But the war was just beginning. And somewhere in the darkness, the Covenant of Shadows was watching, waiting, planning their next move. Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9, The Chamber opens. The summer between first and second year was anything but restful. Harry divided his time between Gringotts and Greengrass Manor, intensifying his training in ways that would have seemed impossible a year ago. The confrontation with Voldemort had revealed gaps in his preparation, moments where raw power had compensated for technique, where luck had filled in for planning. He couldn't afford to rely on luck again. Your magical endurance is still your weakness, Warblade observed during a particularly brutal session. You have power, more than most adult wizards, but you burn through it too quickly. A prolonged engagement against a skilled opponent would leave you vulnerable. The fight with Quirrell lasted less than 5 minutes. And you were unconscious for 3 days afterward. What happens when you face an enemy who can match you for power and outlast you in duration? The old goblin's scarred face was serious. Voldemort was weakened, desperate, operating through a vessel that was already failing. Next time, and there will be a next time, he won't have those disadvantages. Harry absorbed the criticism and adjusted his training accordingly. Hours of meditation to expand his magical reserves. Endless drills to improve his efficiency, achieving the same effects with less energy. Combat scenarios designed specifically to exhaust him, forcing him to fight through fatigue. The work was brutal. The results were measurable. By mid-August, he could maintain high-intensity magical combat for nearly 3 times as long as he'd managed against Quirrell. The political situation had also evolved. Harry's destruction of Voldemort's vessel had leaked to the wider wizarding world, impossible to keep secret, given how many students had witnessed the aftermath. The Daily Prophet ran stories for weeks, each one more sensational than the last. Boy who lived defeats WHO again, screamed one headline. Potter single-handedly saves Hogwarts, declared another. The Ministry was forced to acknowledge that Voldemort had indeed survived his first defeat, prompting uncomfortable questions about how thoroughly they'd investigated his death a decade earlier. Fudge spent most of the summer making reassuring statements about enhanced security and vigilant monitoring, empty words that Harry dismissed as soon as he read them. More significantly, the pureblood supremacist faction had grown quieter. Harry's decisive action against a Dark Lord had demonstrated capabilities that made challenging him directly unwise. Even Lucius Malfoy seemed to be recalculating, his usual Wizengamot maneuvering becoming more cautious. They're waiting, Sirius explained during a strategy session at the manor. Testing the political winds, seeing how your reputation settles. If you continue to demonstrate strength, some of them will try to align with you rather than oppose you. And if I show weakness? Then they'll move against you with everything they have. Sirius's expression was grave. You've made yourself a major player, Harry. That comes with both opportunities and dangers. I'd rather be a player than a piece. A sentiment I share. But remember, players can be captured too. The game doesn't end just because you've won a few early moves. Daphne's training had also intensified over the summer. She spent 6 weeks at Gringotts, enduring the same demanding curriculum that had shaped Harry over the years. The goblins were initially skeptical. A human girl, raised in privilege, seemed unlikely to survive their methods, but Daphne proved them wrong with a stubbornness that matched Harry's own. She has fire, Warblade reported, after a particularly grueling session left Daphne bruised but unbowed. Real fire, not the artificial kind that fades under pressure. The ice she shows the world is armor, not substance. I could have told you that. You did tell us. We chose not to believe you until we saw the evidence. The old goblin's teeth showed in something like approval. She'll never match your raw power, but she doesn't need to. Her strength is elsewhere, in strategy, in manipulation, in the ability to see patterns others miss. Partners, Harry said. Partners, Warblade agreed. A useful arrangement, if you can maintain it. The return to Hogwarts brought new complications. Harry's reputation preceded him now, not just the boy who lived, but the boy who killed. Students watched him with a mixture of awe and fear that he found deeply uncomfortable. Even the Slytherins who had been hostile in first year maintained careful distance, unwilling to test someone who had destroyed a mountain troll and faced down Voldemort. You're becoming a legend, Daphne observed, as they settled into the Hogwarts Express compartment. Whether you want to be or not. Legends are useful. People don't look too closely at what's happening behind them. Spoken like a true Slytherin. She studied him with those sharp blue eyes. But legends can also become prisons. If people expect you to be invincible, they'll be shocked when you're not. Then I'll try not to give them reasons for shock. The train ride was interrupted only once, by Draco Malfoy, who appeared in their compartment doorway with his usual entourage but an unusually subdued demeanor. Potter. His voice was carefully neutral. I wanted to congratulate you on what you did last year. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's unexpected. Father explained some things over the summer. About the political situation. About the implications of what you accomplished. Draco's jaw tightened, as if the words were being forced out against his will. I may have underestimated you. I'd like to reconsider our relationship. Reconsider how? I'm not offering friendship. But I'm withdrawing my opposition. Draco met Harry's eyes with difficulty. You've proven yourself more capable than I expected. It would be foolish to continue treating you as an enemy. Harry studied the Malfoy heir for a long moment. This was exactly what he predicted, Draco reaching the conclusion that alignment was safer than opposition. But the timing seemed odd, the approach too deliberate. Your father's idea. Draco flushed. Does it matter? It matters if you're here because he told you to be, rather than because you've actually changed your mind. Harry kept his voice mild. I'm not interested in false alliances, Draco. If we're going to work together, it needs to be real. It's real enough. Draco's voice hardened slightly. I don't like you, Potter. I probably never will. But I'm not stupid. The situation has changed, and I'm adapting. Then we understand each other. Harry nodded toward an empty seat. Stay if you want. We were just discussing the upcoming year. Draco hesitated, clearly uncertain whether the invitation was genuine. Then, slowly, he sat. It wasn't friendship. But it was a start. The first weeks of second year established new patterns. Harry's academic performance remained excellent, he'd spent the summer adding to his already comprehensive knowledge, but he deliberately avoided the kind of spectacular displays that would draw additional attention. Better to let his reputation from first year speak for itself than to constantly reinforce it. His social network continued to expand. The alliance with Hermione had survived the summer, strengthened by regular correspondence and shared study sessions. Neville had grown noticeably more confident, his gratitude for Harry's support translating into genuine friendship. And across all four houses, careful relationship building had created a web of connections that would serve Harry for years to come. The Slytherin dynamics were particularly interesting. Draco's public shift from opposition to neutrality had sent ripples through the house, prompting others to reconsider their own positions. Theodore Nott began sitting closer to Harry at meals. Blaise Zabini stopped maintaining quite so much careful distance. Even Pansy Parkinson, Draco's most loyal follower, seemed to be hedging her bets. "You're becoming the center of gravity," Daphne observed. "The point around which everything else orbits." That was the plan. The plan was to build influence. What you're actually building is a power base. Her voice carried a note of warning. "There's a difference, Harry. Influence can be subtle, deniable. A power base is visible. It attracts attention from people who might prefer you not have it." "Like who?" "Like Dumbledore. Like the Ministry. Like whoever's really behind the Covenant." Daphne's eyes were serious. "You won a battle last year. That doesn't mean you've won the war, and it definitely doesn't mean the other players are going to let you keep building strength unchallenged." Harry absorbed the warning. She wasn't wrong. His rapid accumulation of influence had been noticed, and some of those who noticed would inevitably see him as a threat. But he couldn't stop building. Not with Voldemort still out there, gathering strength, waiting for his moment to return. The race was on. And Harry intended to win. The attacks began in October. The first victim was Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, found petrified outside the second-floor girls' bathroom. On the wall above her, words had been written in what looked like blood: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The castle erupted in panic. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd that had gathered around the scene, his mind already racing through implications. The Chamber of Secrets was a legend, supposedly created by Salazar Slytherin himself, hidden somewhere in the castle, containing a monster that would purge Hogwarts of those Slytherin deemed unworthy. But Harry knew it wasn't just a legend. He was the heir of Slytherin. The inheritance had come through Voldemort's conquest, one of the titles claimed on that Halloween night 11 years ago. Ragnarok had confirmed it during Harry's early education, though they'd kept the information carefully secret. The political implications of Harry Potter controlling Slytherin's legacy were too explosive to reveal casually. Which meant someone else was using the chamber. Someone who had found a way to access Harry's birthright. "You're thinking very hard." Daphne had appeared at his elbow, her expression carefully neutral for the watching crowd. "Someone's opened a chamber that's supposed to belong to me. That's concerning. Can you close it? Override whoever's controlling it?" "I don't know. I never explored the inheritance, there didn't seem to be any urgency." Harry's jaw tightened. "That was a mistake. I should have mapped all of my holdings, understood everything I'd claimed. You were 11. You had other priorities. Priorities that might have left an opening for exactly this kind of attack." He watched Dumbledore arrive at the scene, the headmaster's expression grave as he examined the message on the wall. "I need to find the chamber. Find out who's using it and how." "That sounds dangerous." "Everything worth doing is dangerous." Harry met her eyes. "But I'm not going to let someone weaponize my own inheritance against my classmates." The investigation proceeded on multiple fronts. Harry spent hours in the library, researching everything he could find about Salazar Slytherin, the Chamber of Secrets, and the monster supposedly contained within. The official histories were vague, deliberately so, he suspected, given how embarrassing it would be for Hogwarts to admit that one of its founders had built a secret weapon into the school's foundations. The Goblin archives were more helpful. Ragnarok sent detailed records of Slytherin's known possessions and magical workings, including tantalizing hints about the chamber's location and the creature it contained. "A basilisk," Griphook reported during one of their communications. "That's the most consistent theory. A serpent king, capable of killing with its gaze, petrifying with its reflection. Slytherin was famous for his ability to speak with snakes, a basilisk would be a natural choice for his monster." "How do I stop a basilisk?" "Don't look at its eyes. Beyond that." Griphook's voice was grim. "They're nearly invulnerable to magic, incredibly strong, and venomous enough to kill with a single bite. The only confirmed methods of killing one involve either phoenix tears to neutralize the venom or a weapon powerful enough to pierce its scales. I don't have access to a phoenix. Then I suggest you find another approach. Or avoid confronting it directly. Harry filed the information away, continuing his research with renewed urgency. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor with an unfortunate habit of photographing Harry, was found petrified in a corridor. Then Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff who had been nearby when Harry demonstrated his Parseltongue ability during a disastrous dueling club incident. The Parseltongue revelation had been a disaster of its own. Harry had instinctively commanded a snake to stop attacking Justin, not realizing until afterward that speaking to snakes was considered dark magic by most of the wizarding world. The rumors had started immediately: Harry Potter, the heir of Slytherin, opening the chamber to attack Muggleborns. "They're idiots," Daphne said flatly, after a particularly unpleasant encounter with suspicious Hufflepuffs. "You saved Justin. The snake was going to bite him. What I intended doesn't matter. What they believe does." Harry's frustration was barely contained. "Someone is framing me. Using the attacks to make me look like the heir, undermining my position, turning my own abilities against me. Who benefits from that? The Covenant. Whoever's actually controlling the basilisk. Anyone who wants to destabilize my influence before it grows too strong." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "I need to find the chamber. Now, before more people get hurt and before my reputation is completely destroyed." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Ginny Weasley was falling apart. Harry had noticed the youngest Weasley during the first weeks of term, a small, shy girl who seemed perpetually overwhelmed by Hogwarts. He'd filed her away as Ron's sister, potentially useful for cultivating Weasley connections but not an immediate priority. But as the attacks continued, Ginny's behavior became increasingly erratic. She was pale, withdrawn, often seen wandering the corridors in a daze. Her brothers had noticed. Harry had overheard the twins expressing concern, but no one seemed to understand what was wrong. Harry understood. He recognized the signs. Someone under external influence, their will being subverted, their actions no longer entirely their own. He'd seen it before, in the controlled movements of Quirrell's possessed body. Ginny Weasley was being used. He found her alone in an empty classroom, staring at a small black book with an expression of desperate guilt. "That doesn't belong to you," Harry said quietly. Ginny spun, her face going even paler. I don't know what the diary. Whatever it's telling you to do, whatever it's making you feel, it's not really you. It's an artifact, probably dark magic, definitely dangerous." Harry kept his voice calm, non-threatening. "I can help. But you need to tell me what's happening." For a long moment, Ginny seemed frozen between confession and denial. Then her composure cracked, and tears began streaming down her face. "I didn't mean to," she whispered. "I found it in my cauldron, someone must have put it there, and when I wrote in it, it wrote back. He was so kind, so understanding. He said he was my friend. Tom." Harry felt cold certainty settle in his chest. "Tom Riddle. You know him?" "I know who he became." Harry moved closer, extending his hand. "Give me the diary, Ginny. Let me deal with it." "I can't. He won't let me." Her voice was ragged. "When I try to get rid of it, I black out, and when I wake up there's blood on my hands and another attack has happened. He's using me, Harry. He's making me open the chamber, making me set the monster on people. He won't anymore." Harry's voice was hard. "Give me the diary. I'll break whatever hold he has on you." Ginny's hands trembled as she held out the book. For a moment, Harry saw her fingers tighten, saw the compulsion fighting against her will. Then she let go, and Harry caught the diary before it could fall. The moment he touched it, he felt the magic within, old, dark, and horribly familiar. This wasn't just a possessed artifact. It was something else. Something that felt like Voldemort, but also different. Younger. More concentrated. A piece of soul, trapped in an object. Harry had read about such things during his studies. Horcruxes, they were called. The darkest of dark magic, fragmenting one's soul to achieve immortality. Tom Riddle had made a Horcrux. And somehow, it had ended up at Hogwarts, using an innocent girl to continue his work. Go to the hospital wing, Harry told Ginny. Tell Madame Pomfrey you've been feeling ill. Don't mention the diary to anyone, not yet. I'll handle this. What are you going to do? End it. Harry's eyes were fixed on the small black book. Once and for all. The Chamber of Secrets was hidden in the second-floor girls' bathroom. Harry found the entrance by following the magical resonance of his Slytherin inheritance, a faint pull that grew stronger as he approached the right location. Myrtle, the ghost who haunted the bathroom, confirmed what he suspected. The entrance was disguised as a sink, opened by speaking Parseltongue. Open, Harry commanded, and the sink sank into the floor, revealing a dark passage leading down into the depths beneath the school. He descended alone. The passage led through ancient pipes, past the skeletal remains of small animals, and finally into a vast underground chamber. Massive stone pillars carved with serpents supported a ceiling lost in darkness. At the far end, a towering statue of Salazar Slytherin himself dominated the space, its face stern and judging. And coiled at the statue's base, waiting for him, was the basilisk. It was enormous, easily 60 feet long, with scales of deep emerald green and eyes that Harry carefully avoided looking at. The creature raised its head as Harry entered, tongue tasting the air, ancient intelligence considering this intruder. Who enters the chamber? The basilisk's voice was a deep hiss, audible only to someone who spoke its language. The heir of Slytherin. Harry kept his eyes on the serpent's body, never its face. By right of conquest, this chamber is mine. A long pause. The basilisk's coils shifted, scales rasping against stone. The other one claimed the same. The spirit in the book. He commanded me to hunt, to kill. The spirit is a usurper. A fragment of something that no longer has any right to command you. Harry raised the diary, letting the basilisk see it. I'm going to destroy this. And then we're going to discuss your future. You would destroy him. The one who speaks with the voice of Slytherin. I am Slytherin's heir now. His voice is my voice. His commands are my commands. Harry's voice carried absolute certainty. And I command you to stand down. Another long pause. Harry could feel the basilisk's attention shifting, weighing, evaluating. Then, slowly, the massive serpent lowered its head. As you command, heir. The usurper's hold is broken. I await your orders. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. One crisis averted. Now for the other. He opened the diary and began to write. Hello, Tom. The words appeared slowly, as if the diary was reluctant to engage. Who are you? Harry Potter. The heir of Slytherin. The one who's going to destroy you. A longer pause this time. You can't destroy me. I am Lord Voldemort. I am eternal. You're a fragment. A piece of soul torn from a boy who was afraid to die. Harry's writing was steady, controlled. And you've made a mistake, Tom. You came to Hogwarts. You used my chamber, my monster, my inheritance. You drew my attention. I've been growing stronger. The girl fed me her life force, her emotions. Soon I'll be strong enough to leave this diary, to walk the world again. No. You won't. Harry placed the diary on the ground and drew his wand, the unified wand that had chosen him, that had merged three powerful foci into one. He reached into himself, into the magic that flowed through his blood, into the inheritance of 8 ancient houses. And he struck. The spell wasn't something taught in any curriculum. It was blood magic, goblin magic, the raw force of will shaped into purpose. Harry poured everything he had into it, his determination, his anger, his absolute refusal to allow this fragment of evil to continue existing. The diary screamed. Ink bled from its pages like black blood. The binding cracked, then shattered. And somewhere in the depths of the artifact, something that had once been Tom Riddle felt itself being torn apart, consumed, destroyed. When the light faded, only ash remained. Harry emerged from the Chamber of Secrets at dawn. He was exhausted, the magical working had drained him more thoroughly than anything since the confrontation with Quirrell, but he was also satisfied. The Horcrux was destroyed. The basilisk was under his control. And Ginny Weasley would never again be used as a weapon against innocent students. Dumbledore was waiting for him outside the bathroom. "I felt the magic," the headmaster said quietly. "What you did down there, that was beyond anything I expected. I ended a threat to the school. You destroyed a Horcrux. One of the most powerful pieces of dark magic ever created." Dumbledore's eyes held something that might have been respect, or might have been concern. "How did you know what it was?" "Research. An instinct." Harry met the old man's gaze. "Voldemort made more than one, didn't he?" A long silence. "Yes," Dumbledore admitted finally. "I believe so. Though I don't know how many, or where they might be hidden. Then we have work to do." Harry's voice was flat with exhaustion, but his eyes were clear. The fragment in the diary, it felt connected to something larger. A network, maybe. Other pieces of him, scattered across the world. "You sense that?" "I sense something. I'll need time to understand what." Harry started walking toward the Slytherin common room, desperate for rest. But this war isn't going to end until every piece of him is destroyed. The diary was just the beginning. Dumbledore watched him go, his expression troubled. "Yes," he murmured to himself. "I rather think it was." The aftermath of the chamber incident reshaped Harry's position once again. The attack stopped immediately after the diary's destruction. Ginny Weasley made a gradual recovery, supported by her family and by the discreet mental healing that Harry arranged through Goblin contacts. The Mandrake restorative draft eventually cured all the petrified victims, who remembered nothing of their experiences. The official story was carefully managed. A dark artifact had been responsible for the attacks, true enough. Harry Potter had discovered and destroyed it, also true, as far as it went. The details of the chamber, the basilisk, and the Horcrux were kept secret, known only to Harry, Dumbledore, and a handful of trusted allies. Within Slytherin, Harry's control over the chamber became an open secret, impossible to hide from housemates who had noticed his midnight disappearance and subsequent exhaustion. The knowledge added another layer to his growing legend, not just the boy who lived, not just the one who had faced Voldemort twice, but the true heir of Slytherin, commanding the loyalty of the Founder's own monster. "You're not just building a power base anymore," Daphne observed, during a quiet moment in the chamber itself. "You're building a kingdom. A kingdom needs a king. I'm not sure I want that. What you want may not matter. Power creates its own gravity, Harry. People are drawn to it, whether you intend them to be or not." Harry looked around the chamber, at the ancient stone, the carved serpents, the massive statue of his ancestor by conquest. He'd claimed this space, made it his own, transformed it from a weapon against the school into a resource for his use. Was that what kingship felt like? The accumulation of power, the assumption of responsibility, the gradual acceptance of a role you never chose? "I'll try to be worthy of it," he said finally. "Whatever I'm becoming, I'll try to make it something good." "I know you will." Daphne's hand found his. "That's why I'm still here." They stood together in the depths beneath Hogwarts, two young people carrying burdens that would have crushed most adults. The second year was ending. The war was far from over. But Harry Potter was ready for whatever came next. Chapter 9 End. Chapter 10, The Prisoner and the Truth. The summer after second year began with a revelation that changed everything. Harry was reviewing inheritance documents at Gringotts, routine work, updating his understanding of the vast holdings he'd accumulated, when Griphook brought him a file that had been buried in the Black family vault for over a decade. This was sealed by order of Arcturus Black shortly before his death, Griphook explained. The seals only broke when you formally claimed the Black Lordship last month. I thought you should see it immediately. The file contained documents, memories preserved in crystal vials, and a letter written in a shaky hand. To whoever inherits this burden, Sirius Black is innocent. He was never the Potter's secret keeper. Peter Pettigrew betrayed them, faked his own death, and framed my grandson for crimes he did not commit. I was too weak to fight the Ministry, too old to challenge Dumbledore's assurances that justice had been served. But I preserved the evidence, hoping that someday, someone would have the courage to use it. Free my grandson. Give him the life that was stolen from him. Arcturus Black. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he began reviewing the evidence. The case against Sirius Black had been built on assumptions, not proof. Everyone knew that Black had been the Potter's secret keeper. Everyone knew that he had betrayed them to Voldemort. Everyone knew that he had killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles in a fit of rage when cornered. Everyone was wrong. The memories Arcturus had preserved told a different story. Conversations with Sirius before his imprisonment, revealing that the secret keeper had been changed at the last minute, a misdirection meant to protect the Potters by using a less obvious choice. Peter Pettigrew had held the secret. Peter Pettigrew had been the traitor. And Peter Pettigrew, according to documents that Arcturus had somehow obtained from the Department of Mysteries, had been a registered animagus, a rat. He faked his death, Harry said slowly, as the pieces fell into place. Cut off his own finger, blew up the street to cover his escape, and disappeared as a rat while everyone assumed Sirius had killed him. That's what the evidence suggests. Griphook's voice was carefully neutral. But the evidence was never presented at trial. There was no trial. Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban without one. Bartemius Crouch, who was head of the DMLE at the time, declared the case so obvious that formal proceedings were unnecessary. Griphook's lips curled slightly. Crouch was under significant pressure to show results against Death Eaters. Black was a convenient victory. Harry felt cold anger building in his chest. An innocent man, his godfather, according to other documents in the file, had been imprisoned for 12 years. His parents' real betrayer had escaped, was probably still alive somewhere. I need to verify this independently, Harry said. The memories could have been falsified, the documents forged. Before I act, I need to be certain. How will you verify? By finding Peter Pettigrew. The search took 3 weeks. Harry mobilized every resource at his disposal. Goblin investigators tracked financial records and identity documents. Allied families provided intelligence from their own networks. Even Dumbledore, when Harry finally confronted him with the evidence, admitted that he had harbored doubts about Black's guilt for years. I always wondered, the headmaster said quietly, his usual twinkle notably absent. Sirius loved James like a brother. The betrayal never quite fit with the man I knew. Then why didn't you investigate? Because I was fighting a war. Because the Ministry needed closure. Because. Dumbledore's voice trailed off. Because I was tired, Harry. Tired of questioning, of doubting, of fighting battles that seemed impossible to win. I let myself believe what was convenient. And an innocent man rotted in Azkaban for 12 years. Yes. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes directly. That failure is mine to carry. I can only hope that you'll succeed where I did not. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Ron Weasley had a pet rat named Scabbers. The rat was old, too old for a normal rat, and had been in the Weasley family for 12 years. It was missing a toe. Harry examined the rat from a distance during a visit to the burrow, using detection spells he'd learned from goblin cursebreakers. The results were unmistakable. Peter Pettigrew was living as a pet in the home of a family he had helped orphan. The extraction was surgical. Harry coordinated with Amelia Bones, who had been quietly sympathetic to reopening the Black case after reviewing the evidence. A team of Aurors, operating under strict secrecy, arrived at the burrow with a warrant for the rat's examination. The Weasleys were confused and alarmed. Ron protested the arrest of his pet. But when the Aurors cast the spell to force an animagus to reveal their true form, the protests turned to horror. Peter Pettigrew stood in the Weasley kitchen, pale and trembling, his rat-like features twisted with fear. "Please," he whimpered. "You don't understand, the Dark Lord, he would have killed me, you betrayed the Potters." Harry's voice was cold as winter ice. "You framed Sirius Black. You've been hiding like the vermin you are while an innocent man suffered in your place. I had no choice. He was too powerful, too terrifying, everyone has a choice." Harry stepped closer, feeling the weight of 12 years of injustice pressing down on him. "You chose to betray your friends. You chose to let someone else take the blame. You chose to hide rather than face the consequences of your actions." Pettigrew fell to his knees, weeping. "Please, Harry, your father would have understood, my father trusted you. And you got him killed." Harry turned to Amelia. "Get this thing out of my sight. And start the process for Sirius Black's release." "It will take time," Amelia warned. "The Ministry doesn't admit mistakes easily." "Then make them admit this one. I'll provide whatever pressure is necessary." The political battle for Sirius's freedom lasted 6 weeks. Fudge resisted, terrified of the scandal that would result from acknowledging such a massive miscarriage of justice. The Wizengamot was split, some members genuinely concerned about precedent and others simply trying to protect the Ministry's reputation. Harry fought on every front. He gave interviews to the Prophet, providing carefully selected evidence that made the Ministry look incompetent rather than malicious. He called in favors from allies across the political spectrum. He even threatened to pursue civil action against the Ministry on Sirius's behalf, seeking damages that would have bankrupted the government. In the end, the pressure became impossible to resist. Sirius Black was declared innocent by unanimous vote of the Wizengamot. Pettigrew was sentenced to Azkaban, the cell his victim had occupied for more than a decade. And Harry gained something more valuable than political victory. He gained family. The first meeting was overwhelming. Sirius Black was a shadow of the man he'd once been, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his handsome features worn down by years of Dementor exposure. But when he saw Harry, something sparked in those haunted eyes. Something that looked almost like hope. "Harry." His voice was rough from disuse. "You look so much like James. But your eyes. My mother's eyes. Everyone says that. Lily." Sirius's face twisted with grief and joy and a dozen other emotions. "She was brilliant, you know. Fierce. The only person who could make James shut up when he got too full of himself." They talked for hours. Sirius told stories about James and Lily that no one else could have shared, pranks at Hogwarts, the early days of the war, the love that had been obvious to everyone who knew them. Harry listened hungrily, drinking in every detail about parents he'd never known. "I should have been there for you," Sirius said eventually. "After they died. I was supposed to be your godfather, supposed to raise you if anything happened to James and Lily. Instead, I went chasing Peter, and you ended up with those muggles. The Dursleys were temporary. The goblins raised me after that." "The goblins." Sirius shook his head. "Ragnarok always was a clever bastard. He saw an opportunity and took it. He gave me a home when no one else would. And I'm grateful for that. Truly." Sirius met Harry's eyes. "But I'm here now. And if you'll have me, I'd like to be part of your life." Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. "I'd like that too." Recovery was slow but steady. Harry arranged for Sirius to receive the best care available, mind healers trained in Dementor exposure, physical rehabilitation specialists, and access to Black family properties that had been sealed during his imprisonment. The work was expensive, but Harry's resources made cost irrelevant. More importantly, he gave Sirius something to live for. Training sessions became a regular occurrence. Sirius had been a formidable duelist before his imprisonment, and while his skills had atrophied, his knowledge remained. He taught Harry things that Goblin training hadn't covered: wizard dueling styles, advanced transfiguration combat techniques, the particular magic of the Black family that had been passed down through generations. "You're good," Sirius observed after a particularly intense session. "Better than James was at your age. Maybe better than he ever was. I've had more reason to train. The weight of destiny pressing down on you." Sirius's voice was sympathetic. "James used to joke about that. Said the Potter family curse was attracting trouble whether you wanted it or not. The curse is real enough. But I've learned to use it. I can see that." Sirius studied Harry with eyes that had grown sharper over weeks of recovery. "You're not just preparing for Voldemort, are you? There's something else. Something bigger." Harry considered how much to reveal. Sirius was family, the first real family he'd had, but he was also recovering from 12 years of trauma. Adding the weight of the Covenant conspiracy might be too much too soon. "There are other threats," he said carefully. "Powers that have been moving in the shadows for centuries. I'm still learning the full scope of what we're facing. The Covenant of Shadows." Sirius's voice was flat. Harry stared at him. "You know about them? The Black family has known about them for generations. We were approached for recruitment once, back during Grindelwald's war." Sirius's expression darkened. "My grandfather refused. 6 months later, half our foreign investments mysteriously failed, and 3 family members died in accidents over the following year. They punished you for saying no. They demonstrated what happened to those who opposed them. The lesson stuck. The Blacks have stayed neutral ever since, neither supporting nor actively fighting them." Sirius met Harry's eyes. "Until now, I suppose. You're not the type to stay neutral about anything." "No. I'm not." "Then you'll need to know what I know. What the family learned about them over the years, the patterns we observed, the suspicions we could never prove." Sirius's voice strengthened with purpose. "I spent 12 years in prison thinking about nothing but revenge against Peter. Now I have something better to focus on. Let me help you, Harry. Let me fight this war beside you." Harry looked at his godfather, this broken man slowly rebuilding himself, this link to parents he'd never known, this unexpected ally against enemies he'd been facing alone. "Welcome to the war," he said. Third year at Hogwarts began with Sirius at Harry's side. Not literally, Sirius wasn't ready for public appearances, and his presence at the school would have raised too many questions. But he was available through the communication mirrors they'd recovered from Black family vaults, providing advice and support whenever Harry needed it. The year itself was relatively quiet compared to the previous 2. No trolls, no basilisks, no possessed professors. Just classes, politics, and the steady work of building influence. Harry's Slytherin power base had solidified completely. Even Draco Malfoy had moved from reluctant neutrality to cautious alliance, recognizing that opposing Harry was no longer viable. The younger students looked up to him. The older students respected him. And the professors, even McGonagall, who had been wary of his Slytherin placement, acknowledged that his influence had made the house less overtly hostile to non-purebloods. "You're changing the culture," Dumbledore observed during one of their periodic conversations. Slowly, carefully, but genuinely. Students who might have become Death Eaters under different circumstances are instead gravitating toward your example. Good influences are as contagious as bad ones. It just takes more effort to spread them. A wise observation. Dumbledore's eyes held something that might have been approval. I confess I underestimated you, Harry. When you were sorted into Slytherin, I feared the worst. Instead, you've become exactly what that house needed, a leader who values cunning and ambition, but channels them toward constructive ends. Don't give me too much credit. Some of them will still become Death Eaters when Voldemort returns. Perhaps. But fewer than there would have been without your influence. And those who don't follow him will have a leader worth following instead. Harry accepted the compliment with appropriate humility, though he noted that Dumbledore was still trying to position him as a piece in the old man's chess game. Some habits were hard to break. The Dementor incident happened in November. A training exercise near the Forbidden Forest was interrupted when two Dementors appeared, unauthorized, unexpected, their presence at Hogwarts a violation of Ministry policy. They swept toward a group of students that included Harry and several of his allies. Harry felt the cold descend like a physical weight. Memories surfaced, the green light, his mother's scream, the endless hunger of creatures that fed on despair, and then he was moving, not retreating but advancing, his unified wand blazing with silver light. Expecto Patronum. The spell burst forth with a force that shocked even Harry. Not a mist or a shield, but a fully corporeal Patronus, a massive stag that charged the Dementors with antlers lowered, driving them back with pure concentrated joy. The stag was Prongs. His father's animagus form. Harry hadn't known. No one had told him what shape his Patronus would take, what memory of parents he'd never met would manifest in silver light. But here it was, James Potter's legacy, defending his son against the darkness. The Dementors fled. The students were safe. And Harry stood in the trampled grass, staring at the fading form of his father's spirit animal, feeling connection to his family in a way he never had before. The investigation into the Dementor incident revealed Covenant involvement. Someone had arranged for the creatures to be present at Hogwarts, had directed them toward Harry specifically. The attack hadn't been meant to kill, Dementors in that number could have been fought off, but to test. To observe how Harry responded to that particular threat. "They're studying you," Sirius said during their mirror conversation that evening. "Learning your capabilities, your weaknesses, the patterns of how you respond to danger. Why not just attack directly? Because they're patient. Because they've learned from mistakes, probably learned from Voldemort's failure to kill you as a baby. They won't move against you until they're certain of success. That gives us time. It gives us time to prepare. But it also means they're preparing too." Sirius's expression was grave. "The Covenant has been operating for centuries, Harry. They've outlasted empires, survived magical wars, eliminated threats that seemed invincible. Whatever they're planning for you, it will be thorough. Then I'll have to be more thorough. That's the spirit." Sirius's grin was the first genuine smile Harry had seen from him. "You know, you remind me more of Lily than James sometimes. She had that same determination, that refusal to accept defeat no matter how overwhelming the odds. Tell me about her. What she was really like." And Sirius did. For hours, through the magical mirror, he shared stories about Lily Evans, her brilliance, her fierce independence, her absolute refusal to let anyone tell her what she couldn't do. Harry listened, absorbed, building a picture of his mother that was fuller and richer than anything he'd known before. By the time the conversation ended, he felt closer to his parents than he ever had. And more determined than ever to finish what they'd started. The year ended with a conversation that would shape everything to come. Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, the headmaster looking older and more tired than usual. Between them lay documents, evidence they'd gathered, patterns they'd identified, the growing picture of what they were truly facing. "The Horcruxes must be the priority," Dumbledore said. "As long as pieces of Voldemort's soul remain, he cannot be truly killed. Everything else, the political maneuvering, the Covenant, even the daily threats we face, is secondary to that goal. I destroyed the diary. That's one. And I believe I've located a second. A ring, hidden in the ruins of the Gaunt family home. The protections around it are formidable, but I believe I can retrieve it. Let me help. No. Dumbledore's voice was firm. The ring's defenses are specifically designed to target those of Slytherin's blood. Your inheritance would make you more vulnerable, not less. Harry frowned. Then how will you survive them? With difficulty, I expect. But I've faced dark magic before. Dumbledore's smile was thin. Besides, I'm an old man with more past than future. Better that I take these risks than someone with your potential. That's fatalistic. It's realistic. The Horcrux hunt is going to be dangerous, Harry. People are going to die before it's over. I would prefer that you not be among them. And I would prefer that you not treat me like a child to be protected. Harry's voice hardened. I've killed a Dark Lord's vessel. I've destroyed a Horcrux. I've built a political coalition that's changed the balance of power in magical Britain. I'm not someone who needs to be sheltered from danger. No. You're not. Dumbledore studied him with those ancient, penetrating eyes. You've become something I never expected, Harry. Something perhaps more prepared for this war than I am. Then treat me as a partner, not a protégé. Tell me everything you know, and let me help with everything I can. A long pause. Then Dumbledore nodded slowly. Very well. Partners. He extended his hand. Though I suspect I may come to regret this arrangement. Harry took the hand. You probably will. But you'll be alive to regret it. That's what matters. The alliance was sealed. The hunt for Horcruxes would begin. And the war against Voldemort, and the covenant that lurked behind him, entered its next phase. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11, the tournament. The summer before fourth year was dominated by a single obsession, the Horcrux hunt. Dumbledore retrieved the gaunt ring from its hiding place in Little Hangleton, but the victory came at a terrible cost. The ring's curse, designed by Voldemort specifically to kill anyone who touched it, struck the headmaster's hand before he could fully neutralize the protections. The curse was spreading. Slowly, inexorably, it was eating through Dumbledore's body. You should have let me help, Harry said flatly, examining the blackened, withered hand that Dumbledore could no longer hide. I could have died. That's what you could have done. Dumbledore's voice was tired but not regretful. The curse was keyed to blood, Harry. Your Slytherin inheritance would have made you the primary target. So instead you're dying. I'm not dying yet. Severus has contained the curse, slowed its progress significantly. I have perhaps a year, maybe more, before it claims me. Dumbledore managed a thin smile. Time enough to do considerable damage to Voldemort's plans. A year. Harry felt cold fury building in his chest. You have a year to live, and you didn't think to mention this until now? I didn't want to burden you with, don't. Harry's voice cracked like a whip. Don't treat me like a child who needs to be protected from difficult truths. We're supposed to be partners, Dumbledore. Partners don't hide things like this. Silence stretched between them. Finally, Dumbledore nodded. You're right. I apologize. He seemed to age even further as he spoke. Old habits die hard, Harry. I've been manipulating events and protecting secrets for so long that I sometimes forget there's another way. There's always another way. The question is whether you're willing to take it. I am. Or I'm trying to be. Dumbledore looked at his withered hand. The ring contained a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul, as you know. But it also contained something else. Something I've been seeking for most of my life. He held up the ring. On it sat a cracked black stone, marked with a strange symbol, a triangle containing a circle and a line. The Resurrection Stone, Dumbledore said softly. One of the Deathly Hallows. Harry stared at the stone. He'd read about the Hallows during his research, legendary artifacts supposedly created by Death himself, granting their wielder power over mortality. You used it, he realized. You tried to bring someone back. I tried to see my sister. To apologize for. Dumbledore's voice broke. It doesn't matter. The stone shows only shadows, echoes of those we've lost, not their true selves. But I was foolish enough to hope otherwise, and that foolishness is what allowed the curse to strike. Is the stone still functional? Yes. The Horcrux was in the ring itself, not the stone. Destroying one didn't damage the other. Dumbledore set the ring on his desk. I'm giving it to you, Harry. Along with everything else I know about the Hallows and the remaining Horcruxes. If I'm going to die, I want to make sure you have every advantage I can provide. Harry looked at the ring, at the stone that could show him shadows of his parents, could give him something like connection to the family he'd lost. He didn't touch it. Thank you, he said instead. Now tell me about the other Horcruxes. The return to Hogwarts brought unexpected news, the Triwizard Tournament. Harry learned about it the same way everyone else did, through Dumbledore's announcement at the start of term feast. 3 magical schools, competing in dangerous challenges, with glory and 1,000 galleons for the winner. He was immediately suspicious. The timing is too convenient, he told Daphne during their first private conversation of the year. Dumbledore's dying, I'm focused on the Horcrux hunt, and suddenly there's a massive distraction arriving at Hogwarts. Someone's playing games. You think it's the Covenant? Or Voldemort? Or both? The tournament hasn't been held in over a century because students kept dying. Bringing it back now, when Dumbledore's weakened and I'm vulnerable. Harry shook his head. This is a setup. Can you avoid it? Stay out of the competition entirely. The age line restricts entry to students 17 and older. I'm only 14. Harry's voice was grim. But if someone wants me in that tournament badly enough, they'll find a way to make it happen. He was right. The Goblet of Fire spat out his name on a cold October evening. Harry stood in the antechamber with the other champions, Victor Krum of Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons, and Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts, and felt the weight of a trap closing around him. This is outrageous. Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, was livid. A 4th champion? A child? This violates every tradition of the tournament. I didn't enter myself, Harry said calmly. Someone put my name in that goblet without my knowledge or consent. A likely story, Igor. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but carried the weight of authority. Harry is correct. The goblet is enchanted to prevent underage entry. Someone circumvented those protections deliberately. Then withdraw him. Declare the entry invalid. I cannot. The Goblet of Fire creates a binding magical contract. Once a name is selected, that person must compete or forfeit their magic. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Harry has been entered against his will, but he is bound nonetheless. Harry felt cold certainty settle over him. This was exactly what he'd feared, an enemy using the tournament to force him into a vulnerable position. The challenges would be dangerous, public, and designed for wizards years older than him. Someone wanted him dead. Very well, he said, his voice carrying through the suddenly silent room. I'll compete. And I'll win. Such confidence, Fleur murmured, her French accent lilting with amusement. You are very young to make such claims. I've faced worse than a tournament. Harry met her eyes steadily. And I'm still here. The weeks before the first task were filled with preparation. Harry threw himself into research, studying previous tournaments, analyzing the kinds of challenges that had been used, preparing for every contingency he could imagine. His network of allies provided intelligence about the other schools, their champions, and the political maneuvering happening behind the scenes. The revelation about dragons came from Hagrid, who had been unable to resist showing Harry the magnificent creatures that would feature in the first task. Harry was grateful for the information, though he would have preferred to discover it through less enthusiastic channels. Dragons, Daphne said flatly, when Harry shared the news. They're having 14-year-olds face dragons. Technically, 17-year-olds. I'm the exception. That's not comforting. Her expression was worried, a rare display of vulnerability from the Ice Queen of Slytherin. Harry, dragons are among the most dangerous magical creatures in existence. Even trained handlers die fighting them. I'm not planning to fight it. Then what are you planning? Harry smiled. I'm planning to talk to it. The morning of the first task dawned grey and cold. A massive stadium had been constructed on the Hogwarts grounds, packed with students and spectators from all three schools. The champions waited in a tent at the stadium's edge, each trying to hide their nervousness in different ways. Cedric paced. Fleur sat perfectly still, her face a mask of composed beauty. Krum glowered at the tent walls as if he could intimidate them into submission. Harry was calm. Not the false calm of someone hiding their fear, but the genuine calm of someone who had faced worse and survived. When his turn came, he walked into the arena. The dragon was a Hungarian horntail, the most dangerous breed, according to Hagrid. It crouched over a nest of golden eggs, its spiked tail lashing, its eyes tracking Harry with predatory intelligence. The crowd held its breath. Harry stopped 20 feet from the dragon and began to speak. Not in English. In Parseltongue. I mean you no harm, he hissed, the sibilant sounds carrying across the silent arena. I seek only one egg, the golden one that doesn't belong to you. Let me take it, and I'll leave your nest in peace. The dragon's head cocked, its enormous eyes focusing on Harry with new interest. Dragons weren't snakes, they didn't speak Parseltongue naturally, but they were reptiles, and some fundamental part of them recognized the language of serpents. You speak the old tongue, the dragon rumbled. Its voice was deep and resonant, barely comprehensible even to Harry's trained ear. Few of your kind remember it. I remember many things my kind has forgotten. Including the pacts that once existed between dragons and wizards. The old pacts are dust. Your kind broke them centuries ago, when they began to hunt us, to chain us, to steal our eggs. I didn't break them. And I'm not here to hunt you or chain you. Harry gestured toward the nest. I'm here because others have put me in this arena against my will, using your captivity to test me. We're both prisoners of their games. A long pause. The dragon's tail stopped lashing. Its posture shifted from aggressive to something closer to consideration. You speak truth, it acknowledged. I taste no deception in your words. Very well, little speaker. Take the false egg. It has no value to me anyway. Harry walked forward, slowly, his hands visible and non-threatening. The dragon watched but didn't attack. He reached the nest, retrieved the golden egg, and backed away with the same deliberate care. Thank you, he said. When I have power, I'll work to change how your kind is treated. This isn't how things should be. Words are wind. Actions are fire. But there was something like approval in the dragon's voice. We will see what you become, little speaker. We will be watching. Harry walked out of the arena, golden egg in hand, to a crowd that had gone absolutely silent with shock. The aftermath was chaos. The judges didn't know how to score what they'd witnessed. Bagman, who had been expecting spectacular combat, looked almost disappointed. McGonagall seemed torn between horror and admiration. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful, calculating. Karkaroff gave Harry a 4, blatant bias that was booed by the crowd. The other judges scored higher, recognizing that Harry had completed the task with 0 damage to himself, the dragon, or the arena. His final score put him in first place. But the real impact was in the conversations that followed. You spoke to a dragon, Hermione said, her voice hushed with wonder. In Parseltongue. I didn't even know that was possible. It's not, according to conventional wisdom. But conventional wisdom is often wrong. How did you know it would work? I didn't. But I knew that fighting the dragon was exactly what they expected me to do. Harry's eyes were hard. Someone entered me in this tournament to kill me. I refuse to play their game. From now on, I'm doing everything differently than they anticipate. The Ule Ball brought complications of a different kind. Harry had planned to attend with Daphne, their partnership was well established, their public dynamic would raise no eyebrows, but the announcement that champions were required to bring dates and open the dancing changed the calculation. If you take me, it confirms the betrothal rumors, Daphne said during their strategic planning session. The prophet will have a field day. Our alliance becomes public in a way we can't control. Is that necessarily bad? It's risky. We've kept the contract secret because the ambiguity gives us flexibility. Once people know we're bound together, they'll treat us differently. Expectations change. Options narrow. Harry considered this. Alternatively, confirming the relationship takes uncertainty off the table. Our enemies can't use the revelation as a weapon if we control the timing. You want to go public. I want to stop hiding. Harry met her eyes. We've been partners for years, Daphne. Friends, allies, something more that we haven't quite named. I'm tired of pretending that's not real. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than usual. What if I'm not ready for everyone to know? What if I want to keep something just for us, without the political analysis and the strategic implications? Then we keep hiding. I won't force this. I know you won't. That's why I'm saying yes. She smiled, a real smile, warm and slightly nervous. Ask me properly, Harry. Like a normal person, not a political alliance. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. Daphne Greengrass, would you do me the honor of attending the Ule Ball as my date? I would be delighted. The kiss that followed wasn't their first, there had been stolen moments, private acknowledgments of what was growing between them. But it felt different now. More real. The Ule Ball itself was spectacular. Hogwarts had been transformed, the great hall glittering with ice sculptures and floating candles and magic that made the winter night feel like a wonderland. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang added exotic glamour to the celebration. Harry and Daphne entered together, her silver dress complementing his formal robes, their hands intertwined. The whispers started immediately, speculation about what their appearance together meant, analysis of alliance implications, romantic gossip from students who cared more about drama than politics. They ignored it all. The first dance was awkward, Harry's goblin training hadn't emphasized ballroom skills, but Daphne guided him through it with practiced grace. By the second dance, they'd found a rhythm. By the third, they were moving together like they'd been partners their whole lives. Which, in a way, they had. People are staring, Daphne murmured. Let them. I'm serious, Harry. This is going to change things. I know. I'm ready for things to change. He pulled her slightly closer. Are you? I'm ready for anything, as long as we face it together. They danced until midnight, until the other students had begun filtering out, until the magic of the evening started to fade. Then they walked through the quiet corridors of the castle, hand in hand, not speaking because words weren't necessary. Something had shifted between them. Something that couldn't be undone. Harry found he didn't want it undone. The second task brought new challenges. The golden egg, when opened underwater, revealed a song, a message about something precious being taken and held in the lake. Harry's research identified the mere people who lived beneath Hogwarts, their customs, and the bargains that could be made with them. On the morning of the task, he descended into the lake with a bubblehead charm and a plan that had nothing to do with combat. The mere people were waiting for him, arrayed in ranks, their spears ready, their cold eyes tracking his approach. You come to our waters, surface dweller, the chief said. Her voice carried eerily through the water. What do you seek? I seek the hostages you've taken for the tournament. I come to negotiate their release. There is nothing to negotiate. The terms were set by the old magic. You must prove your worth by rescuing your precious one. I respect your customs, but I'm not just rescuing one. I'm taking all of them. Silence. The mere people stirred, their grips tightening on their weapons. The rules state, the rules were made by surface dwellers, not by you. I offer a different bargain. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a scroll, a document he'd spent weeks preparing. This is a charter of rights. Recognition of mere people's sovereignty over your waters, protection from surface interference, formal acknowledgement of your autonomy under the old pacts. Words on paper. Your kind has broken such promises before. I am Harry Potter, King of Magic by right of conquest. My word is bound by blood and treaty. Harry met the chief's eyes steadily. I don't make promises I won't keep. And I don't forget allies who help me when I need it. The chief studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she took the scroll. We will consider your offer. But the hostages are still bound by the tournament's magic. You cannot simply take them. Then help me free them. Show me how to release the bindings without violating your laws. Another pause. Then the chief nodded. Come. Let us show you the old ways. Harry emerged from the lake with all 4 hostages. Not just his own, Daphne, who had been his precious one, but also Ron Weasley, Crumb's hostage, Cho Chang, Cedric's, and Gabrielle Delacour, Fleur's. The last had been necessary because Fleur had been attacked by Grindylows and hadn't reached the Mere People village. The judges were furious. Bagman protested that Harry had violated the spirit of the competition. Karkaroff accused him of cheating. Harry ignored them all. The task was to rescue hostages, he told the assembled crowd, his voice magically amplified. Nobody said I could only rescue my own. And nobody told me I had to fight the Mere People instead of allying with them. The tournament is about individual achievement. Bagman sputtered. About proving your worth through combat and cunning. My worth is proven by results, not methods. I completed the task, I saved lives that would have been lost otherwise, and I built an alliance that will benefit magical Britain for years to come. Harry's eyes swept the crowd. If that's not worthy of this tournament, then the tournament's values need examination. The scoring was controversial. Harry received full marks from Dumbledore and Maxime, lower marks from the others, but his overall position remained strong. More importantly, the Mere People Charter was real. He'd won not just a competition, but a diplomatic victory that would outlast any trophy. The third task arrived with the weight of inevitability. A maze had been constructed on the Quidditch pitch, towering hedges filled with obstacles, creatures, and challenges designed to test every skill a champion possessed. At the center waited the Triwizard Cup and the conclusion of months of competition. Harry knew it was a trap. He'd spent weeks investigating, using every resource at his disposal to identify who had entered him in the tournament and what they planned for the finale. The trail led back to the same place as it always did, Voldemort, the Covenant, shadows moving in darkness. Someone was going to try to kill him in that maze. Or worse, capture him for some purpose he couldn't yet see. You could withdraw, Daphne said, the night before the task. Forfeit your magic rather than walk into whatever they've planned. My magic is tied to who I am. Losing it would destroy me as surely as any killing curse. Then let me come with you. Let me watch your back. You can't. The maze only admits champions. Harry took her hands. But I'm not going in unprepared. I know it's a trap. And I've prepared traps of my own. What are you planning? To end this. Once and for all. The maze was everything Harry expected, dangerous, disorienting, and designed to separate the champions from each other. He moved through it with the careful efficiency of someone who'd been trained for exactly this kind of environment, neutralizing threats without wasting energy, always moving toward the center. He found Cedric first, the Hufflepuff champion struggling against vines that were trying to drag him into the hedge. Potter. Help. Harry cut the vines with a precise spell, pulling Cedric free. Are you hurt? No. Thanks. Cedric stared at him. Why did you help me? We're competitors. We're both trapped in a game designed by people who don't care if we live or die. I'd rather have allies than victims. They moved forward together, watching each other's backs, covering more ground than either could alone. The maze threw everything it had at them, boggarts, sphinxes, blast-ended scroots, but they handled each obstacle as a team. When they reached the center, the cup was waiting. So was Peter Pettigrew. What? Cedric started. It's a trap. Harry was already moving, pushing Cedric aside, his wand coming up. Portkey on the cup. Someone's waiting on the other side. How did you? I've been waiting for this. Preparing for it. Harry's eyes never left Pettigrew, who stood beside the cup with a bundle in his arms and a wand in his trembling hand. Hello, Peter. Did your master send you? Harry. Pettigrew's voice was barely a whisper. Please. I don't want to do this. Then don't. Drop the wand. Walk away. I can't. He'll kill me. He's going to kill you anyway. Men like Voldemort don't reward failure, and you've failed him before. Harry's voice was almost gentle. This is your last chance, Peter. Choose a different path. For one moment, something like hope flickered in Pettigrew's watery eyes. Then it died. I can't. I'm sorry, Harry. Stupefy. Harry deflected the spell without effort. His response was faster, harder, more precise, a chain of curses that sent Pettigrew flying backward, disarmed and disabled in seconds. But the bundle had already been thrown to the ground. And from it, something was emerging. Harry Potter. The voice was cold, ancient, filled with hatred and hunger. At last. Voldemort rose from the bundle, not the shade Harry had faced in first year, but something more substantial. The ritual that Pettigrew had prepared was incomplete, the Dark Lord's resurrection only partial, but he was still terrifyingly powerful. Cedric. Harry's voice was calm. Run. I'm not leaving you, run. Harry threw himself at Voldemort, wand blazing, buying time for the other champion to escape. The duel that followed was brutal, savage, unlike anything Harry had experienced before. Voldemort wasn't holding back, wasn't testing or toying, he was fighting to kill. And Harry was fighting to survive. Their spells clashed, filling the air with multicolored explosions. Harry's training served him well, goblin combat techniques, blood magic defenses, the unified power of his three-core wand, but Voldemort was stronger, more experienced, fueled by decades of dark magic. You cannot win, Potter. Voldemort's voice was exultant. You're just a child. A boy who got lucky once and thought that made him special. I'm the boy who's going to kill you. Harry's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. Not tonight. Maybe not for years. But eventually. Bold words from someone about to die. Their wands connected. Something strange happened, a golden thread of light linking them, creating a cage of energy that trapped them both. Harry felt foreign magic pouring through the connection, felt Voldemort's will battering against his own. And he pushed back. The connection broke. Voldemort staggered. And Harry did the only thing he could, grabbed the cup, felt the portkey activate, and let it carry him away. He landed on the Hogwarts grounds, surrounded by the crowd that had been watching the maze on magical screens, their faces frozen in shock. He's back, Harry said, his voice carrying in the sudden silence. Voldemort is back. And the war starts now. Chapter 11 End. Chapter 12, The Order and the Army. The Ministry's denial began before Harry's wounds had even healed. Cornelius Fudge stood in Dumbledore's office, his face pale and sweating, his hands wringing the brim of his bowler hat like a lifeline. Behind him, Dolores Umbridge watched with her toad-like smile, already calculating how to spin the narrative. "You know who cannot be back," Fudge insisted. "It's impossible." "The boy is confused, traumatized," the boy fought him. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. "I examined the magical residue myself. Voldemort's signature is unmistakable." "Then you're mistaken. Or complicit in some scheme to destabilize the ministry." Fudge's voice rose to a panicked squeak. "I won't have it, Dumbledore. I won't have you undermining public confidence with these wild accusations." Harry sat in silence, watching the exchange with cold eyes. He'd expected this, had prepared for the ministry's willful blindness for years. But seeing it play out, watching Fudge choose comfortable lies over dangerous truth, still filled him with contempt. "Minister." Harry's voice cut through the argument. "I don't care what you believe. I care what you do." Fudge turned to him, face reddening. "Now see here, Potter, Voldemort is rebuilding his forces. He's recruiting Death Eaters, gathering dark creatures, preparing for a war that you're not ready to fight." Harry's eyes were hard. "You can deny it publicly, you can call me a liar, you can do whatever you think will protect your political position. But when the attacks start, and they will start, people are going to remember that you chose denial over defense." "Is that a threat?" "It's a prediction. And predictions from me have a way of coming true." Harry rose from his chair. "I'm done here. I have actual work to do." He walked out without waiting for dismissal, leaving Fudge sputtering and Dumbledore looking older than ever. The summer that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. He didn't wait for others to act. While the ministry buried its head in the sand, Harry mobilized every resource at his disposal: goblin networks, allied families, contacts across magical Europe, building the infrastructure for a war that he knew was coming. The King's Compact was activated. It was an ancient agreement, buried in the inheritance documents of Harry's 8 houses, a mutual defense treaty between the magical races that predated the ministry by centuries. Dragons, centaurs, merpeople, goblins, even some vampire clans had signatories. The compact had been dormant for generations, but Harry's position as King of Magic gave him the authority to invoke it. "You're calling in debts that haven't been collected in 500 years, Ragnarok observed, reviewing the notifications Harry had sent to the various races. "Some of them won't respond. Some will actively resist. And some will remember why they signed in the first place." The compact was created to face exactly this kind of threat, a dark wizard gathering power, preparing to subjugate everyone who isn't human. Voldemort hasn't targeted non-humans yet. He will. The pure-blood supremacist ideology doesn't stop at Muggleborns. Eventually, they'll come for the goblins, the centaurs, everyone they consider lesser creatures. I'm offering alliance before that happens. Ragnarok's ancient eyes studied Harry with new assessment. "You've grown considerably since you first came to us. The frightened child who arrived in these halls would never have conceived of something this ambitious. I'm not that child anymore. And neither is magical Britain going to be what it was." Harry's voice carried iron certainty. "When this war is over, we're building something different. Something better. The old divisions, the old hatreds, they end with us." Bold words. I intend to back them with action. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix reconvened in a house that had once belonged to Harry's godfather. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was dark, gloomy, and filled with the accumulated prejudices of the Black family. But it was also protected by ancient wards that made it invisible to outsiders, making it the perfect headquarters for resistance. Harry attended the first meeting as both participant and observer, cataloguing the faces around the table. Some he knew well: Sirius, still recovering but fiercely determined; Remus Lupin, the werewolf who had been his parents' friend; the Weasley parents, drawn into the conflict by their children's involvement. Others were new, Aurors like Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks, who had chosen loyalty to Dumbledore over obedience to the ministry. "The situation is grim," Dumbledore began. "The ministry refuses to acknowledge Voldemort's return, which means we cannot count on official support. We must operate independently, gathering intelligence, protecting targets, preparing for the war that Cornelius refuses to see. What resources do we have? Kingsley asked. Limited official resources. Some funds, some safe houses, the personal connections of our members. Dumbledore's voice was tired. We are, I fear, significantly outmatched. No. Harry's voice cut through the pessimism. We're not. All eyes turned to him. The Order is one piece of the resistance. But it's not the only piece, and it shouldn't be operating alone. Harry stood, addressing the room. I've spent the past month activating the King's Compact, ancient alliances between the magical races. The goblins are mobilizing their security forces. The centaurs have agreed to share intelligence from the Forbidden Forest. The Mare people have committed to coastal surveillance. Even some vampire clans have expressed interest in negotiation. You've been building an army, Mad Eye Moody growled, his magical eye spinning. Without telling anyone. I've been building a coalition. There's a difference. Harry met the old Auror's gaze steadily. The Order thinks in terms of wizard resistance, a secret organization fighting a shadow war. I'm thinking bigger. Voldemort's building an army of Death Eaters and dark creatures. We need to match that scale, not just hide in safe houses and hope for the best. The boy has a point, Sirius said. We fought the last war defensively, reacting to attacks, protecting targets, always one step behind. This time, we should be setting the agenda. And who leads this coalition? Moody's voice was suspicious. You, Potter. A 14-year-old child. I lead the non-human elements. I have the authority under the compact, and they trust me more than they trust any adult wizard. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact, not boastful. Dumbledore leads the Order. The Wizengamot allies operate through their own structures. We coordinate, we share intelligence, we support each other, but we don't have one person trying to control everything. A distributed command structure, Kingsley said thoughtfully. Harder for the enemy to decapitate. Exactly. If something happens to me, the coalition continues. If something happens to Dumbledore, the Order continues. We're building something that can survive losses. Silence fell over the room. Harry could see minds working, calculations being made, perspectives shifting. The boy's not wrong, Moody admitted finally. I spent 30 years fighting dark wizards. Centralized command is a vulnerability. Multiple coordinated cells are harder to destroy. Then we're agreed. Dumbledore looked around the table. Harry's coalition operates alongside the Order, with shared objectives but independent command. Nods around the room. Not enthusiastic, many of the adults clearly didn't like taking strategic direction from a teenager, but accepting. Good. Harry sat back down. Now let's talk about Hogwarts. Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts with the authority of the Ministry behind her. The new defense against the dark arts professor, appointed by Fudge to keep an eye on Dumbledore and suppress any talk of Voldemort's return, was exactly what Harry had expected, a bureaucrat with power and no competence, a sadist hiding behind a veneer of sweetness. The Ministry has determined that a return to theoretical instruction is necessary, she announced during her first class, her voice high and girlish. You have been exposed to dangerous practical exercises by previous professors. This year, we will focus on Ministry-approved curriculum only. What practical exercises are we supposed to be learning? A Gryffindor asked. You will learn what the Ministry deems appropriate. In my experience, theoretical understanding is sufficient for any properly behaved witch or wizard. Harry raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Potter. Are we being trained to pass exams or to survive actual threats? Umbridge's smile became fixed. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean that there's a war coming. There's a Dark Lord rebuilding his army. And you're telling us to put away our wands and read textbooks. Harry's voice was perfectly calm. That seems like a dangerous approach. There is no Dark Lord. There is no war. Anyone who says otherwise is spreading dangerous lies. Umbridge's voice hardened. I trust you understand the Ministry's position on these matters, Mr. Potter. Spreading fear and panic serves no one's interests. Fear is appropriate when danger is real. Panic happens when people aren't prepared. Harry met her eyes steadily. I prefer preparation to denial. The detention she assigned him that evening was the first of many. The blood quill carved words into Harry's hand, I must not tell lies. He sat in Umbridge's office, watching the phrase appear in his own blood, feeling the pain of the cursed artifact doing its work. The wounds would scar if he let them, permanent reminders of the Ministry's displeasure. He didn't let them. The moment he returned to his dormitory, Harry applied goblin healing techniques to close the wounds, leaving no trace of Umbridge's torture. She would think her punishment was working. She would be wrong. But the blood quill gave him an idea. Dumbledore's army began meeting in the Room of Requirement the following week. Harry had known about the room for years, had mapped its location during his first year, recognized its potential as a hidden training facility. Now he activated that potential, transforming the space into a proper military academy. The students who came to him were motivated by different things. Some were afraid, they'd heard Harry's warnings about Voldemort and wanted to be prepared. Some were angry, they'd experienced Umbridge's cruelty and wanted to resist. Some were simply curious, drawn by the mystique of learning from the boy who lived. Harry turned them all into soldiers. This isn't a study group, he told them during the first session. This is combat training. I'm going to teach you things that Hogwarts doesn't offer, offensive magic, defensive tactics, how to survive when someone's trying to kill you. How do you know any of this? Zacharias Smith asked skeptically. I've been training since I was 5 years old. I've fought mountain trolls, basilisks, and Voldemort himself. Twice. Harry's voice was flat. I know what it takes to stay alive in a real fight. If you're not willing to learn, there's the door. No one left. The training was intense. Harry pushed them hard, harder than any Hogwarts class would dare, building fundamental skills that most students had never developed. Spell work, physical conditioning, situational awareness, team tactics. He drew on everything the goblins had taught him, adapted for students who couldn't train full-time. The results were remarkable. Within weeks, the DA members were performing at levels that exceeded their official classwork. Within months, they were functioning as a cohesive unit, capable of coordinated action that would have impressed adult Aurors. You're building an army inside Hogwarts, Daphne observed during a private moment. I'm building a resistance cell. When Voldemort moves against the school, and he will, these students will be ready to fight. Umbridge won't ignore this forever. Umbridge is a symptom, not the disease. When the war goes public, she'll be swept aside with the rest of Fudge's administration. Harry's voice was certain. In the meantime, every student I train is one more wand on our side when it matters. The crisis came in February. Death Eaters attacked Hogsmeade. Harry felt the alarms trigger, wards he'd placed throughout the village, designed to detect dark magic and malicious intent. He was in the middle of a transfiguration class when the warning hit, the magical signal burning against his senses. Professor McGonagall. His voice cut through her lecture. Hogsmeade is under attack. Multiple hostiles, possibly a dozen or more. McGonagall's face went pale. How do you? I have wards. We need to move now. He was already running before she could respond. The DA assembled with a speed that would have been impossible months earlier. 24 students, converging from across the castle, equipped with communication mirrors and coordinated tactics. They reached the village gates in minutes, arriving just as the chaos reached its peak. The Death Eaters hadn't expected resistance. They'd planned a terror strike, hit the village, cause destruction, disappear before authorities could respond. What they found instead was organized opposition, students attacking in coordinated teams, using tactics that exploited every weakness in Death Eater formations. Harry was everywhere at once, his unified wand blazing with power. He dueled 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, his goblin-trained combat skills overwhelming opponents who had expected easy prey. When one of them, Bellatrix Lestrange, his godfather's torturer, tried to flee, he cut off her escape with a wall of fire that forced her back into the fight. Potter. Her voice was wild with excitement. Little baby Potter, playing at war. I don't play at anything. Their duel was brief but brutal. Bellatrix was skilled, experienced, dangerous, but she was also unstable, her attacks lacking the precision that Harry had developed over years of training. He exploited every opening, pressed every advantage, drove her back with relentless efficiency. In the end, she escaped, disapparating at the last moment, leaving behind 3 captured Death Eaters and a village that hadn't been destroyed. But the cost was real. 2 DA members were injured, 1 critically. A shopkeeper had been killed before Harry's forces arrived. And a first-year named Dennis Creevey, Colin's brother, who had followed the DA to Hogsmeade without permission, lay dead in the snow. Harry stood over the boy's body, feeling something cold settle into his chest. This was war. This was what it cost. And it was only the beginning. The aftermath reshaped everything. Fudge could no longer deny the threat, not with dozens of witnesses to a Death Eater attack on a magical village. His political position collapsed within days, replaced by a ministry that finally acknowledged reality. Umbridge was removed from Hogwarts, her authority evaporating with Fudge's fall. The blood quills, the educational decrees, the entire apparatus of denial and suppression, all of it swept away in the tide of public fear. But fear wasn't enough. Fear paralyzed. Fear made people desperate. Harry needed to transform fear into determination. The Ministry is asking for your help, Dumbledore told him a week after the attack. They want you to address the Wizengamot, to reassure the public, to take a visible leadership role. What do you think I should do? I think you've already done more than anyone could reasonably expect. You're 14 years old, Harry. The weight you're carrying would crush most adults. 14 years old, 8 lordships, and 2 confrontations with Voldemort behind me. Harry's voice was tired but steady. Age stopped being relevant a long time ago. He went to the Wizengamot. He stood in the chamber where he'd first claimed his seats, looking out at the assembled witches and wizards, many of the same faces who had opposed him, doubted him, tried to marginalize his influence. Now they looked at him like he was their salvation. I'm not going to tell you that everything will be fine, Harry began. I'm not going to promise that we'll win easily, or that the cost won't be terrible. Voldemort is powerful, organized, and ruthless. The war we're facing will be the hardest thing any of us have ever done. Silence. Tense, frightened silence. But I will tell you this, we can win. We have resources the enemy doesn't expect, alliances with magical races who have been marginalized for centuries, networks of resistance that span the entire country, young people who are willing to fight for something better. Harry's voice grew stronger. And we have something Voldemort will never have. We have each other. We have the determination to protect what matters. We have the courage to face the darkness and refuse to be broken by it. He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes that held fear and hope in equal measure. I didn't ask for this war. None of us did. But it's here, and we have to fight it. I'm going to lead the coalition I've built. Dumbledore's order will continue their work. The Ministry will do what it can. And together, we're going to show the Dark Lord that magical Britain will never surrender. The applause started slowly, then built to something thunderous. Not just from Harry's allies, from everyone, united for a moment by shared determination and the desperate need to believe that victory was possible. It was a beginning. Now they just had to survive long enough to see it through. The Department of Mysteries changed everything. Voldemort had laid a trap, a false vision planted in Harry's mind, drawing him to the Ministry to retrieve a prophecy that the Dark Lord wanted. Harry recognized the manipulation for what it was, but he went anyway. Not because he was fooled. Because it was an opportunity. "He wants me to come," Harry told the DA during their emergency meeting. "He's expecting me to walk into a trap with a handful of students. Instead, we're going to walk in with a plan and reinforcements waiting." "What reinforcements?" "The Order. The Aurors who've been loyal to us. And a few friends the Death Eaters have never met." The battle at the Ministry was chaos. Harry's forces hit the Death Eaters from multiple directions, coordinated strikes that shattered their formation before they could react. The prophecy was destroyed in the fighting, Harry deliberately, recognizing that its contents weren't worth lives, and the Death Eaters found themselves trapped between enemies they hadn't expected. Sirius fought like a man possessed, his years of imprisonment falling away as he defended his godson with everything he had. When Bellatrix's curse came for him, Harry was there, deflecting the spell, driving her back, keeping his godfather alive through sheer desperate determination. And when Voldemort himself arrived, drawn by the failure of his trap, Harry faced him. Not alone. Dumbledore was there, the two of them standing together against the Dark Lord in the heart of the Ministry. "You cannot defeat me, old man," Voldemort hissed. "Your time is ending." Perhaps. But Harry's time is just beginning. The duel that followed was legendary, three of the most powerful wizards of the age, clashing in a battle that would be discussed for generations. Harry couldn't match Voldemort's raw power, but he didn't need to. He played support, distracting the Dark Lord at crucial moments, creating openings that Dumbledore exploited. In the end, Voldemort fled. Beaten, though not destroyed. Exposed to the entire wizarding world, though not captured. The war was no longer secret. The battle lines were finally clear. And Harry stood in the wreckage of the Ministry, surrounded by allies who had fought beside him, finally ready for what came next. The prophecy's contents were revealed to him that night. Dumbledore shared it privately, in the quiet of his office, his cursed hand a constant reminder of mortality. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Harry listened in silence. "You knew," he said finally. "All along, you knew it had to be me." "I knew. And I've spent years trying to prepare you for it, sometimes wisely, sometimes not." Dumbledore's voice was heavy with regret. "I made mistakes, Harry. Many of them. But I never doubted that you were capable of facing this burden. The power he knows not. What is it?" "I have theories. But I believe it's something you've already demonstrated, again and again." Dumbledore's eyes held something like hope. "Love, Harry. Connection. The ability to inspire loyalty, to build alliances, to make people believe in something greater than themselves. Voldemort has never understood those things. He never will. Love doesn't stop killing curses. No. But it creates armies willing to stand against them. It builds coalitions that outlast any single leader. It transforms fear into courage and despair into determination." Dumbledore smiled tiredly. "You've been wielding that power since you first came to Hogwarts. You just didn't recognize it for what it was." Harry sat in silence, absorbing the weight of what he'd learned. The prophecy said he had to face Voldemort. That one of them would die. But it didn't say he had to face him alone. "The Horcrux hunt," Harry said. "We need to accelerate it. If I'm going to face Voldemort, I need to make sure he can actually be killed. I've been searching. There are leads, possibilities." Dumbledore's expression grew grave. "But there's something else you need to know, Harry. Something I've suspected for some time." "What?" "The night Voldemort tried to kill you, his curse rebounded. But a piece of his soul, unstable from creating so many Horcruxes, broke off and attached itself to the only living thing in the room. Dumbledore's eyes held infinite sadness. "You are a Horcrux, Harry. The last one Voldemort never intended to make." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He was a Horcrux. Part of Voldemort lived inside him. Does that mean I have to die? I don't know. I've been searching for alternatives, ways to destroy the fragment without destroying you. But I haven't found one yet. Dumbledore reached out, placing his withered hand on Harry's shoulder. I will keep searching. Until my last breath, I will keep searching. Harry looked at his mentor, this brilliant, flawed old man who had shaped so much of his life. Then we both have work to do, he said. Let's get started. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13, The Cardinals' Game's 6th year began under siege. Hogwarts had been transformed into a fortress. Ancient wards that hadn't been activated in centuries now hummed with power, creating layers of protection that would have stopped most armies. Auror patrols monitored the grounds. Emergency protocols were drilled until every student could execute them in their sleep. And Harry Potter hadn't slept properly in weeks. The knowledge of what he carried inside him, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, embedded in his very being, weighed on him like chains of ice. Every time he closed his eyes, he wondered if the Dark Lord was watching through them. Every time he felt anger or hatred, he questioned whether the emotion was truly his. You're destroying yourself. Daphne's voice cut through his brooding, pulling him back to the present. They were in the room of requirement, the space they'd claimed for private strategy sessions, and her expression was fierce with concern. When was the last time you ate a full meal? When was the last time you slept more than 3 hours? Sleep feels like a luxury I can't afford. Sleep is a necessity. So is food. So is basic human maintenance. She moved closer, taking his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her eyes. Harry, I know what Dumbledore told you. I know you're carrying something terrible inside you. But destroying yourself before Voldemort can destroy you isn't victory, it's surrender. I'm not surrendering. I'm preparing. You're obsessing. There's a difference. Her voice softened slightly. You've spent years building alliances, training armies, creating systems that can function without you. Now you're acting like everything depends on you personally, like the entire war rests on your shoulders alone. The prophecy says you have to face him. It doesn't say you have to face him tomorrow. It doesn't say you have to do it while exhausted and half-starved. Daphne's grip tightened. Let me help you. Let the people who love you actually help, instead of pushing everyone away. Harry felt something crack in his chest. The walls he'd been building, the isolation he'd convinced himself was necessary, suddenly seemed less like protection and more like prison. I'm scared, he admitted. The words felt foreign, dangerous, a confession of weakness he'd never allowed himself. Not of dying. Of what I might become. Of what he might already be doing to me from the inside. Then let me watch for it. Let our friends watch for it. We'll tell you if you're changing, if something's wrong, if the Harry we know starts disappearing. Daphne pulled him into an embrace, her arms wrapping around him with fierce protectiveness. You don't have to carry this alone. You never did. Harry let himself be held. Let himself feel, for just a moment, like something other than a weapon. It helped more than he expected. The Horcrux hunt had become their primary focus. Dumbledore delegated to his trusted agents, Aurors, Order members, specialists in dark artifact detection, but Harry coordinated, using his networks to cover ground faster than any single organization could manage. The locket was found in a cave by the sea, guarded by inferi and poison that nearly killed Dumbledore. The cup was traced to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, requiring delicate negotiation with Goblin leadership to arrange retrieval. The diadem had been hidden in Hogwarts itself, in the room of requirement, where Harry found it during one of his late-night patrols. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 more remaining, Nagini the snake, the fragment in Harry, and one other that they hadn't yet identified. The 7th Horcrux is the key, Dumbledore said during one of their strategy sessions. Voldemort intended to create 6, using significant deaths to split his soul. But he made Harry accidentally, which means there's still one out there that we haven't accounted for. Any leads? Possibilities. Objects connected to the founder seem to be his preference. We've found items from Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. That suggests he might have sought something from Gryffindor as well. The sword has been in Dumbledore family possession for generations. If Voldemort had tried to steal it, we would know. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. There's something else. Something I'm missing. The pattern doesn't quite fit. Harry filed the problem away, adding it to the 1,000 other concerns competing for his attention. The Covenant made contact in October. Harry was walking the corridors after curfew when he sensed the presence, a wrongness in the magical fabric of the castle, similar to what he'd felt around Quirrell years ago. He followed the sensation to an unused classroom, wand drawn, every sense alert. A figure waited inside. Tall, thin, dressed in robes that seemed to shift and flow like smoke. A mask covered the upper half of his face, leaving only a thin-lipped smile visible. Harry Potter. The King of Magic. The voice was cultured, amused. I've been watching you for years. It's a pleasure to finally meet in person. Cardinal of Mind. Harry's voice was flat. I wondered when you'd show yourself. You know our structure. Impressive. The Cardinal moved closer, his movements fluid, predatory. The Covenant has been discussing you at great length. There's considerable debate about how to handle your emergence. Handle me how? That depends on you. The smile widened slightly. Lord Voldemort was our investment, once. We provided resources, guidance, opportunities to develop his power. In return, he was supposed to further our interests, destabilizing the old magical order, creating chaos we could exploit. He failed. He exceeded our expectations in some ways and disappointed us in others. His obsession with immortality made him unreliable. His fixation on blood purity limited his usefulness. The Cardinal waved a dismissive hand. Tom Riddle was a tool. A promising one, but ultimately flawed. And what am I? That's what we're trying to determine. The Cardinal's hidden eyes seemed to pierce through Harry's defenses. You have power, more than Riddle did at your age. You have influence, alliances that span multiple magical races. You have vision, a willingness to reshape the world rather than simply dominate it. You want to recruit me. We want to offer you an opportunity. The Covenant's goals are not so different from your own. We seek to transcend the limitations of the current order, to create something new and more powerful. The difference is that we've been working toward that goal for centuries, accumulating knowledge and resources that you can barely imagine. Harry felt the temptation, the seductive whisper of power offered freely, the promise of allies who could accelerate everything he was trying to build. He rejected it without hesitation. The Covenant's methods include manipulation, assassination, and the destruction of anyone who threatens your control. Harry's voice was cold. You don't want to create something better. You want to dominate from the shadows, like you've always done. Such certainty. Such moral clarity. The Cardinal's voice carried a note of mockery. Do you truly believe your methods are so different? The alliances you've built, the armies you've trained, the enemies you've eliminated, how many of those actions were entirely pure? I'm not claiming purity. I'm claiming purpose. Everything I've done has been to protect people, to build something that can survive beyond any individual leader. Harry's wand remained steady. What you offer is slavery with better marketing. A pity. The Cardinal's smile vanished, replaced by something colder. We had hoped you would be reasonable. Instead, it seems you'll have to learn the cost of opposing us. I've faced threats before. You've faced Voldemort. He's a rabid dog compared to what we can bring against you. The cardinal began to fade, his form dissolving into shadow. Consider this a warning, Harry Potter. The Covenant has existed for millennia. We have survived challenges far greater than one gifted child. When we move against you, and we will, you'll understand just how outmatched you truly are. He vanished. Harry stood alone in the empty classroom, feeling the weight of a new enemy added to all the others. The attack came 3 weeks later. Not a direct assault, the Covenant was too subtle for that. Instead, they struck at Harry's foundations, targeting the alliances he'd spent years building. The Goblin representative to the King's Compact was assassinated. The Centaur leader who had agreed to share intelligence was found poisoned. Vampire clan heads who had expressed interest in negotiation withdrew into isolation, their contacts going silent. And within Hogwarts, Harry's allies began receiving threats. "They're trying to isolate you," Daphne said, studying the pattern of attacks. "Cutting your connections one by one, leaving you without the support network you've built. It's working." Harry's voice was grim. 3 of my key contacts are dead. A dozen others have gone to ground. The coalition I built is fraying. Can it be rebuilt? Some of it. But the Covenant's shown they can reach anyone who aligns with me. That's going to make new alliances harder to build. What about existing allies? The people already committed? They're at risk. Harry's jaw tightened. Everyone close to me is a target now. You, Hermione, Neville, Sirius, anyone the Covenant thinks they can use to hurt me. Then we protect each other. The same way we've always done. Daphne's hand found his. Harry, you built something real. The connections you've made aren't just political alliances, they're relationships. People who believe in what you're doing. They're not going to abandon you because some shadow organization threatens them. They might die because they didn't abandon me. They might. And that's their choice to make. Her voice was fierce. You don't get to protect everyone by pushing them away. We're in this together, or we're not in it at all. The investigation into the Covenant revealed patterns that stretched back centuries. Harry mobilized his remaining intelligence networks, cross-referencing historical records with current events, building a picture of the shadow organization that had operated in the background of magical history. The Covenant of Shadows had been founded in the early medieval period, a cabal of powerful wizards who believed that magical society needed guidance from those capable of long-term thinking. They had manipulated the formation of the Statute of Secrecy. They had influenced the founding of ministries across Europe. They had started wars and ended them, all in service of goals that remained obscure. They're not evil in the traditional sense, Harry reported during a combined meeting of Order and Coalition leadership. They're not trying to destroy the world or subjugate all magical races. They want stability, their version of it, which means preventing any single power from becoming dominant enough to challenge their control. Including you, Sirius observed. Especially me. The King of Magic represents exactly the kind of concentrated authority they've spent centuries preventing. Harry's voice was thoughtful. But they also made mistakes. They backed Voldemort, and he became uncontrollable. They tried to isolate me, and it revealed their existence. They're not infallible. What are their weaknesses? Patience. They think in centuries, which means they're not prepared for rapid action. They prefer manipulation to direct confrontation, which means they can be forced into situations they haven't planned for. Harry paused. And they're paranoid about each other. The Cardinals don't trust each other, each one is protecting their own power base, even within the organization. Divide and conquer, Kingsley said. If we can identify the Cardinals, we can pit them against each other. Make them question whether their allies are truly loyal. Create fractures that weaken their coordination. Do we know who they are? We have suspects. The Cardinal of Mind who approached me had magical characteristics consistent with someone trained in the legilimency traditions of Eastern Europe. The Cardinal of Coin is almost certainly placed within Gringotts, which explains how they've tracked my financial movements. The others are still unknown. It's a start. Dumbledore's voice was tired but determined. We fight on multiple fronts now: Voldemort, the Covenant, the Ministry's continued incompetence. The war has become more complex than any of us anticipated. Wars always do, Harry said. But we adapt. That's what we've been doing all along. Draco Malfoy came to Harry in November. The Slytherin common room was empty. Harry had arranged that, ensuring privacy for a conversation he knew would be difficult. Draco sat across from him, looking older than his 16 years, the weight of impossible expectations visible in every line of his body. "The Dark Lord has given me a task," Draco said. His voice was barely above a whisper. "He wants me to kill Dumbledore." Harry had suspected something like this. Draco's behavior had changed since the summer, more withdrawn, more erratic, the stress of something terrible eating at him from the inside. "What happens if you refuse?" "He kills my family." Draco's hands were shaking. "My mother, my father, he'll torture them first, make me watch, and then kill them anyway as punishment for my failure." "What about completing the task?" "What happens then?" "Then I become one of his inner circle. A killer at 16, bound to him forever." Draco's laugh was bitter. "Either way, I lose everything that matters." "There's a third option." Draco looked up, hope and suspicion warring in his expression. "What option?" "You come to our side. Bring your family with you. We have resources to protect them, places even Voldemort can't reach. In return, you give us everything you know about his operations. Become a weapon against him instead of for him. You trust me? After everything between us? I'd verify everything you told us. But yes, I'd give you the chance." Harry's voice was steady. "You're not a killer, Draco. Whatever you've been raised to believe, whatever the Dark Lord is trying to make you, that's not who you are. I've watched you for years. You're ambitious, yes, and sometimes cruel. But you're not evil. My father, your father made his choices. You don't have to make the same ones." Harry leaned forward. "This is your moment, Draco. The point where your life splits into two paths. One leads to darkness and death. The other leads somewhere else. I can't promise it'll be easy, but at least you'll be able to live with yourself." Silence stretched between them. Harry could see Draco struggling, years of conditioning fighting against the desperate need for escape. Finally, Draco nodded. "What do I have to do?" The defection of the Malfoy family sent shockwaves through both sides of the war. Voldemort's rage was legendary, multiple Death Eaters died for failing to prevent the escape, and Malfoy Manor was burned to the ground in retaliation. The message was clear: betrayal would be punished with absolute destruction. But the damage to Voldemort's cause was significant. Lucius Malfoy had been one of his primary financiers, his political connections, his interface with the respectable face of pureblood society. Losing that support wounded the Death Eater organization in ways that couldn't easily be repaired. More importantly, Draco brought intelligence. "The Dark Lord is planning something major," he reported during a debriefing session. "He's been gathering resources, dark artifacts, creature allies, specialized forces. There's a target, something he's been working toward for months, but he didn't share the details with anyone below inner circle level." "Any theories?" "Hogwarts, probably. He's obsessed with the castle, something about proving that Dumbledore can't protect his precious school." Draco's voice was bitter. "He talks about it constantly. How he'll make an example of everyone who stood against him. How the Muggleborns will learn their place. When? Soon. Weeks, maybe. He's been accelerating his timeline since my family's defection. He knows time isn't on his side." Harry absorbed this information, adding it to everything else he knew. The confrontation was coming, the final battle that would determine the fate of magical Britain. He needed to be ready. The solution to the Horcrux problem came from an unexpected source. Snape. The potion's master appeared in Harry's quarters late one night, his expression unreadable, a small vial clutched in his hand. "I've been working on this for years," Snape said without preamble. "Since Dumbledore first explained what you carry inside you. A potion that could, theoretically, destroy the Horcrux fragment without killing the host." Harry stared at the vial. "Does it work?" "I don't know. It's never been tested, there's never been a situation like yours before." Snape's voice was tight with something that might have been concern. "The theory is sound. The ingredients are correct. But theory and practice are different things. What are the risks?" "Death, obviously, if the potion fails to properly separate the Horcrux from your soul. Permanent damage to your magical core. Loss of memories, personality changes, any number of outcomes I can't predict." Snape met Harry's eyes. "I'm not offering you a guarantee. I'm offering you a chance." "Why?" "Because I promised your mother I would protect you. Because Dumbledore asked me to find another way. Because," Snape stopped, his composure cracking for just a moment. "Because you're not your father. You're something else. Something worth saving." Harry took the vial, feeling its weight in his hand. Life or death, contained in a few ounces of liquid. "Thank you, Professor." "Don't thank me yet. Thank me if you survive." The ritual was performed in the Chamber of Secrets. Harry chose the location deliberately, the place where he had claimed his Slytherin inheritance, where he had first proven his power over dark magic. The basilisk watched from its coils, its ancient eyes tracking the preparations with serpentine patience. Daphne was there, and Sirius, and Dumbledore despite his weakened condition. The people who mattered most, gathered to witness whatever happened next. "If this doesn't work," Harry said, looking at each of them in turn, "you know what needs to be done. The Horcrux has to be destroyed, one way or another. It will work." Daphne's voice was fierce with determination. "You don't get to die here, Harry Potter. Not after everything we've been through. Partners until the end. Partners forever. Whatever that means." Harry raised the vial and drank. The pain was immediate and overwhelming, a tearing sensation that seemed to split him down the center, separating something that had been part of him for his entire life. He felt the Horcrux fragment screaming, fighting against the potion's magic, trying desperately to maintain its grip on his soul. He fought back. Years of training, years of building his will against external influence, years of learning to know himself so completely that nothing foreign could hide, all of it came together in this moment. He reached into the darkness inside him and ripped it out. The fragment emerged as a cloud of black smoke, writhing and shrieking as it was pulled from Harry's body. For one terrible moment, it hung in the air, the twisted face of Tom Riddle visible in its depths. Then it dissolved, destroyed by magic that finally had nothing protecting it. Harry collapsed. But he was still breathing. And for the first time in 15 years, he was truly himself. "The soul fragment is gone," Dumbledore confirmed, after extensive examination. "I can find no trace of Voldemort's presence in you." The potion worked. Harry lay in a conjured bed, exhausted but alive. The separation had cost him, he could feel the places where the Horcrux had been, empty spaces that would take time to heal. But the darkness was gone. "How do you feel?" Sirius asked. "Empty. But clean." Harry managed a weak smile. "Like I've been carrying a weight I didn't know was there, and now it's finally gone." "One more Horcrux to destroy," Daphne said. "The snake. And then Voldemort can be killed." Harry's voice gained strength. "Really killed, permanently, no more coming back. When will you be ready to fight?" "Give me a week to recover. After that." Harry's eyes hardened with determination. "After that, we end this." Chapter 13 End. Chapter 14, the King's War. The final Horcrux hunt began on a frozen January morning. Nagini, Voldemort's serpent familiar, the last anchor binding his soul to the mortal world, was never far from her master's side. That meant getting to her required getting to him, and getting to him meant war. Harry stood before the assembled forces of the coalition, looking out at faces that represented years of careful alliance building. Goblins in battle armor, their weapons gleaming with enchantments older than Hogwarts. Centaurs with bows drawn, their eyes reflecting starlight even in daylight. Wizards and witches from a dozen countries, drawn by the call of the King's Compact. The Order of the Phoenix, veterans of the last war and this one. And the DA, his students turned soldiers, ready to fight for everything they believed in. This is the moment we've been building toward, Harry said, his voice carrying across the assembled ranks. Every alliance we've forged, every skill we've developed, every sacrifice we've made, it all leads here. Voldemort thinks he's invincible, that his soul anchors make him immortal. He's wrong. He raised the sword of Gryffindor, retrieved from Dumbledore's office, its blade gleaming with basilisk venom that could destroy any Horcrux. Today, we prove him wrong. Today, we take the war to his doorstep. Today, we end the reign of the Dark Lord, not because we're destined to, not because prophecy demands it, but because we choose to stand against darkness. Harry's voice rose. Who fights with me? The roar that answered him shook the foundations of the earth. The assault on Voldemort's stronghold was planned with military precision. Intelligence from Draco and other defectors had identified the Dark Lord's primary base, an ancient fortress in Albania, rebuilt and warded over decades of exile. The location was remote, heavily defended, and accessible only through paths that Voldemort controlled. Harry didn't use those paths. The wards are designed to stop magical entry, Griphook explained during the final planning session. They can detect apparition, port keys, even flow connections. But they're not designed for this. This was a tunnel, a passage carved through solid rock by goblin engineering, emerging inside the fortress's perimeter. The goblins had been working on it for months, their progress hidden by magic that even Voldemort couldn't detect. We'll have 30 seconds of surprise, Harry said. Maybe less if their detection systems are better than we think. We need to use that time to establish a foothold and disable the primary wards. The ward stones are here, here, and here. Hermione pointed to locations on the map they'd constructed. Take out all three, and the fortress's defenses collapse. But they'll be heavily guarded. That's what the strike teams are for. Harry assigned targets with quick efficiency. Sirius, you take the northern stone with the Order. Kingsley, southern approach with the Aurors. I'll handle the central nexus personally. And Voldemort? He'll come to me. He won't be able to resist, the prophecy won't let him. My job is to keep him occupied while the rest of you complete the objectives. That's suicide, Sirius protested. You can't hold off the Dark Lord alone while we're destroying wards. I won't be alone. Harry's eyes found Daphne's across the table. Partners, remember? She'll be with me. And so will everyone else who volunteered for the central assault. Volunteered for what might be a death mission. They knew the risks. They chose to come anyway. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. That's what makes this coalition different from Voldemort's army. His followers serve out of fear. Ours serve because they believe in something worth dying for. The attack began at midnight. The tunnel emerged in the fortress's lower levels, disgorging coalition forces into corridors that had been empty moments before. The 30 seconds of surprise became 45, then a full minute, as Harry's forces swept through the initial defenders before they could raise the alarm. Then the chaos began. Death Eaters poured from every direction, responding to the intrusion with the desperate fury of those defending their master's stronghold. Spells flew through stone corridors, explosions rocked the ancient walls, and the screams of the wounded and dying echoed through the darkness. Harry moved through the battle like a force of nature. His unified wand blazed with power, casting spells that no 17-year-old should have been capable of. Years of goblin training, years of combat experience, years of preparing for exactly this moment, all of it came together in a display of martial magic that would be remembered for generations. Death Eaters fell before him. Giants and werewolves in Voldemort's service were cut down by coordinated strikes from coalition forces. The fortress's defenses, overwhelmed by an attack they hadn't anticipated, began to crumble. The northern ward stone is down. Sirius's voice crackled through the communication mirrors. Moving to support the southern approach. Southern stone destroyed. Kingsley reported moments later. Heavy resistance, but we're holding. That leaves the central nexus. Harry reached the final corridor, feeling the thrum of massive magical power ahead. I'm going in. The central ward nexus was a chamber of black stone, its walls carved with runes that pulsed with malevolent energy. At its center stood a pillar of crystal, the anchor for all of the fortress's remaining defenses, humming with power that made Harry's teeth ache. Voldemort was waiting for him. The Dark Lord had shed any pretense of humanity. His face was serpentine, his eyes burning crimson, his body radiating power that warped the air around him. Nagini coiled at his feet, her ancient eyes tracking Harry's approach. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice was silk over steel. The boy who refused to die. How fitting that you've come to me at the end. I've come to finish this. Harry raised his wand, the sword of Gryffindor hanging at his hip. One of us walks out of here. The other doesn't. The prophecy. Yes, I've known about it for years. Neither can live while the other survives. Voldemort smiled, showing teeth that had been filed to points. But you've made a mistake, Harry. You came to my stronghold, my place of power. Here, I am unstoppable. Then let's test that theory. The duel that followed was the most intense of Harry's life. Voldemort was everything Harry had trained to face, raw power beyond anything human, decades of experience, absolute mastery of the dark arts. He attacked with spells that Harry had never seen, combinations that should have been impossible, magic that bent the laws of nature through sheer force of will. Harry survived. More than survived, he fought back, matching the Dark Lord spell for spell, deflection for curse, will against will. The chamber shook with the force of their battle, stones cracking, ancient runes shattering under the impact of dueling magic. Impressive, Voldemort hissed, after a particularly brutal exchange. You've grown stronger than I expected. But you still can't win. I am immortal. My soul is anchored beyond your reach. About that. Harry's voice was tight with exertion, but certain. Daphne. Now. From the shadows, Daphne struck. She'd been waiting, hidden by concealment magic that Harry had taught her years ago, positioning herself while Voldemort's attention was focused on the duel. Her target wasn't the Dark Lord, it was the snake at his feet. The sword of Gryffindor, borrowed from Harry's hip during a deliberate stumble in the fight, sliced through Nagini's neck in a single stroke. The serpent's scream was nothing compared to Voldemort's. The Dark Lord staggered as his last Horcrux was destroyed, his immortality finally shattered. For one moment, his red eyes showed something Harry had never seen in them before. Fear. You can die now, Harry said. Just like everyone else. No. Voldemort's voice was raw with rage and terror. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. I cannot, you can. Harry raised his wand. And you will. The final curse wasn't Avada Kedavra. Harry refused to use the killing curse, refused to become what Voldemort was, refused to win through the same darkness that had created his enemy. Instead, he used something the Dark Lord had never understood. The spell was one Harry had developed himself, a fusion of goblin blood magic and wizard enchantment, designed to target the soul directly. It didn't kill through violence but through truth, forcing the target to confront every evil they had ever committed, every life they had destroyed, every atrocity they had justified. For a normal wizard, the spell would have been uncomfortable. For Voldemort, it was devastating. 50 years of murder and torture, of cruelty and domination, came flooding back into a soul that had been shattered into fragments and reassembled imperfectly. The Dark Lord experienced every moment of pain he had inflicted on others, every death he had caused, every horror he had unleashed upon the world. His screams echoed through the fortress as his soul collapsed under the weight of its own sins. When it was over, Lord Voldemort, the darkest wizard of the age, the monster who had terrorized magical Britain for decades, was nothing but ash and silence. Harry fell to his knees, exhausted beyond anything he'd ever experienced. But alive. And victorious. The fortress fell within hours of Voldemort's death. Without their master's power sustaining the wards, the remaining defenses crumbled. Death Eaters fled or surrendered, their fanaticism evaporating with the Dark Lord's demise. Coalition forces secured the stronghold, captured prisoners, and began the work of documenting the horrors they found within. The casualties were significant. Dozens of coalition fighters had died in the assault, goblins, centaurs, wizards, all sacrificing themselves for victory. Harry walked among the wounded and the dead, acknowledging each loss, honoring each sacrifice. We won. Daphne's voice was quiet as she joined him. Her robes were torn, her face streaked with blood and soot, but her eyes were clear. It's over. Voldemort is over. The war isn't. Harry looked out at the destruction around them. The Covenant is still out there. The Ministry still needs reform. The old prejudices still need to be dismantled. We've won a battle, not the whole fight. Always looking ahead. But she was smiling as she said it. Can't you just enjoy the victory for a moment? I'll enjoy it when everyone who fought with us is safely home. When the wounded are healed and the dead are honored. Harry took her hand. But yes. We won. And right now, that's enough. They stood together in the ruins of Voldemort's fortress, two young people who had grown up in the shadow of war and emerged into something like peace. It wasn't the end. But it was a beginning. The return to Britain was triumphant. News of Voldemort's death spread faster than any official announcement could have managed. The dark mark that Death Eaters bore faded to nothing, proof that their master was truly gone. Celebrations erupted across the magical world, not just in Britain, but everywhere that had lived under the threat of his return. Harry Potter was declared a hero. Again. The Prophet ran headlines that consumed entire front pages. The Ministry issued proclamations of gratitude. International magical governments sent congratulations and requests for diplomatic meetings. Everyone wanted a piece of the boy who lived, the King of Magic, the one who had finally ended the nightmare. Harry retreated from the attention as much as possible. I didn't do this alone, he told the reporters who managed to corner him. The coalition, goblins, centaurs, vampires, wizards from a dozen nations, they made this victory possible. The DA, the Order, everyone who fought and bled and died. Honor them, not just me. The message was received with varying degrees of acceptance. Some embraced the broader narrative, recognizing the truth of what Harry said. Others continued to focus on the individual hero, unable to process a victory that didn't belong to a single person. Harry didn't care about their interpretations. He had work to do. Dumbledore died in March. The curse from the Gaunt Ring had been held at bay longer than anyone expected, but Snape's potions could only delay the inevitable. Harry was at the headmaster's bedside when the end came, joined by McGonagall, Snape, and a handful of others who had been closest to the old man. You've done well, Dumbledore whispered, his voice barely audible. Better than I hoped. Better than I deserved, given how poorly I treated you at times. You did what you thought was right. I did what I thought was necessary. Those aren't always the same thing. Dumbledore's eyes, still twinkling despite his weakness, found Harry's face. Promise me something. Anything. Don't become like me. Don't let the weight of responsibility turn you into someone who manipulates rather than leads. Don't sacrifice people for the greater good, without remembering that they're people, not pieces on a board. I'll try. Try isn't enough. Commit. Dumbledore's hand found Harry's, his grip surprisingly strong for a dying man. You're going to change the world, Harry Potter. Make sure it's a world worth living in. I promise. Dumbledore smiled, closed his eyes, and was gone. The funeral was the largest magical Britain had ever seen. Witches and wizards from around the world gathered to honor the man who had been, for so many decades, the beacon of resistance against dark magic. Speeches were made, memories were shared, and tears were shed by thousands who had never met him but had been touched by his influence. Harry spoke last. Albus Dumbledore was a complicated man. He made mistakes, sometimes terrible ones, and he carried the weight of those mistakes until the end. But he also believed in something. In the power of love over hate, of unity over division, of hope over despair. Even when his methods were flawed, his goals were noble. Harry looked out at the assembled crowd, faces from every faction of magical society, gathered in shared grief. He asked me to make a promise before he died. To build a world worth living in. I intend to keep that promise, not because he asked, but because it's the right thing to do. The war against Voldemort is over, but the work of creating a better future is just beginning. He raised his wand. Around him, thousands of others did the same. For Albus Dumbledore. For everyone who fought. For everyone who died. And for the future they gave their lives to create. Light erupted from every wand, a cascade of luminescence that rose into the sky and hung there like a new constellation. A tribute to the fallen. And a promise to the living. The transition of power began immediately after the funeral. Dumbledore had left extensive documentation, not just his will, which distributed his personal effects, but a comprehensive plan for the continuation of his work. The Order of the Phoenix would become a formal organization, officially recognized by the Reformed Ministry. Hogwarts would have a new headmaster, McGonagall, who had been groomed for the role for years. And Harry Potter would step into the political arena with his full authority. I'm not going to be Minister for Magic, Harry announced during his first major policy address. I'm 17 years old, and the ministry needs experienced administrators, not symbols. But I will be an advocate, for magical creature rights, for Muggle-born integration, for the reforms that have been needed for centuries. What about the King of Magic title? A reporter asked. It's a responsibility, not a position. The title means I have certain authorities under ancient law, the ability to invoke compacts, to arbitrate disputes, to speak for magical Britain in certain contexts. But I'm not going to rule anyone. That's not what kingship means. What does it mean, then? Harry considered the question carefully. It means I'm accountable. To everyone, goblins, centaurs, wizards, Muggle-borns. When something goes wrong, I'm the one who has to answer for it. When difficult decisions need to be made, I'm the one who has to make them. The crown isn't power, it's service. The Covenant struck back in May. They had been quiet since Voldemort's fall, reorganizing, Harry assumed, adapting to the new political landscape. But they hadn't been destroyed, and they hadn't given up. The attack came through the ministry itself. 3 cardinals had infiltrated key positions over the years, the Cardinal of Coin in Gringotts, the Cardinal of Mind in the Department of Mysteries, and a third in the Wizengamot itself. They activated simultaneously, using their positions to destabilize Harry's reforms and sow chaos throughout magical Britain. Financial markets crashed as goblin accounts were frozen. Experimental magic was released from the Department of Mysteries, causing havoc across London. Political allies found themselves facing corruption charges based on fabricated evidence. The Covenant was showing Harry exactly what they could do when they chose to act. But Harry had been preparing for this moment. You thought I didn't know about your agents, he asked the Cardinal of Coin, who had been captured during a coordinated counter-operation. I've been tracking your movements for months. Every position you took, every ally you corrupted, we documented it all. Then why didn't you act sooner? Because I wanted you to expose your networks. Wanted you to think you were winning while I mapped your entire operation. Harry's smile was cold. You've spent centuries operating from the shadows. Now you're going to discover what happens when someone shines a light on you. The purge was thorough. Cardinals were captured or killed. Shadow networks were dismantled. The Covenant's infrastructure in magical Britain, built over generations, was systematically destroyed. And through it all, Harry made sure the public knew exactly what had been happening behind the scenes. The Covenant of Shadows has manipulated magical society for millennia, he announced during a special session of the Wizengamot. They started the wars we thought were natural conflicts. They destabilized governments we thought were failing on their own. They've been playing all of us, every faction, every nation, like pieces on a chessboard. How do we know you're not just as bad? Someone shouted from the gallery. You don't. And you shouldn't trust me blindly either. Harry's voice was calm but fierce. What I'm asking for isn't blind trust, it's vigilance. Question everyone in power, including me. Demand transparency. Refuse to accept shadows and secrets as the price of governance. That's how we make sure no one, not the Covenant, not any future Dark Lord, not even me, can manipulate you again. The summer of Harry's 17th year was the first summer of real peace. The Covenant's British operations had been gutted. The Death Eaters were dead, imprisoned, or reformed. The Ministry was slowly transforming under the pressure of Harry's coalition. And for the first time in his life, Harry had space to breathe. He used it to prepare for what came next. The Covenant hadn't been destroyed, merely wounded. Other cardinals existed in other countries, and the organization would eventually rebuild. Voldemort was dead, but dark wizards would always emerge. The reforms Harry had started would face resistance for years to come. But for now, the immediate crises were over. What are you going to do with yourself? Daphne asked, as they walked through the grounds of Greengrass Manor on a warm July evening. Now that you don't have a Dark Lord to fight or a shadow organization to expose. Build something lasting. The coalition I've assembled, the alliances I've forged, they need to become permanent institutions. Not just responses to immediate threats, but foundations for a different kind of magical society. That sounds like a lot of work. It is. But it's work worth doing. Harry stopped walking, turning to face her. I want you to help me. I've been helping you since we were 5 years old. I want you to help me for the rest of our lives. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a ring, not ostentatious, but beautiful in its simplicity. A diamond flanked by emeralds, set in a band of white gold. The betrothal contract was our parents' choice. This is mine. Will you marry me, Daphne? Not because we're bound by ancient magic, but because I love you and I can't imagine building any of this without you. Daphne stared at the ring, her composure cracking for the first time in years. Tears appeared in her eyes, not the Ice Queen of Slytherin, but the girl who had been his partner through everything. Yes, she whispered. Yes, Harry. 1,000 times yes. The kiss that followed was a promise of everything to come. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15, The Crown accepted. The Archbishop of the Covenant of Shadows revealed himself on the winter solstice. Harry had known this confrontation was coming. The destruction of the British cardinals had been a wound to the Covenant, but not a killing blow. Somewhere in the shadows, the organization's true leadership was planning a response, something that would demonstrate their power, remind the world that they were not to be challenged, and eliminate the young king who had dared to oppose them. The message arrived at midnight, written in blood on parchment that burned the moment Harry finished reading it. You have taken much from us, Harry Potter. Now we take everything from you. Come to the place where Merlin fell, at the turning of the year. Come alone, or watch as we destroy everyone you love. The Archbishop awaits. Harry read the words, felt the weight of ancient magic binding them to truth, and began to prepare for war. You can't go alone, Sirius said, his voice rough with fear. That's exactly what they want, to separate you from your allies, face you in isolation. They'll kill hostages if I bring an army. The binding on that message was real, I could feel the compulsion magic woven through it. If I don't come alone, people die. Then let them take hostages. We'll rescue them afterward. After the Covenant has demonstrated that threatening my people works. Harry shook his head. That's not a precedent I can accept. Every time I yield to threats, the threats escalate. So you walk into an obvious trap instead? I walk into a trap that I've been preparing for since the Covenant first made contact. Harry's voice was calm, but his eyes held steel. They think they know what I'm capable of. They're wrong. The argument continued for hours, but Harry's decision was made. He would face the Archbishop as demanded, alone, at least in the way the Covenant could detect. What they couldn't detect was another matter entirely. The place where Merlin fell was a barren hilltop in Wales, unmarked on any modern map but saturated with magical history. According to legend, this was where the last king of magic had fought his final battle against the original Covenant, a confrontation that had ended in mutual destruction, both sides devastating each other so thoroughly that neither could claim victory. Merlin had died here, or ascended, or transformed into something beyond mortal comprehension. The stories varied. What they agreed on was that this place was a nexus, a point where magical power concentrated with unusual intensity. The perfect location for a confrontation that would reshape the magical world. Harry arrived as commanded, alone and apparently vulnerable. The Archbishop was waiting. He was old, older than Dumbledore had been, older than anyone Harry had ever met. His face was weathered by centuries of life sustained through dark magic, his eyes holding the weight of ages. He wore robes of deepest black, marked with symbols that Harry recognized from his studies of ancient magical traditions. Harry Potter. The Archbishop's voice carried across the hilltop like a funeral bell. The child who would be king. Do you understand what you've done? I've dismantled your operations in Britain. Exposed your agents. Turned your centuries of careful manipulation into ash. You've won a battle. The Covenant has lost battles before, we measure our existence in millennia, not decades. What you've taken from us, we will rebuild. What you've exposed, we will bury again. In a century, no one will remember your interference. You're assuming you'll have a century. And you're assuming you can stop us. The Archbishop smiled, revealing teeth that had been filed to points. I've been alive for 700 years, boy. I've seen empires rise and fall. I've manipulated the founding of ministries across 3 continents. Do you truly believe a 17-year-old child can defeat what I represent? I believe that every tyrant thinks they're eternal. Until they're not. The Archbishop laughed, a sound like bones grinding together. Brave words. Let's see if you can back them with action. He raised his hand, and the world changed. The ritual the Archbishop had prepared was unlike anything Harry had encountered before. The hilltop blazed with power as ancient circles activated, circles that had been carved into the bedrock centuries ago, waiting for this moment. Dark energy poured from the ground, coalescing around the Archbishop in a maelstrom of raw magical force. This is the ritual that created the Covenant, the Archbishop explained, his voice rising over the howling wind. The same magic that bound us together, that gave us power beyond mortal limits. I'm going to use it to destroy you, Harry Potter, not just your body, but your soul. You'll be erased from existence itself. Harry felt the ritual's power pressing against him, seeking weaknesses in his defenses. It was vast, terrible, built on centuries of accumulated dark magic and the sacrifice of countless lives. But Harry had prepared for this. You're not the only one who can draw on ancient power, he said, raising his unified wand. The difference is, I don't have to steal mine. He spoke a word in Parseltongue, and the ground beneath the hilltop answered. The basilisk emerged from the earth itself, not the Hogwarts serpent, but something far older and more vast. Harry had found it in his research, had traced the connections between Slytherin's pet and the greater serpent species that had once ruled magical Britain. He had spent months establishing communication, building trust, negotiating alliance. Now that alliance paid off. The great serpent's eyes remained closed. Harry had been very specific about that, but its presence disrupted the Archbishop's ritual, the ancient reptilian magic interfering with the dark forces the old man had summoned. What? The Archbishop's composure cracked. How did you? You've spent centuries manipulating from the shadows. I've spent years building genuine alliances. Harry's voice was fierce. That's the difference between us. You see other beings as tools to be used. I see them as partners to be respected. The ritual wavered. The Archbishop's control slipped. And Harry attacked. The duel was legendary. 700 years of accumulated power met 17 years of intensive training and natural talent. The Archbishop wielded magic that had been ancient when Hogwarts was founded, spells lost to history, techniques that violated the laws of nature. Harry responded with everything he had learned, every skill the goblins had taught him, every ability he had developed through blood and will and desperate necessity. They fought across the hilltop, their magic tearing the earth apart. The Archbishop summoned creatures from other dimensions, things of shadow and hunger that shouldn't have existed in the mortal world. Harry banished them with light that burned through darkness, calling on the power of connections that the Archbishop couldn't understand. The basilisk joined the fight, its massive coils crushing the Archbishop's summoned minions, its presence disrupting the dark magic that the old man relied upon. Other allies emerged from hiding, the centaurs who had sworn to the king's compact, the goblins who had been waiting for Harry's signal, the members of the coalition who had found ways to circumvent the Covenant's surveillance. Harry hadn't come alone after all. He had simply redefined what alone meant. This is impossible, the Archbishop hissed, as his forces were overwhelmed. The binding magic, you couldn't have circumvented it, the binding said I had to come alone. My allies were already here, waiting before I arrived. Harry's smile was cold. You wrote the rules. I found the loopholes. The Archbishop's face twisted with rage, the fury of someone who had been outmaneuvered by an opponent they had dismissed as inferior. He drew on reserves of power that should have been impossible, channeling the very essence of the Covenant's accumulated strength. If I fall, I take everything with me. His voice resonated with terrible power. I'll destroy this entire region. Wipe out everyone who fought against me. Leave nothing but ashes to mark where the King of Magic made his last stand. Harry felt the magic building, apocalyptic, unstoppable, fueled by centuries of stolen life force. The Archbishop was going to detonate himself like a magical bomb, killing everything within miles. Unless Harry stopped him. You think death frightens me? Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. You think I haven't faced worse? I carried a piece of Voldemort's soul inside me for 15 years. I've died and come back. I've seen the darkness that waits beyond the veil, and I'm still standing. Words. Just words. Then let me show you something more than words. Harry reached inside himself, not to his magic, but to something deeper. The connections he had built over years of relationship and alliance. The love that bound him to Daphne, to Sirius, to everyone who had chosen to stand beside him. The faith that others had placed in him, and that he had placed in them. The Archbishop had power. Harry had something else entirely. He channeled it all, every bond, every connection, every thread of love and loyalty that linked him to others, and pushed it at the Archbishop's building detonation. Light met darkness. Love met destruction. And love won. The Archbishop's final attack collapsed in on itself, consuming only him. The old man screamed as centuries of stolen life force were ripped away, as the dark magic that had sustained him turned inward and devoured its master. His body aged in moments, 700 years of suppressed mortality catching up in a single horrifying instant. When it was over, nothing remained but dust and the lingering echo of a scream that had lasted far too long. Harry stood in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by allies who had fought beside him, watching the dawn break over a world that had finally been freed from the Covenant's shadow. "Is it over?" Sirius asked, appearing at his side. "Really over this time? The Archbishop is dead. The British cardinals are destroyed. The Covenant's infrastructure has been gutted across Europe." Harry let out a breath he felt like he'd been holding for years. "There will be other threats. There always are. But this particular darkness, yes. It's over. What happens now?" Harry looked out at his assembled forces, goblins and centaurs and wizards, united for the first time in centuries, standing together as equals rather than enemies. He thought about everything that had brought them to this moment, every sacrifice and every victory. "Now," he said slowly, "we build something that lasts." The wedding of Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass took place on Midsummer's Eve. The ceremony was held at Greengrass Manor, in the garden where they had first become friends as children. Guests came from across the magical world, not just Britain, but every nation that had been touched by Harry's coalition. Goblins attended a wizard wedding for the first time in centuries. Centaurs emerged from their forests to honor the king who had treated them as allies. Even the basilisk sent a representative, a younger serpent who conveyed congratulations in sibilant tones. Daphne walked down the aisle in silver and green, her beauty taking Harry's breath away just as it had when they were children learning to navigate a world that wanted to use them both. She was no longer the Ice Queen, that mask had been set aside years ago, but something warmer, more genuine, more alive. "Partners," she said, as they faced each other before the assembled witnesses. "Partners," Harry agreed. "Until the end of everything." The vows they exchanged were not traditional. They had written them together, drawing on everything they had learned about love and commitment and what it meant to build a life with someone. "I promise to stand beside you, not behind you. To challenge you when you're wrong and support you when you're right. To be your equal in all things, never your subordinate or your superior. I promise to trust you with my weaknesses as well as my strengths. To let you see the parts of me that I hide from everyone else. To be genuinely myself, always, in your presence. I promise to build with you, not just for you. To create something that belongs to both of us, that will outlast either of us alone." When they kissed, magic flowed through the bond, not the ancient magic of their betrothal contract, but something newer and more powerful. The magic of two people choosing each other, freely and completely. The celebration that followed lasted until dawn. The Constitutional Convention took place the following spring. Representatives from every magical community in Britain gathered to draft a new framework for magical governance, one that would replace the ministry's centuries of corruption with something more just, more inclusive, more sustainable. Harry presided, not as king, but as facilitator. "The King of Magic is a title, not a position," he explained during the opening session. "I have certain authorities under ancient law, but I'm not going to use them to rule you. This convention exists to create a system where no one, including me, can accumulate the kind of unchecked power that led to Voldemort, or the Ministry's corruption, or the Covenant's manipulation." "Then what is the king's role?" someone asked. "Guardian. Arbitrator. The person who ensures that the system continues to function as intended." Harry smiled slightly. "Think of me as the emergency backup, the one who steps in when everything else fails. The rest of the time, you govern yourselves." The debate that followed was intense, sometimes contentious, often brilliant. Goblins argued for economic autonomy. Centaurs demanded recognition of their territorial rights. Muggleborns pushed for educational reforms. Pureblood sought to preserve what they valued from the old system. Harry mediated, guided, and occasionally made executive decisions when consensus proved impossible. But he never dictated. The result was the Compact of Magical Britain, a document that would serve as the foundation for a new era of magical governance. It established rights for all magical beings, not just wizards. It created democratic institutions accountable to all citizens. It enshrined protections against the concentration of power that had allowed so much darkness to flourish. "This isn't perfect," Harry told the convention at its conclusion. "No system created by imperfect beings can be perfect. But it's a start, a foundation we can build on, improve, adapt as circumstances change. The goal isn't utopia. The goal is something better than what came before." The compact was signed by representatives of every magical community. Harry's signature came last, not as supreme authority, but as one voice among many. It was exactly how he had wanted it. The years that followed were years of building. Harry and Daphne worked together to establish the institutions the compact had created. A reformed Wisengamot with genuine representation. A ministry that answered to the people rather than ruling them. Educational reforms that opened Hogwarts to all magical beings. Economic structures that distributed wealth more fairly across magical society. Children came, first a son, then a daughter. James Sirius Potter and Lily Daphne Potter, named for grandparents they would never meet but whose legacies lived on through them. Harry watched his children grow in a world vastly different from the one he had known. They didn't hide from Muggle-borns or fear non-humans. They didn't grow up under the shadow of dark lords or secret conspiracies. They lived in a society that, while still imperfect, was genuinely better than what had come before. Was it worth it? Daphne asked one evening, as they watched the sunset from the balcony of their home. All the fighting, all the sacrifice, all the years of preparation. Harry thought about everything that had led to this moment. The cupboard under the stairs. The years at Gringotts. The battles and the losses and the hard-won victories. The friends he had made and the enemies he had defeated. "Yes," he said simply. "It was worth it. No regrets. Plenty of regrets. Mistakes I made, people I couldn't save, paths I should have taken differently." He turned to face her. "But regrets aren't the same as doubt. I know why I made the choices I made. I know what I was fighting for. And when I look at what we've built, at our children, at the world they're growing up in, I know it mattered." The King of Magic. Daphne smiled, the warmth reaching her eyes. "Quite a journey from the boy who just wanted to matter. I think I've mattered enough. Now I just want to live." "You've earned it." They stood together as the sun set over a world they had helped create, two people who had grown from children bound by circumstance into partners bound by choice. The war was over. The building was well underway. And the future, bright, uncertain, full of possibility, stretched out before them like an invitation. Years later, an old man sat in a garden, watching his grandchildren play. Harry Potter's hair had gone silver, his face lined with decades of life fully lived. He moved more slowly now, his body bearing the accumulated wear of a lifetime of conflict and creation. But his eyes were still clear, still sharp, still holding the determination that had defined him since childhood. A young reporter approached, nervously clutching a quill and parchment. She was working on a retrospective, one of many that would be written about the age of Potter, as historians had come to call it. "Your Majesty," she began. "If I could ask you a few questions, Harry," he corrected gently. "The Majesty is for formal occasions. This is just my garden." "Harry, then." She smiled, relaxing slightly. "Looking back at everything you accomplished, the defeat of Voldemort, the destruction of the Covenant, the reform of magical society, what would you say was your greatest achievement?" Harry considered the question, watching his grandchildren chase each other through the roses. "Surviving," he said finally. "Not just physically surviving, though that was challenging enough. Surviving with my humanity intact. Becoming someone who could still love, still trust, still believe in people after everything I'd seen. That seems modest. For someone who changed the world. The world changed because a lot of people worked together. I was just the one who helped them see that they could." Harry smiled, the expression softening his weathered features. Individual heroism makes for good stories, but lasting change requires collective action. Every reform we achieved, every institution we built, every improvement we made, those happened because ordinary people decided to be extraordinary together. What about the King of Magic title? The prophecies? The destiny that everyone says shaped your life? Destiny is what you make of it. The prophecy said I had to face Voldemort, it didn't say how, or what would happen afterward. The title gave me authority, it didn't tell me how to use it. Harry's voice was thoughtful. We like to think that our lives are scripted, that some higher power has planned everything out. But the truth is messier. We make choices, and those choices make us. Any regrets? Many. People I couldn't save. Mistakes I made. Paths I wish I'd taken differently. Harry's expression grew solemn. But regret without action is just self-indulgence. What matters is what you do with the time you have, how you try to leave things better than you found them. And have you left things better? Harry looked around the garden, at his grandchildren, at the peaceful afternoon, at the world that had emerged from decades of struggle and sacrifice. I've tried, he said. Whether I succeeded, that's for others to judge. But I've tried. The reporter asked more questions, and Harry answered them as honestly as he could. When she finally left, he remained in the garden, watching the sunset paint the sky in shades of gold and rose. Daphne joined him eventually, her own silver hair gleaming in the fading light. She took his hand without speaking, and they sat together in comfortable silence. Do you remember, she said finally, when we first met? In the garden at my parents' manor? You threw a book at my head. You deserved it. But she was smiling. We've come a long way since then. We have. Harry squeezed her hand. Partners until the end. And beyond, if there's anything beyond. She leaned against his shoulder. Thank you, Harry. For what? For everything. For seeing me as a partner instead of a prize. For letting me be myself instead of what everyone expected. For building this life with me. Harry kissed the top of her head. I couldn't have done any of it without you. They sat together as the stars came out, two people who had walked through darkness and emerged into light, who had fought for a better world and lived to see it built. The King of Magic. The Ice Queen of Slytherin. Two children who had refused to be what others wanted them to be, and had become something greater than anyone imagined. The sun set. The stars appeared. And Harry Potter, at peace with himself and his legacy, watched the night unfold with the quiet satisfaction of someone who had done what he set out to do. Not bad, he murmured to himself, as the garden filled with darkness and light. Not bad at all. The measure of a leader is not the power they accumulate, but the power they share. Not the enemies they defeat, but the allies they inspire. Not the legacy they claim, but the future they create. Harry Potter understood this truth better than most. He could have been a tyrant, the prophecies gave him the authority, the victories gave him the opportunity. Instead, he chose to be something rarer and more valuable, a servant of those he led, a guardian of those he protected, a builder of institutions that would outlast his own mortality. The world he left behind is not perfect. It never will be. But it is better than what came before, more just, more inclusive, more worthy of the magical beings who inhabit it. And that improvement, however partial and imperfect, is the true measure of a king. From The Age of Potter, A History, by Professor Hermione Granger Weasley, the END Chapter 15 End. The Crown of Magic, a Harry Potter fanfiction completed. Thank you for this journey, Ayush. I hope the story captured the scope and depth you were looking for, the political intrigue, the character development, the romance, and the escalating threats that built toward a satisfying conclusion. Harry's journey from the cupboard under the stairs to becoming a king who chose service over dominion felt like the natural arc for a character raised by goblins to value achievement over birthright.